Happy Monday, everyone. Welcome to the LW Show. I'm your host, LW, aka Fat Albert, coming to you live from Texas. We have Baker here.
What's up?
What's going on, Baker? Besides people in jorts taking out your mailboxes.
That's the best part about life, right? You live on a hill, and this is now the third time it's been wiped out. The first time, okay, it's snowing. There's, like 3 feet of snow on the ground. People are coming from the top of the hill, can't make the turn because I live right at the bend on a hill. I get it. Momentum hits them. What are you going to do? You wipe out the mailbox. The second time was sort of kind of the same thing, but it wasn't near snowy. But again, it was slippery outside, and I'm sure the person that hit it just had some really just terrible tires, just based on the type of vehicle it was. And now I've gotten smart and put cameras all over my house, like looking towards them, because I used to have a problem with people stealing my mail too. It's like, hey, you want my bills? You can have it. Fuck it, I don't care. But I got smart and put cameras around my house, and then this one I caught. Oh god. When I don't know why he was backing up a hill and then he hit the mailbox, like he just plowed over them, and then he gets out and he just lets out this frustrating, just, I don't know, I can feel his soul leaving his body, because I know, because when we rebuilt the mailbox, it's got some sharp metal corners. I know for a fact that if there's not a hole punctured in a cell gate, it's dented pretty damn good. Anyways, yeah, god dang it, that's life. I fixed the last two. I'm making my neighbor fix this one. So, anyways,
Yeah,
good shit. Good.
He walks in to the kitchen, tells his wife, "Baby, I hit another goddamn mailbox."
Dude, this guy, he
looks his jorts. And what'd you say?
He was wearing jorts. Yeah, he had some cut off jeans. They were probably Wranglers, for what I can guess. I don't know. He got close enough to the camera for me to see what he looked like. I'm like, yep. He's wearing jorts.
Can't trust people in jorts.
You really can't
find out.
Yeah, you really can't. Isn't that like a Georgia? Not Georgia. Sorry, isn't that like a Florida exclusive? You got to be a Florida fan if you're going to wear jorts.
Yeah, Northern Florida. It is Jort City. The jorts of the South.
Oh my god, it is so bad. So, anyways,
that was in the chat. SO, what's up, buddy? P Digits, they're always here. Appreciate that. Melted Copper and Andy, what's up?
Andy's here.
I like how in mine it's not showing their ads like on full.
Well, you haven't followed into that. So I was reading up because I was trying to help Travels last night, of course, in the background, because I like to lurk in the background apparently. And I was looking around and I could not find a fix for this. There is no fix for this. This is YouTube saying this is how it is. We're going to change this, and we're doing this because of XYZ, and they're slowly rolling it out. So like they're only picking channels with X amount of subscribers. So like there's a range they're doing it at, and then they're picking some bigger channels. But they're slow rolling this thing in, and it's awful. I hope they roll it back, because I don't like the fact that whenever somebody is in chat, we see their handle instead of their actual username. It's garbage.
Because the ad is something completely different from the name a lot of times. So
a lot of times it is, yeah.
It's kind of hard to read.
Yeah, I had to change mine away from Big Pimpin' 43. Nobody knew who that was. So, had to go to Real Baker. So, but yeah, it's just I don't know why YouTube decided to do this. It's a horrible decision. Let me rephrase. I do know why they're doing it. It just, to me, doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
No, it doesn't at all.
That's the Duggar. What's up, Duggar?
What's up, boys? What's going on,
man?
What's up, Bubs?
We're just sharing stories of the mailbox.
The mailbox.
The story of the mailbox.
The like community mailboxes, those big metal fuckers.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Where it has like, this side of the neighborhood, this is all your mail. Well, my old house, back when I was married, it was right in front of my house. And it was probably 10:30 at night. I hear this it sounded like an earthquake. So I run out the front door And I see my neighbor across the street running out of his house with a pistol in his hand. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? So I shut the door. I'm like, oh, there's gunfire. It's about to be gunfire. Shut the door. Go inside. So I wait a little bit. And I don't see anything. So I walk back out there. The mailbox is gone. So I look to the right around the fence. That big giant fucking metal thing was like 30 yards down the road.
Holy shit.
Somebody was drunk, came around the corner, and just got up on the sidewalk and just ripped that bitch off. Fucked up his car.
Wow.
But he didn't know the neighborhood, so when he went down, he took a right, but it was into a cul-de-sac. So my neighbor went out there with a pistol and held him till the cops got there.
Hell yeah. That's Texas right there.
That's my kind of guy.
But I went back and looked at the videotape, and it was crazy. I mean, this car, he was going like probably like 50, and hit the car and the mailbox went airborne. It was pretty cool. But the crazy thing, I just had got home and I checked my mail about 20 minutes before that. So I was 20 minutes late, I'd be dead.
Jeez. Well, this is the now third thing that I've caught on my camera since I've put them up. These cameras have all paid for themselves, especially in the laughs that I've had, because, you know, I think and this is cynical of me. So if anybody listening, you want to call me an asshole, fine. I get it. You're probably right. But when somebody tries to make it up the hill, and this is a pretty steep hill, it's probably every bit of a 12, 13, 14% grade. You're trying to make it up the hill, and you're in a car, and oh, by the way, it's a 2-wheel drive, and there's like 2 feet of snow on the ground, and you make it kind of sort of up the hill, and then you stop because you lose momentum and you start sliding backwards. I'm laughing at you. You should have known better. Like, they closed the hill off for a reason, but you still drove by the "we're closed" sign because, I don't know, reasons. So yes, I'm going to laugh at you. And yes, I'm going to put it on the internet.
Now, Mr. Duggar,
Yeah, brother.
you seem like a guy who's run over a few mailboxes in your day.
Dude, we used to rope them fuckers
Jesus Christ.
out of the back of the truck. And then next day we'd go by there and make them, I had a guy that built mailboxes, fancy mailboxes. And we just steal their mailbox so we can put another one in there.
Man,
But,
that's a scam. So you busted their mailbox up.
No, everybody, the ones we take, we knew them, and
okay.
He didn't charge them for it. He was just this crazy welder dude that just could build anything. One of those guys.
Okay, so this wasn't like a scam. You guys were like taking out
No.
mailboxes. Like, here, notice your mailbox here. We just happen to be building mailboxes today.
Yeah, we sell mailboxes. Yeah, no, I didn't go down like that. But damn, I missed one. But the craziest thing that ever happened to me, I was sitting in a bar up in Freeport, Texas one time. We was having some cold beer. We was working out on the boat, and we, got through, and it had been hot. It gets hot in Texas, so we went down and had a couple of suds, good cold beers, and we was sitting there up on the stool by at the bar, and this guy come running in, and he had a pistol, and he started shooting at somebody outside. And we're like, oh, shit. So, of course, we hit the dirt and went the other way. And about that time, the car came through the door after this cat. And I said, man, we're going to make the news tonight. And then I realized, well, I guess we're not, because we left that place quick. Left it on note, and it was a guy and his wife shooting each other.
Wow.
And it was his wife that ran through the freaking bar, dude. And she must have been able to shoot because he got the hell out of there. He took off, and cops arrested her with guns, and she said, "I'm killing that son of a bitch." She said, "You better not let me out." I said, good Lord, what did you
I appreciate the honesty, though.
no, shit. He goes, "I'm gonna kill that son of a bitch. I get a chance." Son of a gun. Excuse me. I gotta keep my language nice.
Oh, this is
There-
LW's channel. We're allowed to blow this one up.
No, you aren't either. I done got towed off.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
You got what?
You was second in the cuss word thing last night. You kept saying yes, he did. I did not cuss, and they said I did. But I
didn't
might
say
have, because I'm a sailor. You know, a real one.
We should have a swear jar in here.
Yeah, we should.
Yeah, just let it rip. Just play any video you want to play. It's all done right here on the LW show.
So you want me to pipe in some music then?
I mean, this
Oh,
place.
Can we put the Eagles on?
Oh,
Yeah, they're not. I don't think they'll copyright at all.
They've never have. I mean, they have a clean history of never doing it.
We'll just do the Eagles DJ hour and close this
Dude.
bitch out.
I'm telling you, I got hit for using Kermit the Frog. Okay, so, and I was, that freaked me out. They gave me a what do they call them thing? Copyright check for using "It Ain't Easy Being Green" song.
Oh, yeah, but what if you were just playing an interview of Patrick Mahomes and then Kermit the Frog got you? Wouldn't that be crazy?
I know that he does have a fucking weird.
He's got that Kermit voice.
It's a country Kermit voice. Texas Kermit.
I just walked out there and I throw touchdowns. Remember? He's just weird. I mean, his family's weird. I don't think he's necessarily weird. Let me rephrase. I think his family's weird. Like his wife has like this. She's up fucking Tay-Tay's ass, and then the brother, he's just fucking wackadoodle.
Yeah.
I don't care. I wish I had his money.
Yeah, I know some people that are well off, and they always complain about their kinfolk begging them for money. I told him, I said, well, if you loved them and you got millions and millions of dollars, it wouldn't hurt for you to drop a big old check on their ass. Life's hard when you're not a millionaire.
That's true. That's true.
I've been a millionaire before. Enron kind of seen to that.
Okay. Have you guys ever done a deep dive into the Enron thing?
I have.
Oh my God. What did those guys not think they weren't going to get caught? Because they were partying like they didn't care.
It was 1929.
It was insane. And actually, so up here where I'm at, there's still remnants of Enron all over the place. And there's still people that are still working because they lost all their retirement in Enron. I'm like, why are you still doing this? Like, yeah, Enron. I was like, oh shit. I didn't know that it rippled all the way up here. But it did. They were trying to do the whole power trading thing. Basically, it started in California and then, up the whole West Coast. So yeah, that whole Enron thing's crazy. And they tried to do this with broadband internet too, where they're trying to take unused bandwidth and sell it in burstable chunks out to the market. That wasn't even possible back then, but they were trying to marketize it. It's like they were trying to take what they did in the power industry and do it to the broadband industry. Because if you look at it in a nutshell, both of those industries are pretty similar as far as you get wholesale internet, you bring it to a provider, the provider distributes it out to the users. So it has a similar business model. Good for them for seeing the similarities, but there's no way that would have worked.
Yeah, no. Well, God, that's what got caught.
They must have pissed somebody off to be able to do that with that, to be that reckless about it.
Oh,
yeah. They had some assurances that nobody would look at them, but they probably pissed somebody off.
Well, didn't their CFO unalive himself?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah. I tell you who my hero was, and they should have known just because of his name, and that's Madoff. He made all the money.
Bernie.
Yeah. But the guys in Enron, a lot of the guys that were part of that Enron scandal, they're already out of jail and they're still rich.
Okay, Jay Ships, I need to know what kind of subs are those. I'm kind of, if you haven't noticed, I'm kind of an audio snob. I need to know what kind of subs those are.
Well, let's go find Jay. I hope you don't mind that I'm going to bring up your Twitter. Not all the gay stuff you say, but just about your speakers.
Do it. I mean, the speaker stuff.
Jay
no,
Shipes.
But when I see inverted subwoofers, I always have to ask, like, man, what are you using to push that? Because like the sound that you get out of that is just pure straight up power bass when you do that. So and now I see the little profile picture. I'm curious. Don't mean to turn this into the L dub hour, if you know what I mean.
See, there he is. Georgia, blah, 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 blah. Go Dogs.
Gay stuff. Go Dogs.
No, it's not on there anymore.
Uh-oh. He got embarrassed by the speaker stuff. So every vehicle I own, regardless of what it is, since I was in high school, I have always ripped out the speakers and reinstalled my own. Now, I will say with my current vehicle, it's loaded with a Bose system, which, by the way, if anybody is ever looking at the premium audio systems in today's cars, especially if it's Bose, don't do it. It's not worth the money. It is garbage. Anyways, I left the Bose system inside the truck I own, but I put subwoofers underneath the seat. I do this with every vehicle. And now I'm at the age where, yeah, I've got all this stuff, but I listen to fucking podcasts. So yeah, I'm thumping podcasts. That's the age I live in now.
Crimson coming in hot.
What did my buddy Crimson Brave say?
The El Dum Dum Show.
Oh, I see Jay had 215. Okay, all right. So, I used to run a lot of digital design stuff. That's a handmade speaker out of Oklahoma. Actually, even the Kicker's made out of Oklahoma. People didn't realize that Stillwater Designs out of Stillwater, Oklahoma. So, lots of audio shops in and around Oklahoma City.
I'm not sure how loud this is, so you might want to get your headphones ready. Let's see what this is.
She's in the world's largest woman's toy. Yeah, I can't say that I ever had anything that loud. I think the highest I ever hit on an SPL was about 154. So that's nuts. But yeah, world's largest ladies massager, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, right. Maybe that was Twitter. Man. That's how Twitter got started.
I have seen some of these crazy bass cars that they bring out to like these like SPL drag races, which is basically just you show up with whatever car you've got with the audio, and then you try to, get as much dB as you can out of it. I've seen them blow windshields out. They would replace the windshield after every show because that was like their big parlor trick. They'd put like one of those GI Joes with a parachute and the freaking like on top of the damn dashboard, and then just let the bass burp for like a 5-second, and it just shatter the windshield and blow the freaking army guy out. It's crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. Anyways, I won't take over this to be an audio snob hour. I apologize.
Oh.
Besides that, we can't do that without TF here.
Triple Fest.
I still hate you. Fuck you. Oh, excuse my language.
You can't hate me.
I didn't say that. My alter ego said that. I apologize for him.
That was Mrs. Duggar.
No, there's no Mrs. and none of Duggar's Adams. Okay, so I whooped out 25 other white tadpoles. Come on, man, 25,000 other white tadpoles. My one, so I'm top of the line.
Love it.
Well, before Gigi shows up, we got some college football fans in the chat.
Oh, we do we?
SO and Jay Shipes. Let's talk about the upcoming season real quick before all the mean women show up and ruin the party.
Hey, you're talking college football. Yeah. Let's not do that.
Just don't want to ruin all your hopes and stuff, but the Aggies will win the Natty this year.
All right, Duggar's calling it. The Colt.
All right.
The Colt for the Natties.
They do have
I
a good
wonder-
coach.
Aggies for the natty.
I wonder what kind of cheer they're going to have if they make it to the national title game. Like, what kind of weird satanic chants are they going to do?
So before you start that, let me make something perfectly clear. There's only
Oh,
two
Lord.
other. There's only two other colleges in the United States that appoint more young men and women to be officers in our military than Texas A&M University. So when you Jack with our yell and all that stuff, you're being unpatriotic.
Hey, I have
Here-
nothing but respect for when R.C. Slocum was there. Nothing but respect.
And therefore, after that, be known as a commie bastard.
Well,
Listen,
it looks
I've
like
been
this
there.
commie bastard in the chat predicted 8-4 for the Aggies. What do you think about that? Is he just being a commie?
Who said that?
Jay
Shite.
Shive.
Well, you know, man, he's on drugs. He don't.
Might be
Up
true.
here in Backroads, he looks like he's an Aggie fan. So
Hey, yeah.
you found another one.
Yeah, well, there's a bunch of us. Watch out. You know, we're due, man. It's time. And by the way, their old coach is still getting paid.
Well, of course. Oh, Jimbo.
Oh, Jimbo, he's still getting paid. What the hell?
Like I said, I have
77
nothing but respect for R.C. Slocum and what he did for the Aggies in the 90s and leading into the 2000s. I mean, it was phenomenal. I think that he's one of the most underrated coaches in that program's history.
I agree. I tell you though, I don't know. I ain't gonna be able to get caught up. I've had so many things I've been doing. I've been actually working again on my own. You know, freelance. I flip houses, cars, whatever. You know, we last week we got 4 new houses under contract to flip, so that'd be cool. You know, if they all go as good as the last one, we close on the 27th of July. It'd be great.
And then you're going to buy season tickets to the Aggies?
Oh hell no, I don't go. To that.
Oh, I thought we were talking college football.
Now I love college football, but that's the point I want to make. All the money couldn't drag me back into Texas. I got too many XO ladies over there, man.
Well, I mean, I think a lot of us have all our exes in Texas, right?
I'm smart enough to leave though.
Well, so did I. It still doesn't stop them from digitally stalking you. So I've got the Aggie schedule pulled up here. Do you want to bring it up on?
Yeah.
Here, I'll send you the link. I'm just looking at the ESPN one. I want to go through the schedule because I don't know. There's some trap games in here for old Texas A&M, but they're not careful.
Yeah.
I like Christy. She says, hook 'em horns.
That's I hold on. I still have a wrench. I can silence her. Hold on. Give me a second.
No,
I'm just
he's an OU fan. So kidding. That's a rough one there.
Yeah. He got.
I'd much rather hang out in Austin, Texas than College Station. I will say that. I've been to both.
You know, we tell every OU fan, when they cheer for OU, we got, do you kiss your mama with that mouth? You know.
I thought y'all said stuff like, I wish we had all those national championships.
Yeah. Oh man, your trophy cases are really full.
Yeah, we don't need any more, except for this one.
Oh. How do y'all win all those
Pull up
Heisman?
whatever you.
All right. Y'all want to just keep firing on the fat man? I understand.
No, I've been to Texas A&M games before when OU they were in the Big 12 South. That fucking swaying thing they do, I have been there live for. It makes me sicker than shit. Like I was getting nauseous watching that crap. I can only imagine what it's like for the player. If I was a player on the field, I just look down when they're doing that. It just made me sick. I was in the stands.
Yeah. Well, that's cool. That's cool. Somebody got to watch them. I ain't there.
I did make out with some random Aggie chick for scoring a touchdown, so I guess I scored. She scored. It was great.
See, good things happen with a girl around an Aggie football game. You know, I mean,
It's just
How is? I thought you were going to put up the season for it.
I don't have the ability to. That's got to be LW.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
I
I
thought
know
you
we
said you
got
were going to
put.
share it. Oh, sorry. I'll
No, I
look it
can't.
up.
I just put it. I put it in the link in the chat.
Yeah, we got Texas LSU and US.
Whenever Georgia fans, like Mr. Jay Shipes here, they say the same thing at the start of every year for like the last 25 years. They finally were right last year. Finally, out of 20 years.
What were they right about?
Alabama only winning 9 games.
Oh. Listen, I can't talk shit about Alabama. It has nothing to do with the fact that I don't respect them or any of this other stuff. It's just when you have to give credit where credit's due. Just like Georgia, I don't really talk shit about Georgia because, well, they're on top of the world as far as I'm concerned. Oklahoma's in the middle of the pack.
Georgia.
Yeah, well, I'm well aware of how the pecking order goes right now.
Well, my brother, he buried in Alabama, and he was roll tide on everything. When he agreed with you on something, it was roll tide.
Of course it was.
He couldn't stop himself, dude. I mean, he was eight of. I wear an Alabama hat every once in a while just in honor of my brother. That was a good man.
So what do you think about? Go ahead.
We're gonna have to play LSU. They're gonna be a hard team this year, man.
I mean, you're playing at LSU, and that's going to be in October.
That sucks.
I see. The first. Do you have the schedule up there, LW?
I'm pulling it up. Twitter's being stupid.
Stupid Twitter. Stupid twatter.
That's the easiest way to do it.
So since it's called X, are you Xing now? Is that what it is?
I say Twitter. I fucking do all that.
No, it's cool.
X.
We're 39. We're allowed to.
I'm on X. Are you? Are you
love
really on
X?
X?
You should follow me on X. Okay. Well, no, but okay. Bama needs to worry about Vandy. I don't know about that. I feel like I don't feel like Bama's going to let that embarrassment happen again.
Jay's just Jay.
There
we
it is.
go.
Yeah, that's a nice one. I mean, we can all agree that. Oh wait, is that this year? Is that this year's schedule? That's 2023, man.
Yeah.
Let's say, wait a second, hold on. I don't see Miami on this one.
Yeah, because we beat Miami there. They beat us in 24, and we almost beat Alabama that year.
Well, that's just like the Texas Aggies to post that today.
Did they post it today?
It's one of the first things I saw.
Well, either way,
I don't know. Can you just
I can just
pull it up and just read it off?
Put the link in the private chat. All right, so I think we can all agree. August 30th.
You got to tell me, man.
Texas-
I never checked the damn.
Oh, that's what I said. I think I put it in private chat. Anyways, they start off with a UTSA. I think we can all agree that's probably a win. Then they're at home again. Utah State probably wins, so they're 2-0. Then they go on the road to Notre Dame. I don't know about that one.
That could be a coin toss. They kicked
I think
our
it
ass.
depends on their quarterback play. Not A&M's, but Notre Dame's quarterback play. I think it all depends on the quarterback play.
Yeah, they kicked our ass last year. That was the first team we played off the jump.
Yeah, playing in Notre Dame though, that's an atmosphere that.
Well, you know what made me sad is we beat them the first half. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's not what matters,
Yeah, that's true.
So then we have Auburn.
Yep, they got Auburn after that. It's at home, so I'm assuming A&M's going to win that one because I just don't have any. I witnessed Jackson Arnold all last year, and it was as frustrating as I can ever remember watching an OU quarterback. However, I will say that Jackson Arnold was not given a fair shake in that offense because Seth Luttrell was trying to run this old Mangino type offense that he ran when he was at OU. It had some different, looks to it. Joe John Finley was kind of there trying to install the same thing. It was just an outdated offense that did not work. So I'm curious to see what Jackson does with an actual legitimate quarterback coach, because towards the end, when OU brought in a different coach to coach him at quarterback, he started to look not like a high schooler. So I'm curious to see what happens under that, but I still think A&M probably beats Auburn. So I guess we got to stop now. Gutters is here.
Hey, Gutters.
What up?
So you listened to this and said, why not?
I actually sat back and went, are they going to shut the hell up?
I know you said that.
Well, just pretend we're talking about your RV for about 10 more minutes, okay?
Mm-mm. No, don't make me throw balls of fire at your ass.
Did she just go mage on us?
Mhm.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Jesus.
Mhm.
All right, then Mississippi State at home, win.
Florida,
Florida, 50-50.
I don't know. It's a toss up. Kind of depends on what.
We can talk about football all night.
You just earned a mute. Mississippi State win. Florida 50-50. Arkansas.
It's at Arkansas though. I don't know. I think Arkansas could be cooking with something later in the year.
We're gonna barbecue some hog meat that day. Let's just say that.
I'll probably put A&M down as a win. For
Stop.
Let us finish our conversation.
Then at LSU, that's a
them.
loss.
That's a loss. At Missouri's a win.
Hey, doubting Thomases.
South Carolina.
That's
Oof.
probably a loss.
I'll take A&M at home. Then Samford, win, and then at Texas, that's a loss. So I'm counting 1, 2, 3, possibly 4.
We're gonna
Yeah,
get-
I got 4 losses on them, but that still could be good enough to get into the playoffs at this point.
We're gonna barbecue some hog and some beef.
Like if they lose against LSU but win out the rest of the year, A&M's going to the playoffs.
If they win out, I tell you what, Texas been putting up some pretty good teams.
That LSU game is going to be pivotal. If they lose that game, they have to win out. But if they end up winning that game, A&M might sneak in. I don't know, but it kind of depends on what the rest of the SEC is going to do, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, we can stop talking about it. We got Gutters here.
No, we're going to talk about Alabama football before we leave the subject. So
Oh, all right. Well,
we're not going
it's
to
your
talk about
show.
college.
I'm just
We're not going to talk
here for the
about
ride.
college football and not talk about the University of Alabama Crimson Tide. So,
Can
what
we admit
else?
that you have a lot of fake national titles, though?
oh, here we go with that shit.
I'll
knew it.
just say, no, wait.
What'd
I'll
you say?
just sit here and look pretty.
Okay, you do that. And also, shut the fuck up. Can you pull up their schedule and read it off?
Yeah, hold on.
No, man.
You know what I love is everybody says these people get paid for this shit on ESPN and YouTubers and stuff like that. They say, "Well, Bama's done. They don't have Nick Saban." Well, no other team has Nick Saban either. So how's that going to work? Somebody has to win.
All right, so and I will post this again. I'll post this in private chat. So if you want to look at it with me, so it starts out at Doak Campbell Stadium, Florida State. I just don't see how they're going to make. I don't see how they're going to make any waves next year. I think that Norvell's probably gone after this year. Maybe, I don't know. With the new NIL stuff, maybe they can't afford to buy him out. I have no idea, but I think Bama's going to roll Florida State.
They absolutely are.
University of Louisiana, Monroe, the Warhawks, that's a win. Wisconsin, because that's in Alabama, that's not. Wisconsin stands 0 chance. That's a win.
If we
You
had a
get a
good
bye.
quarterback if we had a good quarterback last year, we would have beat them by 70.
And then you got Georgia at Georgia. I don't know, man. It depends on the quarterback play from both teams because they're both starting new quarterbacks this year, right?
Yeah. That's a win.
So
for
I
Alabama.
need to see the first 3 games from both teams, but right now because it's at Georgia, I'm leaning towards Georgia.
They can't stop Ryan Williams, so I doubt they're. And they lost their both safeties to the NFL, the cornerback to the NFL. I'm sure these
Oh.
new guys are really going to lock them down, right, Jay?
Yeah. No, I mean it seems like Georgia just reloads. So I'm marking that as a loss, but I need to see the first games from both Georgia and Alabama before I make, because I don't know what the quarterback play is going to be. Then after that, you got Vanderbilt. That's a win. I don't see Vanderbilt doing what they did in Bryant-Denny Stadium. Especially, you're going to have some pissed off Bama fans from that one. That one's going to be personal.
Fans ain't playing though.
Fans aren't playing, but fans make a difference, especially in a loud damn stadium.
Yeah,
on,
they're
man.
going to be Vanderbilt's going to get beat by 30.
I understand that. We invented the 12th man. Come on.
Then you've got at Missouri. I
Win.
think Missouri is going to be down this year. That's a win. Then you've got Tennessee. Tennessee, if they would have held their team together in the offseason, I would have said this one would have been a close one, but because they're basically going to have to reload. I mean, not basically. When you lose your quarterback, that's a pretty big step back. I don't care who you are.
I don't even know who the quarterback is. I mean, I think Jay
they brought in
Shine's
some transfer. They brought in some transfer. I think that Bama wins that game. So right now, I've got Bama only losing once. And then at South Carolina, I don't know what the Gamecocks this year, man. They're kind of up in the air with me. I don't know if they're going to be worth a damn or if they're going to be like last year, was it a fluke, or are they going to be just as good this year? I have no idea. I'm going to say they win that game, but I think it's going to be close.
Yeah.
So then you got an off week, and then you got LSU. God, I think that LSU gets Bama this year in Tuscaloosa. I'm pretty high on LSU.
They're tough.
Yeah. Pretty high. And then you got Oklahoma. That's again in Tuscaloosa. Again, I don't think that Bama's going to let I don't think they're going to let Oklahoma do what they did last year, because that was an embarrassment. That offense had no business scoring on Bama. It was an embarrassment. So as an OU fan, I am also a realist. I don't think Oklahoma wins that game. I could be shocked. I hope I'm shocked. But if I'm a betting man, I'm betting for Bama and hope that OU wins. So that's a win-win for me.
Yeah.
Then you got Eastern Illinois Panthers. That's probably a loss. I mean, Bama surely can't beat Eastern or Illinois Panthers. I mean,
yeah, I've got them at worst 10-2, with the 2 losses being at Georgia and at South Carolina as potential losses.
yeah, I've got 10-2, same thing in Georgia and at at Georgia and LSU being the 2 losses.
Yeah, and one reason I think they're going to be better than people think is they have a lot of returning starters. They had a first-year coach going from Saban to KB, new defense, defensive style, especially up front on how they play on the defensive line. But they've got these guys returning: Overton, Keenan, James Smith on the edge. They got Rousseau, who showed a lot of signs. Deontay Lawson is back. Sting linebacker. Justin Jefferson showed a lot of flashes. He played a lot. And their backfield, the cornerbacks and safeties and nickel. That last year was the first year they ever played together. You had the transfer from USC, Jackson. You had Saab transferred in from Michigan. Xavier Brown was a true freshman. Red Morgan was a true freshman. None of these guys played together. And then Bray Hubbard came in, and he played fantastic. And
yeah.
on offense, I mean, most of the O-line's back. It's all about the quarterback. I mean, we've Ryan Williams, Bernard are back. The transfer from Miami, Horton, plus 2 guys that we lost last year to career or season-ending injuries, Cole Adams and Jalen Hale. They're back. I like this team.
Yeah, I think 10-2 is probably the peak. If they fall under, if they fall below 10-2, I think it'd be a disappointing season for them.
Yeah, they're loaded with depth too. Their recruiting hasn't stopped. I mean, they just signed 3 5-stars yesterday or the day before yesterday.
Yeah.
And I think he finished top 4 last year. I think, or at least top 5.
Well, I don't put much faith in any recruiting ranking anymore. You know, everybody just reloads from the NIL. The recruiting is just you're going to some farm team to learn the basics, and then you're transferring and going to where you want to go play. That's pretty much what's happening.
Yeah. All Alabama needed last year was a quarterback who could throw over the middle. This, all the Milroe lovers, you were racist if you didn't. He sucked. He could run and he could throw the deep ball. He could not read anything. He could not anticipate anything. He couldn't throw people open. He was terrified to throw it over middle. When you only have one running back screen, wide receiver screen, or a deep ball, you can't beat anybody, or not enough people to get to the playoffs. It was horrible. He was horrible.
I don't know. Well, should we do Oklahoma's real quick since that covers our teams?
Yeah, let's do Oklahoma.
All right. So they're starting off with Illinois State. That's just going to be a practice game for them. It's going to be a warm up. Then it's the following Saturday that I have no idea how to gauge it. It's too early in the year, but you got Michigan Wolverines coming to Norman. I'd like to think OU wins that game because you're going to be bringing in that true freshman quarterback into Oklahoma, which is not really known as a hostile environment. And I'm saying that because there's no traditions at Oklahoma as far as like the chants and stuff. I mean, there is when you do. I have always been I've always been a critic of how OU fans are. They're the most fair weather damn fans I've ever seen. They're not, unless the game is good, they don't stand up and yell the entire game. And I will say that there's been a few games I was at that it was like that. And with that being said, that was during the Big 12 era where, especially in the last, 10 years of that Big 12 era where you didn't have any teams coming to Norman that was any good. I mean, the only time that you would have a reason to cheer was every now and then OSU. So I'm going to reserve judgment on that and say that now that they're in the SEC, I think the fans are going to get way more hyped up and fired up because when we were in the Big 12 South during that whole reign, it was excellent football at home. It was great. But I think Oklahoma gets them, but I think it's going to be a close game. So then they go at Temple, which for whatever reason we're playing Temple at Temple. I guess that was a home and home
wild.
thing. It is wild. Yeah. So, I mean, of course, Temple plays at Lincoln Financial Field, which is where where the Eagles play. I think, OU steamrolls them. And then you got Auburn in Norman. That's when Jackson Arnold comes home. No, there's no fucking way that OU's losing to Auburn. None. I think that now that it's personal since the quarterback left, and then he's going to be playing with a chip on his shoulder, and then the rest of the team's going to be playing with a chip on their shoulder. I don't see that being an Auburn win, especially OU's defense is looking like they're going to be even better than they were last year. It's the offense that need to get fixed. Then you got an off week, and then it's Kent State at home. That's a win. And then you go into Texas. You got to go to the Cotton Bowl. OU could be 5-0 going to the Cotton Bowl. Texas might have a loss going into the Cotton Bowl because I don't think they got to play Ohio State pretty early.
Yeah.
So they could have a loss going into that. And that game is so unpredictable. I've been at those games where OU had no business being in it and they win. And then I've been to games where, OU was picked by 2 touchdowns and they get blown out by 50. So that's a toss-up game. But I think this year, it depends on how Arch Manning plays. It depends how OU's defense plays.
That's a wild rivalry.
That is, yeah. It's a crazy rivalry. The fans. I've been to multiple. I've been probably to, I'd say, a dozen or so of those games. It's crazy. It's hectic. It's amazing. Win or lose, it's a fun game to go to. But of course, I'm a homer. I'm going to pick Oklahoma. And then you got at South Carolina. I just don't know how to pick those guys. I want to say Oklahoma wins that game, but that's a toss-up. I think that maybe because it's at William Bryce Stadium, they probably lose. So there's the probably first loss of the year. Then you got Mississippi, Ole Miss coming into to Norman again. I don't know what to think of that team. Lane Kiffin has a way of rebuilding teams really quick. Yep. But being that this is in Norman, I think OU edges it. At Tennessee, I don't know what Tennessee's going to have. They may have an inept offense just like OU had last year. They may have a good defense and then an inept offense. We have no idea. So that could be a win. Then it's an off week, and then OU gets blown away by Alabama. It's just going to happen.
Good answer. Good answer.
Well, I'm just a realist. I just don't see OU going into Tuscaloosa and winning that game. Not after what happened in Norman last year. There's going to be a chip on their shoulder, and OU plays down on those kind of games historically, and I don't know why. Then OU has Missouri coming to town. They win that game, and then OU has LSU coming to town. They probably lose that game. So I'm looking at peak level. OU loses 3 games, 9-3. And I think that if OU goes 9-3 with this schedule, that's probably enough to get them in.
Yeah, it could go. It's like that's you when you look at that schedule. It's like it could be 7-5 or 9 or 10 wins.
It's right. I mean, these are okay. So Michigan's a toss up. Auburn's probably a toss up. Fuck Texas. South Carolina's probably a toss up, and let's throw Old Miss in there. I mean, there are 5 toss-up games that it can go south either way. And there's going to be people out there saying that, well, this is Brennable's last year if he doesn't win at least 7 games. And I disagree with that because again, I said this earlier, in the age of NIL, I don't believe that college coaches are going to just be willy-nilly let go because these football programs have to put the players first and they have to be able to pay them at this point. So I don't see them just willy-nilly getting rid of Brent after they've already re-signed him. What was it, a year ago, 2 years ago, I think it was. And last year, a lot of people forget, and I'm not using this as any kind of excuse whatsoever, but last year people forget that Brent, he was not only dealing with all the turmoil with the football program, but he was also dealing with a lot of home turmoil because his wife had cancer come back twice on her now. And he was dealing with that during the season. I'm not using that as an excuse. I know he wouldn't use that as an excuse, but that weighs heavy on him. He's a heavy, big family guy. So in Brent, I still trust, and I know there's probably some people think that I'm crazy for that, but he's a great defensive mind, and now he's calling the defense this year. They didn't bring in another coordinator. He's calling it. Well, actually, they brought in what's his face from Clemson, but he's just going to be an analyst. He's not really calling any. He's just going to help scheme. But Brent's calling the defense, and then you bring in a new offensive coordinator who actually has a legitimate offense that looks like what OU's always been trying to run, even with God, I can't remember his name, the guy from Mississippi State now. He used to play at OU.
My God, has it not been 15 freaking minutes yet?
Okay, I'm done.
All right, now she's muted. It's okay. She'll wait. Is there a number
Suck my
though?
dick.
How are you unmuting yourself?
I have powers. Fine, go ahead. Blah, 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 blah.
There is a number though for you, right? For OU fans, like, man, if we go 6-6, or is it 7-5? Like, is there a number? That where you say?
I think that if he goes 6-6, that's probably going to trigger the donors to buy him out.
Yeah.
If he goes 7-4, I think he's here next year. So 7-4 is probably the bar. If he makes that, he's probably back for one more year, but he's not going to get a renewal, right? So that's just my opinion. And of course, if he drops below 6-6, that's done. He's down at the end of this year. Period. End story. They're going to clear house with that place. But see, I just think that now with this new general manager they brought in, they're taking a lot of load off of Brent. So, they were still running the old way of doing things where Brent was running the entire program. Well, now that's not necessarily the case. So, yeah, I think they're over under a 6.5. Which, if I'm a betting man, I take the over.
Yeah, I take over because I saw 7. Yeah, I'd take 7. I'd take the over.
Yeah, I mean, I think the ceiling realistically is 9-3. And again, with this schedule, I mean, Texas, they got one of the easiest fucking SEC schedules that I've seen in a long time. And
it was super easy last
Florida,
year.
Yeah, poor Florida and Oklahoma. We just, God dang, it sucked.
I looked at their schedule last year. I was like, I don't care what he does. They can't fire this guy with that schedule. I don't care. He fucking loses all of them.
Yeah, no, it's just. Anyways, I'm done. We can go Gutters Hour now.
As the season gets closer, we're going to do a college football show extravaganza, and we won't invite Gigi in her stupid little plane. for that one. So we'll jump off the college football
Good.
topic.
Do not invite me for that one, please.
We will not. I might even ban you
Good.
from the chat just from talking shit.
You know what? I'll come in with an alt. No, you won't do no such thing.
I can see her wagging her finger at you as she says that.
Actually, it was my head bobbing back and forth, like I come from I don't know
As
Well,
per
my-
usual.
wherever
I
they do
love
that.
a woman who bobs her head back and forth.
My
Well, I'll be right back. That bottle of
you-
water and bottle of Gatorade has come back to bite me. So I'll be right back.
sure. I get on here and he leaves.
So who is your team?
She doesn't have a team.
Yes,
don't
she
have a
does.
team.
If
No, she
you
doesn't.
yes, she does. She likes the Ducks.
No way.
Way, she's from that area.
It doesn't matter.
I know, but she likes
Here's the
them.
deal. I don't like it so much that I would go for the Beavers.
The
She
Beavs.
loves the Beavers.
She'd go for Portland State
It-
just for
Ew.
their politics.
Hell no.
Now you're gonna get her mad.
Right? Now you're triggering me.
Now you're trolling.
You know, I didn't know they were a private school until somebody I knew went there, and I was like, Portland State? I was like, is that like a land grant school? I was like, no, it's a private school. I was like, really? Had no idea.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're known for. I guess hippies
Riots.
and protest. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everyone wants to talk about Cal Berkeley being the disruptor of protest. Now go to Portland State. They're giving them a run for their money.
Well, just because LW loves it when I talk about this, I'm going camping. My RV is fixed.
Yeah, I heard about that. It was just another it was a relay, right?
It was a relay. Lord.
Yeah, them big RVs like that are known for their weak links on them that part relay switches, and oh my god, that's why I decided not to go get that one down in Texas.
Here's
I'm a
one
good-
of the things
I
that
don't need that much.
like when the newer ones, here's what I've discovered. They're made like shit, but everything's identified. So at least you know what's going on in the sense of you know where to you know how to shut off the hot water tank when you go to winterize it. On these older ones, they don't all that shit. If it was there, it's all rubbed off so you can't see it no more. It's just you got to know what you're doing. And if you're a new RVer, I mean, I just researched it. I never owned an RV before this. So, yeah.
Well, you have a model number and a VIN number. It seems like you could get a schematic for all the portables and all the relay switches and
I think
all
you
that
can
shit.
for about $750.
Come on, man. I need to sell you something. If you pay that for the schematics on
I
one of
ain't
them,
paying that. Why you think I ain't got it?
I tell you what, email me the model and the VIN,
Okay.
and I'll see what I can do for you. I'm an old
Thank
car guy. Remember that.
Okay. I will definitely do that because here's what's cool is the guy that we had working on it is my son's father-in-law, and he is like an old guru at just tinkering with shit. So he's one of those guys that he'll go mess with it, and then he'll
Figure it
go
out.
research a little bit, and then he'll kind of sit back and think about it, and then pretty soon he goes back out, looks at it again, and messes with a little more, and then he does that for a few days, and then pretty soon he's like, okay, got it. And that's exactly how he didn't
Yeah.
really know if that relay was going to work. He just thought, okay, well, there's no electricity coming to it, so I better change it out. So, and it was cheap to replace. So, and
No.
lo and behold, that's what it was.
I just want to ask this as a general question. How many people knew we'd be talking about RVs?
Wah.
She showed.
Sorry.
What-
It's okay. I figured I would just go ahead and take it because LW muted me.
Oh, there's pools. What's up
I
there?
don't want to talk about
Uh,
college football. I want to talk about RVs
and we were.
with their arms folded, stomping down the hallway.
I was. I went and told Mark, them fuckers.
I'm going to my Winnebago.
Once again, I raised my glass to Omar. He took one for the team, boys.
Poor
He
Mark.
took one for the team. I mean, cost him a thumb too. He's got a toe for a thumb, but I love that guy.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
missing a few fingers.
My new ex-wife, my future ex-wife, I need to find one that likes college football and hates RVs for sure. That's what I
Well,
need to find me. I need to
I-
find me a college
You
football
probably
lady.
should do that.
I don't know, man. Camping's pretty fun. But
First
that
of
ain't
all-
camping. That's glamping.
I would not be looking for a new ex-wife. I might look for a new ex-girlfriend, but I wouldn't look for a new ex-wife.
You have to
No,
buy
that's
You're
the-
doing it fucking wrong, LW.
That's
Once
a
you
joke.
fuck up once, and you don't do that again.
Oh, I've
Yeah.
retired from that game. I've retired from that game.
Yeah, he's turned gay.
Well, he is if they want to get married.
No, he doesn't. He's not gay. He's my
That's
hero.
that's what I'd say. You want to get married? Nope, I'm gay.
Right.
Yes,
No,
Yeah.
just found out I was gay. I really love dick. Bye.
Well, nothing like a good old man sweaty cock to get me going. You know what I mean?
Says
Well,
an Alabama fan and an Aggie fan.
We have a
Right.
friend that him and his wife have been separated for 20 years and they have no intentions of getting a divorce. And the reason why is because people want to marry them and they just go, yeah, sorry, can't. I'm already married. I can't. Sorry. And they don't hold, it's not like they rely on each other. They have their own lives and do their own thing and support themselves. And so,
That's odd. That's very strange.
yeah,
Well,
hey,
You know,
keep them
and it's usually cheaper for insurance and all kinds of. There's lots of reasons to stay married once you've established yourself as an old married couple.
That is one of the reasons too.
And there's other reasons that they play the welfare hard is they leave their wife and then she'll get government assistance and
Oh yeah,
and he's even eligible for government assistance.
yeah. Those two wouldn't have never. She was a nurse and he had his own business. So
That was it, it's just good tax reasons right there. And insurance.
yeah, they've just always worked for him. I always thought it was a good idea.
Well, that sounds like a complete nightmare. But have you, any of y'all heard anything in the news y'all want to talk about?
Okay, so I'm just catching up on this big beautiful bill thing, and it looks like he's
BBB.
the BBB. It looks like he really is trying to cut Medicare.
He's trying to get the people that really are not there that are drawing. Excuse me. The way I hear it, it's not he's not cutting say like my welfare or other people, regular folks' welfare. He just wants the fraud and the waste. He's going after the fraud and the waste. And I mean, there's a lot of fraud. There's supposedly been a bunch of arrests made about the fraud and stuff. So
Inside the government?
and yeah, supposedly.
Well, let me Google this. Let me look this up.
Government and fraud don't belong in the same sentence. We know that.
Not unless you started out. There was fraud in the government.
Yeah. Well, while you're googling that, I saw Big Dog Mall was talking about the Idaho shooter. I don't know much about that. I was flying back when that was all happening, and it sounds like he got taken care of, is what it sounds like. But it sounds like he hurt a couple firefighters. Which was that an
And
act
he
of direct?
killed a couple firefighters.
Yeah, was that an act of direct domestic terrorism, or did they figure out a motive?
I don't know.
Oh, it's definitely terrorism. Just start killing people.
Well, especially when they're trying to fight a fire.
Well,
was
didn't he start the
firefighters.
fire? Didn't he start the fire to lure them out and then started taking pot
I
shots?
don't know if he started it, but I just know that he
I
shot
haven't
him
even
while
heard,
they were
I haven't even
trying
heard
to.
about it.
Mhm.
I think it was a. I
Ambush.
feel like it was from what I was listening to. He started said fire and lured said firefighters so that he could take shots at them.
Well, that's luck.
I think that was the motive. Well, not the motive. That was what happened.
What I could find about the arrest is that they busted 300. Sorry, I don't have my glasses on. I'm trying to make sure I can read this correctly. 324 defendants nationwide, which include doctors, nurses, pharmacists, and scammers involved in showing how to scheme and steal from Medicare. So it's a bunch of doctors and nurses and pharmacists.
Okay, like I said, I just seen there was some arrests with some fraud in the government, so I didn't know. Just got a little clip of it.
Which is good. It's good they caught them.
Yeah.
But I guess my overall point would be that's not why we're broke. It's because of those
No.
300 doctors and nurses stealing from the.
No, then you got the NGOs that are still out there that that a lot of that money's drying up since they got rid of that free money sign, and they're free to print money. They had their own machines printing money. You know what I mean? So, I don't know, man. There's so many people stealing from the government, and the government is us. If y'all don't know that,
Well, did you see?
Government.
Did you see where the Senate? I guess they got the bill, and they took some stuff out of it, and has sent it back to the House. And the Senate pretty much took out anything that was good, like prohibit welfare for illegal aliens, stop funding the sex changes for kids, end registration for suppressors of guns, defund Planned Parenthood, implement the REINS Act, and reduce the deficit. They took all that shit out and sent it back to the House. The Republicans did.
Well, I thought it passed by one vote, and now it's up at the Senate.
Yeah, but they what's that lady from Maine or whatever? But it's been sent back to the House, from what I understand.
Well, I'm going to reiterate what Gutters always says: one fucking bill, one fucking law. There's no reason for us to be passing these omnibus packages. Stop that crap.
Absolutely. And I'd like to recheck that whole thing about the AI with the no regulation kind of thing going on.
And the spending.
And the spending, exactly. And I will too also verify I agree with Gutters and the one bill at one time, one at a time.
There's only
part of my.
There's only two politicians in the government who want that to happen, and it's Thomas Massey and MTG. They're the only two.
I think Rand Paul brought it up too. I think he ran on
in the Senate. Yeah,
2016 is that when he ran?
Yeah.
I just think they ought to stop. I think that should be a vote like you're voting for president. Let's have a quick vote. One bill at a time. That's how we want you to conduct our business.
One law.
One law.
Well, and how do we get that message across to politicians that that's what we want? How do we do that?
Maybe start here. Get us some T-shirts. One bill. One bill.
One law at a time.
One bill.
I mean,
at
it's
a time.
common sense.
Well, because one bill means like they have 500,000 pages in it, so it's one law at a time.
Well, what I mean is one bill, one law. That's what I've been saying. Like, no, if you can't fit the verbiage on, let's say, 10 pieces of paper, it doesn't need to be a law.
Yeah, you're trying to confuse somebody.
But it needs to be one law. The minute that you say, well, it can be 10 pages long, they're going to go, great, we're going to stick 10 pages worth of laws in there. No, it needs to be one law. I don't know where they came up, what Throw away the fucking bill. There's no reason to have a bill.
Well, a bill is you got to explain what the bill's about. They vote on it. Okay. Describe the bill, have a vote. You know, it's got to be done that way because too much shit gets hidden in. That's how they got most of their money.
That's why I'm saying it has to be a law, one law, not a bill. The minute that you put a bill in, now it's, I know you guys keep saying, well, it's one law, one bill, but the minute that you say a bill, now they're going to put 14 laws into that bill. We can't do that.
Well, I think that if it falls outside the framework of the description of what it is, then yeah, throw it out. Like if we're passing a tax reduction act and they add in spending for condoms for some gay community in Afghanistan, and no, stop. That's not quit. That's the stuff I want to stop.
Yeah.
Well,
it can be only the subject. I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother.
No, I was just clearing my throat. Go ahead.
I agree with you. It should be about the one thing precisely, in a cut or whatever they're made the bill of. It's got to be about one thing, and no, you don't get to shove other shit with it to try to sneak in some other money. We're talking about buying an acre of apples. We're not wanting any oranges at the time. We're going to settle about the apples and the apples only.
Okay,
Well,
so
my suggestion would be for everybody to, whoever their representatives are, is to vote them out of office and primary them with Thomas Massey's and MTG. That's the only way to solve it. And, we can sit around here and bitch about it all day, but nobody's ever locally going to do the work to find the Thomas Massey, to find the MTG, who are going there and do that. So,
It's kind of hard where I'm at. I live in a Democrat state, blue state, but I don't think it's really blue actually, because when I've seen people out holding signs for a party, and we outnumbered them so many times. So many more people had Trump stickers around here and in their signs than they did Biden and Harris. And so I don't know. Maybe the fix was in.
well, I feel like we need to start at the local level, start at your city, start at your state level. I mean, the Democrats did that, 30 years ago, and now look what they had the long game in mind. So I feel like that's a good start, but at the same time, it's like, why, if I were to write my local representative and say, hey, why are we not using common sense practice here? I don't care what side of the aisle you're from. I think everybody should agree, if you have one item up for vote, you should just split it out one at a time. There's no reason for that to be why are we shoving this stuff into a bill and then just willy-nilly pass it? That's how we got Obamacare. That's how we got the Patriot Act. That's how we got all of this crap that we deal with, that we now find out about, that how bad it was, that we don't want. And by the way, let me just go ahead and add, there should be a 12-year sunset clause in there. After 12 years of that law being enacted, they have to re-vote on it to either re-up it or it just sunsets and it goes away. That means government actually has to do their job. If they want to keep things going, they have to do their job. We need to start holding these people accountable.
I like that. That's a good idea, but I don't think it should be 12 years. I think it should be 8 years. That's two different cycles.
I saw clips of it, Ma. It was pretty good.
See, I completely disagree. I think the less we have of government, the better. So to give them, oh, well, in 10 years, we want you to go back through this, fuck that. It's a law, and until somebody actually votes something in that changes that or revokes that law, then I think it should remain that law, because this is part of the problem is we give them excuses to go back in and piddle fart around. I mean, look how much time they spend in there doing basically not a fucking thing.
Yeah, but I'm talking about these tax bills. We get hit with these tax bills and these tax increases. Yeah, after 12 years, if you don't re-up it, it's gone. See ya.
Well, It happens, and this is what's going to happen in this bill. They're going to end up raising taxes later
Mm-hmm.
because you you can't cut taxes and triple spending. The government has no money. The money they have is from us. So
Right.
you're gonna cut taxes but raise spending. That makes no sense. So then what the government will have to do is borrow money, and that raises interest rates, or just print it, which is not good, just to print money when you run out and you're
And the
broke.
rich get richer and the poor get poorer.
And
Well, do
this
you
bill,
guys-
this bill is the biggest spending bill in the history of bills.
So you guys realize how the rich get paid, right? And this
Well,
makes
hold on.
me laugh. Okay, go
Let
ahead.
me finish my point real quick. So all I'm saying to Trump MAGA people, I'm not a party. I vote individually, depending on issues or whatever. But when the deficit raises by $5 to $10 trillion over the next 5 to 7 years, and you have the federal government overriding your local government about all that AI stuff, you cannot complain about it. You can't. That's all. You can't complain about it.
Yeah. Well,
And if you do, the only blame goes to the Republicans and the President of the United States. That's the only people to blame.
Yeah. I think there's going to be a reduction in the deficit myself. I think that's the biggest goal he has in mind. And this guy knows how to win. He knows how to take it out. I mean,
So you think by raising spending and also raising the ceiling by $5 trillion?
that's not him. That what you're talking about. If you're raising the debt, then you're talking about Biden's. That's Biden's property. That's why they're trying to pass the BBB, because without it, we go up to a 68% tax loophole or something like that.
The $5
So-
trillion is in this bill.
But there's a lot of stuff in that BBB bill that, just cancerous for us.
No, it's going to be one BBC right up y'all's ass, is what it's going to
That's
be.
what I
BBB.
said. It's cancerous.
I
I'll
Did I?
be right back.
I said it was cancerous, but most of that stuff in that bill is cancerous to us. We're just shitting on our own floor. So I don't know. They scare me. This thing's gonna
So-
be the world I gotta stay alive in.
So
Go
has
ahead,
anybody noticed that the Dow Jones has recovered completely from all the crap that Trump put us through in the last 3 months? I mean, we're back to, November levels, where it was 44,780, 2 points. What are we closed at 44,094. So I mean, we're back to where we were. We've pretty much brought back all that money back into the economy since Trump's gotten in office. And I don't really see a whole lot of that in the news. Like I'm not hearing people rave and rant about, hey, we've made an economic comeback. Since April 21st of this year, there has been just gradual gains to the point where we're at. Because April 21st was when we were at, looks like a low of 38,000. So I mean, and our lowest point we're at 37,600. So this is something I've missed in the news. I haven't realized that the Dow Jones has completely recovered from, well, not completely, but pretty much has recovered from all of the tariff talk.
Hey,
Yeah.
it's down to the lowest it's been in 4 years for a barrel of oil too. So
Yeah, that was fun during the little Iran dust up. They shorted stocks, and when it dropped, and politicians were like, buy, 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 and then dropped 2 bombs, said the war was over. People bought low and made a shit ton of money.
It's funny how they have the information to do that, and yet us common folk don't.
Yeah, and I don't think, I guess it is to an extent, but I don't think that really shows. It shows that a lot of fucking rich people are rich, and I hate to go Bernie Sanders here because I think he's an idiot, but the top 1% is making a shit ton of money. That doesn't that does, it's not a good reflection of how the American people are doing. But
No, well, again, and I know I've explained this to you once before, Eldub, or everybody, but the rich people in this country don't get paid the same way us regular folk do. They get paid in stock options, and what they do is they go to the bank and they say, "Hey, I want to pull out an X million dollar loan with these options as collateral." They're going to pay 3 or 4% interest on that loan, get the money. That then their stock options are going to go up because with the market it goes up and inflates, and they end up paying not a dime. In some cases, they make money. That's where people say, "Well, the rich don't pay taxes." No, because they don't have to. They go to the stock market to do this. They would prefer to pay those 3 or 4% interest rates to the bank than the 35 to 40% that you and I are having to pay. That's exactly how that works.
right.
So everybody wants to say, "Oh, these people need to pay their fair share." No, just close the loopholes. How about that?
Yeah.
Make
I mean,
it to
what's-
where, and not that I say regulation's good. I don't want to say that banks should regulate options, stock options being something that they can't use as collateral, but just saying, if you want that to stop, that's what you got to do.
Yeah. What's the tax code? Like 5,600 pages or something like that?
Oh, it's crazy.
You have to have a team of lawyers to fucking go through that shit.
Right. And those people can afford those lawyers, and those people would prefer to pay those lawyers versus paying the government because why? I don't know. All I know is that if you live in certain states, you get taxed to death. And if you're retired and you live in those said states, that's why people are moving to Texas. That's why people are moving to Florida. They're tax havens for people that are retired. There is a reason for that.
Oh.
I don't know what New Mexico's like for the
It's-
retirement side, but I can tell you where Gigi and I are at. Oh no.
Well, I mean, you know, if you get around the cities and stuff, it you know, price can go up, especially like in, of course, the capital town. It's expensive. Any little Adobe building around here is worth 300 grand. You know what I mean? That hold a couple of bedrooms or a single bedroom. I think what first needs to happen, the Fed, the guy is intentionally keeping the interest up high because he's a personal hater of Trump to begin with. There's no reason why he couldn't drop it down to 3, 2, and even 1%. You know,
I have my own opinions about that, and I don't necessarily have a problem with him keeping the rates at where he's at.
Right now, I think you know, after it would give the American people a break for one thing from going through the spending years of the Chinese Kung Flu, you know, and it'd be kind of like a little payback because we stuck with the Fed. When everybody knows that Trump had his way, the Fed would be gone tomorrow. You know, so
When was the Fed created? Was it 1913? Is that when the Fed was created?
Yeah, I think it was good old Woodrow Wilson.
You know, what's funny is that they put that central bank and the federal bank in place to prevent stock market crashes, which did nothing in 1929. And actually through the 30s as well. I mean, it did nothing. So, yeah, good job on that. Now, I will say, going back to the interest level thing, I think we're still running too lean. Just by looking at the numbers, I mean, the market's going up, and if we can hold these interest rates where we're at, I mean, we're going to gain ground on some of these debt questions. But what I'm concerned about is, you know, the AAA rating that we lost for our credit. You know, once the world starts losing faith in the U.S. government and its ability to back its debt, that's when you're going to start seeing markets start seizing and credit start flowing through the market. Yeah, that's a bad thing. Like the world kind of depends on the U.S. dollar, whether people like it or not. It's kind of the way this new, you know, modern day monetary policy works. It's good, bad, or indifferent.
It's true.
Do you
I don't
think-
like it any more than anybody else, but that's just how it is.
Do you think they took us off the gold standard because they already stole all the gold that was in Fort Knox, or what?
I don't know if that's the reason. I will say that there were a lot of countries that were looking at America during the whole Vietnam situation and the whole space program situation and the Cold War and all this that, they trusted us to hold their gold after World War II, and we became the basically the world reserve currency. And when they started looking at all these wars we were fighting on every front, all this money we were spending on space technology, plus we, had some turmoil in the government, these countries were saying, "Hey, we want our gold back." And there was a run on the bank, and it was Nixon that said in 1971 that said, "Hey, I am suspending the ability to exchange gold for the U.S. dollar. We're removing that." And that was basically to protect the United States economy because it was going to collapse if they did that. Now they've created a fiat currency that what I'd love to see us go back to some kind of like tangible currency that was backed on some kind of metal. Sure. I mean, some people can say Bitcoin's the same way, right? You can back it on Bitcoin, but that's completely 100% reliable on energy. If the power goes out, Bitcoin goes away. So you can't do that. These people, these crazy, nutty people that think that they want to use Bitcoin as the currency, they're out of their mind.
Yep.
So, yeah. And I don't mean to preach to people about this stuff. It just makes me mad that we are in this situation to begin with. And this all started under Nixon, unfortunately. Well, it probably started before that, but the big red flag was in 1971.
That was right at the end of the Vietnam War, and everybody, they got nervous because everybody wanted their shit back.
I mean, do you blame them?
Well, we were protecting them too. We're fighting communism, pal. That's not cheap.
Yeah, that was a political war. And by the way, in case people need to be reminded, the United States hasn't actually been in a war since the 1942 when they declared war in Japan. Every conflict after that was an illegal war. Everyone after that, because it's only Congress can declare war.
Here's something on that right here, buddy. You have good timing there, Baker.
I was just cute.
Can I ask you though? I mean, all this militarization has led to a state of permanent war. We've been bombing Iraq for 34 years. We put a war against the Taliban, who didn't attack us, instead of Al Qaeda, who did. Fought for 20 years, and the Taliban won anyway. We launched an aggressive war against Saddam Hussein, put the Ayatollah's best friends in power. We launched an aggressive war against Libya on this ridiculous hoax that Gaddafi was about to murder every last man, woman, and child in Benghazi. Imagine Charlotte, North Carolina being wiped off the map. Barack Obama lied in order to start that war. Completely destroyed Libya. It's now 3 pieces in a state of semi-permanent civil war, including, and this wasn't just back then, this is to this day, the re-legalization and re-institutionalization of chattel slavery of sub-Saharan Black Africans in Libya to this day as a result. Our intervention, this was not a direct overt war, but America, Israel, Saudi, Qatar, and Turkey all backed the bin Ladenites in Syria, completely destroyed Syria to the point where the caliphate grew up. And then we had to launch Iraq War III to destroy the caliphate again. And so I'm not seeing the peace through strength. I'm seeing permanent militarism and permanent war through strength.
Well said.
Yep.
I mean, you can't deny anything he said. I mean, everything he said right there was right.
No,
it's factually right. You can look back at it.
Yeah. We just helped overthrow Syria, and we put Al Qaeda. Israel and America decided we need Al Qaeda to be in charge of Syria, and now they're shutting down Christian churches, and it's insane.
Now, who could have foreseen that coming?
People, when they show, in September, they do a big tribute to 9/11, and you're like, oh, look at that. What a horrible day. And blah, 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 blah. Well, we put those guys in charge of Syria now, 25 years later. It's a fucking joke.
It's almost like there's a shadow government running this whole damn thing. Not just us, but the rest of the world. I mean, you look at France, right? The country of France. There's places in Paris that's no-go zones. Whenever I traveled out of country with work and whatnot, I didn't feel safe. In fact, when people ask me where I'm from, I say I'm Canadian. Eh? I never once said I was from America, and that's a fucking fact.
Yeah, man. I saw somebody was doing travel videos in Paris, and they're going around to the street food in the city, and everybody all the street vendors are all Middle Eastern. All of it's Middle Eastern food. I was like, I thought I was in France.
By the way, there's nothing wrong with Middle Eastern food. I think it's delicious.
No, it's not. But I'm just saying,
Yeah, it's not French. It's definitely not something you find in France. You're thinking, some really uppity food that looks gross but tastes delicious.
Right. But yeah, man. And we all know why we took out Gaddafi. He wanted to do basically like an African Union, their own currency, their own oil. He wanted to do all this stuff. That's what he wanted to stop trading petrodollar. I think he might have even stopped, but that's why they took him out.
I mean, Saddam Hussein was the same way. He wanted to stop giving Iraqi oil for US dollars. He wanted to trade it in his own currency.
And Scott Horton was right. We replaced the Iraqi government with pro-Iranian people. And now we're mad. It's just a never-ending. We'll be back at war with Iraq soon because they support Iran. Just watch. It's we create this stuff just so we can have an enemy later.
Yeah, I don't know.
Got to use them bombs on somebody, so they think. Look at there, MGTOW in here, Outlaw.
What's up, Outlaw? I gotta go. Let this dog out real quick. I apologize. Y'all keep it up and start arguing. Let's start political arguing. That gets views. Start calling each other names and stuff. It'll be good.
All right. Well, Doug, I heard you're a bigot. You bigot.
I am very much a bigot. Thank you for
you bigot.
letting me come out of that closet, bro. Thank you. I'm a bigot, son of a bitch.
You Trump bigot. You voted Trump.
Dude, why not? He is the supreme leader of the world.
That's right.
Don't you forget it.
Swear your allegiance.
I already have.
The thing about Trump in this last election, it's like people really looked at what was going on. If the Democrats would have allowed a primary instead of just putting Weekend at Bernie's up on the goddamn stand, maybe I would have voted for a Democrat because I didn't really like either option. But the thing is like, what are you going to do? I'm not going to vote Kamala in there because we've seen what 4 years of the Kamala, Biden administration look like. Because let's be honest, he wasn't really running that administration. I don't really think she was either, but that's beside the point.
Yeah, it's like this, bro. I back President Trump because I think he's the best president that we could have ever had to save our country. Because he's not one of them. He came back. He's a totally different cat now. He came back strong. Whether you agree with him not, he tries to keep it transparent. He's done everything he said he was going to do.
Yeah, I'm not denying that fact. Not at all.
Okay. What politician have you ever seen that promised this? Promises are never kept. Every one of them.
Ron Paul.
He's Ron Paul. Yeah, I'd throw him in there, and he's one of them. And Rand too.
Too. Yeah.
They both were outspoken men, and they cut from my cloth because I don't agree. I don't just blindly agree with everything Trump has to say. I believe in a bunch of what he has to say that I think is all benefit of us. Sometimes his ego does slip in, and he wants to keep reminding you of what he's done. And the people who back him already know that he's done, but he has to keep saying it to show these people who don't believe in him as president of the United States or hate him because they watch too much CNN and cook fake news. And if you don't say there's fake news, then I know I'm not talking to the real person I should be talking to.
Oh,
I believe that civil rights and our constitutional rights were being tramped on, being invaded, and I think it's gonna, a lot of it's coming out that we were being lied to. Our premier law enforcement agency was being was taken over, and they said it'd always be from the inside the way to get to the U.S., and that's what they just about did.
yep.
What do you think they keep trying to pass trans laws for us to pay for trans? They're trying to weaken the United States. Okay, do you know how much of that stuff is you put in your food and stuff like that is feminine hormones?
I mean, wasn't it Alex Jones that said they're turning the frogs gay?
Exactly. Another one of my heroes, by the way, Alex Jones, and he's like a prophet, man.
I mean, there was a whole lot he was right about.
Oh, absolutely. I take pretty much everything he says with his serious face as gospel.
Who?
Alex Jones.
Yeah, he's one of the ones that has pushed back on this bill and the Iran thing. Well, not many other people will.
No.
People are too loyal.
Yeah.
Mr. Duggar, what was
Yes.
the two things I was supposed to send you? The VIN number and what else?
The model of your vehicle in the year.
Okay.
And if you can, hey, do you have what do they call that?
What kind of illegal dealings are we doing?
Well, no,
Mhm.
I'm trying to find a schematic for her car or her camper. What is them ones which it shows you got? My mind is blank right now. I smoked way too much weed. That box,
That Fox.
yeah, that it tells you what happened to the car, how it's been
Oh,
treated.
Carfax.
Carfax. There you go, Carfax. I'm trying something jigger my brain. If you got one of those, I would appreciate a copy of one of those, and that because that'll let me know a lot of things, where it came from, that kind of stuff.
I do have all the paperwork on where it was bought to begin with.
All right, take me a couple snaps.
Okay.
You can blot out your information, whatever. Just
Photo
I won't do anything anyway with it to throw it, tear it up, throw it in the trash. Once we find what we're looking for. But other than that, yeah, that's what I need to find. That'll help so much. I'll find you one, and it won't be no $750. I guarantee you.
Okay. Yay. Thank you.
So, back to college football.
Hey, yeah,
So what do y'all
no.
think?
No. No.
Oh man, I'm really
Let's
starting
talk
to hate.
depressing politics.
I'm really starting to hate RVs.
Don't, Marvin.
Don't be a hater.
Once we get shit dialed in, it'll be fun. If not, then I'm selling it and getting a different one that's not so much of a headache. And I say that because I would just find one with no slides.
And I think it all goes back to Truman anyway. He told you to be worrying about the military building complex. Beware of them. The guys that make the bombs and stuff. They only make money when they sell them.
That was a good outgoing speech by Eisenhower when he left. He told everyone, "Watch out for this military-industrial complex. They're coming to get you."
Was it Eisenhower? I thought it was Truman.
That was Eisenhower. And boy, was he right. That's the last thing he wanted to tell the country. was watch out for these fuckers. I want to play this. They're joking about RFK Jr.
This could be our last day. Because they've killed all of his dad and his uncle.
And people are like, why is this guy so skeptical about stuff? Are you out of your
No,
mind?
it's crazy. People are like, why doesn't he trust the government to inject us with the right chemicals? It's like they killed. It probably got so non-eventful that he just opened his door when he was a kid and go, they just killed someone else. And he'd go, whatever.
Yeah.
Did he even get upset? After the third or the fourth one, it was probably like, yeah, we get it.
Yeah, after that, you got to be able to just bet on who it's going to happen to on prize.
Yeah,
picks
and they
or
would just
something.
come to him and be like, hey, so your nephew just flew into a mountain, we think. We don't even know. We think your cousin was eaten by a shark, but while she was skiing. Like, they didn't even make sense. They're like, she was eaten by a shark on the slopes, and he'd have to just take it. He'd have to go, yeah, man, that's what happens when sharks get in the mountains. It's fucked
Yeah,
up.
yeah. She fell through a pothole in her imagination.
Yeah, they would. None of it made
Yeah.
sense. They were like, there was one shooter who shot your father 18 times, but that shooter was blind.
Yeah, he was blind.
Blind man who shot your father in a hotel kitchen.
This is so sad to be
It's
laughing at.
crazy.
Have you been to the place?
This could be our last day.
That's hilarious.
Again, do you believe we went to the moon?
Yeah.
I mean, I will always say, when's the government ever told us the truth about anything? Just name one thing.
Waiting.
Well,
Ding, ding, ding.
It's sad that that's even a joke. It's sad but true.
yeah,
It's funny because it's true.
but that's such a good point. Why is he so skeptical? Because they killed his dad and uncle.
Right?
Probably a little
And then they tried,
skeptical too.
to pin it on, oh, he's got a family curse. No, I don't think it's a curse.
Right.
Somebody got a voodoo doll on him.
Maybe they knew something.
Starts, and it has 3 letters.
I mean, look what happened to, Nixon. They ran that psyops on Nixon and tried to make him out to be a bad guy. Watergate compared to what happens now, Watergate's nothing.
Nothing. I agree.
and he didn't even know anything about it. He just tried to cover it up.
Yeah,
How many people in there were of that group were in the CIA?
oh,
Confirmed, like most of them.
CIA is the reason we're in all these wars.
I mean, who started the CIA? Was it Hoover?
No, I thought he was FBI director.
I thought he was. Man, I don't know.
Um,
I keep that part of my brain blocked out. Otherwise, the crazy starts coming out.
yeah, we'll see.
It was back in the 50s.
People need to pray for RFK Jr. too,
Oh yeah.
because he came out today and said that they found a cover up in the CDC where they found that the Hep B vaccine increases autism by like 1,100%. That the CDC covered it up. So he needs
That's
to get some security guards.
I guarantee he's already got security coverage.
My fear is what's going to happen after this administration leaves and, they shift over to a different administration. Like, it seems like ever since Obama was in office, it seems like there's always an investigation of the previous administration. Does it not seem like that to you guys?
Yeah.
Evil never stops, bro. Evil never stops. All we can hope to have, we hope that our vice president isn't deep state too. You know what I mean? He walks the walk, but can he back that walk with talk? And actions when he takes over? Because that's who's going to be your next president. It's going to be JD.
Well, you might say evil never stops, but you know what does stop? Sliders on a camper.
Yeah, they do. They do.
randomly.
And that's an act of God right there.
Stop Gigi from going camping, and I'm upset for her.
She must be on drugs.
Or not on drugs.
Talking about politics, and she didn't want any part of it.
You know why?
Why?
Because we're making great points.
Oh, you guys are doing a fabulous job, and I am making up my live for tomorrow night.
Oh,
How's it
are
going?
any of us invited?
What?
We're
We're
going to
not
talk college
talking
football.
about football.
We're going to make this a GG football stream.
Yeah.
But yes, of course, you guys are always all invited. What the hell's wrong with you?
She talked more so far. She's talked more complaining about college football at the beginning than she has about anything else. I think
You know what?
we need to go back to college football just so she'll start talking again.
LWXYZ. You just hush.
Here's the thing. I thought she was just trolling us on how bad she hates college football. No, I feel the hate radiating
I
over
fucking
her.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
No, I mean, she's a horrible, horrible woman.
Get rid of Vaughn, man.
I love it.
I mean,
There you go.
I don't at the gutters. I don't care what these guys say. I think camping's fun.
She doesn't
are-
camp.
yeah.
She doesn't camp. She goes glamping.
I don't care.
Actually,
That's
we
fun
do.
too.
Like where we're going this weekend, we are definitely camping. I mean, yeah, we're sleeping in an RV, but that's about it. We're plugged into 110. I can do that out my driveway right now. And it's going to be like 100 degrees. So
Oh, it's miserable. It's miserable here. Like yesterday or today and tomorrow's gonna be bad.
Hey,
AC ain't going to work.
Harold,
Oh,
Harold man is a plane mechanic. I'm guaranteeing you that generator works from that sun gun.
yeah. They'll probably not be happy with me because we're all stuck right beside each, in it. I feel like we're going to a powwow because it's
So-
all in a circle. And
Are you not going out? Are you not dry camping, or you're actually going to an RV park?
no, we're dry camping. We
Okay.
are on somebody's property, basically.
That's the best way to do it. I'm sorry. I hate
Yes.
RV parks. RV parks are horrible.
I'd rather BLM it, whatever. I don't mean that kind of BLM.
GG the dry docker.
There's some
Yes.
beautiful places you can go up around here that you don't even have to pay to go in and camp out.
Yeah.
Same
It's
way
the
here.
most beautiful places in the world,
Mhm.
you know.
Now I
And
think this big beautiful bill is going to sell off some BLM land.
Yeah, I'm not real happy about that.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. I kind of like being able to just drive 30 minutes east and be on BLM.
Well, we're gonna ruin. We're not gonna have anything feral. We need nature. We need to be able to get away from this whole techie world. And I just think if
I
you
agree.
take all that away, you sell it all. Where the hell are we gonna go?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, and plus, like this land, it's so rugged. I mean, it's really kind of worthless. I mean, in a sense of what are you going to mine it, or you can't really farm it. I guess you can ranch on it, but it's not. It's like tips of mountains and stuff. It's great for camping. That's about what it's good for, unless you're going to blow the tops off and start mining the rock out of it. Which, by the way, there's nothing but like quartz and bedrock and stuff. It's not going to get you anything but asphalt for paving roads.
Yeah.
the animals all go to the top it during the summer and migrate down during the winter. I leaned back. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I was just about to say.
Yeah, I know. I just snapped to it. But yeah, man, there's some beautiful places to camp out there though. We're back on camping in RVing, so I think it's time to change the fucking subject.
Let me ask you real quick, Gutters. Are you the type that if somebody brings out Starlink, are you going over and unplugging their Starlink?
No, I don't give a shit.
She'll be watching TV with them.
No
Right.
doubt. Can I link up?
Right. So BLM is a Bureau of Land Management. And so there's a lot of government land, especially on the western side of the United States, and it's public land. I mean, taxpayers pay for it. You can just go out there. There's no stopping you from going out there. So like a lot of people go out there in 4-wheel, a lot of people go out there and camp, a lot of people go out there and hunt, a lot of people just go out there and shoot guns. I mean,
It's our land.
it's a playground for adults pretty much.
Yep.
Absolutely.
So
I
I
love it.
like having BLM land
And
available
anybody
now.
can do it.
Now, out east you don't have it, so they don't get it. But out here, it's fantastic.
Yeah, because I mean, y'all got so much more. Like you just drew a line down the middle of the country to the west of that line, like straight through the middle of Texas, you know, all the way up to Canada. What is that, like 20% of the population lives on to the west of that line? So, I mean, y'all just got all this open
Yeah.
space.
Well, because the open space we have is not livable. I mean, it's mostly
right,
mountains.
right.
It's called
Well-
the Badlands for a reason.
Well,
Yeah, you
for
live,
the
you live,
normal
you live,
person.
you live where food grows. Yeah,
Well, you live where water's at, and
Yeah.
where a majority of this land is at. If you were to drill for water, you're drilling like 900 feet down, and then that
Yeah.
water that you're getting is going to be tainted with hard metals because you know it's runoff from some inner mountain. You know, it's horrible. It's all like rust colored water.
It will beat up a water softener. Or have
Yeah, absolutely.
sulfur. Sulfur's a big thing in the West.
Yeah, so I mean, the cost of building I mean, you're better off building an off-grid home and having water delivered and then using solar because again, people don't understand the cost of building out the power infrastructure to these remote places. It's not feasible without the U.S. government stepping in and giving subsidies. A majority of the towns out in the western side of the United States won't get power.
Mhm.
It's just a
Actually,
reality.
I think where you live, Baker, you actually have, don't you guys have a lot of sulfur in your water?
We do, yeah, and
Yeah.
it's not fun.
Oh, it
Now
stinks.
where I'm currently at, no, but just right up just a little way up the mountain,
Mhm.
absolutely, yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we have.
I-
I have hard minerals in my water. I don't even drink it. Our
Let me
cook-
just tell you that if somebody says that they have sulfur in their water, I won't shower at that. Like I'll just say, "No, I'll skip. Thanks. I'll just wash up. Thanks. I'll find me some water to." Yeah, that sulfur. Oh, the
Yeah,
smell.
I'm not sulfur water. It's just hard minerals because I live on the side of a
No,
mountain.
no, no. This is isn't it,
no,
Baker?
In Madrid, we had sulfur big time. It was a cold.
Oh, it's so gross. Smells like fucking rotten
Yeah,
fart.
it smells like rotten egg.
Ugh.
It's a horrid smell, and yeah, it'll straight up come out of your sink. You turn your water on, you can smell it.
Mhm. If you get it on your clothes, anything. Oh, it's just.
And then
gross.
also the water tastes really metallic too,
Mhm.
like up the mountain. Like, again, where I'm at, we get fed from a river, so it's not so bad. But just right up the mountain, if you tap into the water table there, it tastes straight up like hard metals.
Yeah, no thanks.
Now we do have some. Underground springs in certain areas that the best drinking water you ever drank, man. From straight
Mineral
out
Wells,
of the
Texas.
mountain. Yeah, and they got hoses attached to the rocks, and you can just fill up water cans, and it's just beautiful water, man. And we have little springs that all over the place on a few mountains that are really pure water, you know, because it's coming from underground through all that filterage. And I mean, there's a couple collection points that you can get, so that's pretty cool. But yeah, BLM, man, it's wonderful, man.
Well, and unfortunately, I have a feeling that land, if it does come up for sale, you better believe I'm going to buy some.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be a land rush. Are you kidding me? And by the way, we need to make it to where you got to be an American citizen to ever buy American land. I'm sorry. I'm tired of China coming in and swooping up all these homes in like Portland, Seattle, and not giving a crap what they look like, letting them get dilapidated. They only
And-
care about it for the market.
And the farmland. No more of
And the
that.
farmland. Exactly.
You don't get to do that. Matter of
I'm-
fact, if you're not going to leave the farmland, then you don't get to buy that land. Go find some other land to buy.
Well, so where I'm at, I'm surrounded by farmland. That's why we're stuck in the size city that we are. we can't expand outside of the urban growth boundary because we were surrounded by agricultural land, and it was deemed necessary by the state in like in the 1930s. So if they sell that land, they have to sell it for farming only. I don't know if you knew that or not.
Yeah, there's not a lot of places left towards the east that's off the grid. There's a lot of people I know around my area that actually live off the grid. You know, they use solar power to power everything. Their pumps to their wells, everything. And so that's about the only way to live out in some of these spots, because they're never going to run you a telephone line or a electric line.
Well, I mean, that's not entirely true, because there was a big broadband initiative that happened under Biden, where they were just willy-nilly giving money out for broadband companies to build out fiber at location. And you're right. Phone lines not happening. Phone lines are dead. That's a dead technology. They don't even keep up with it anymore. Everything's changed over to fiber, and that's all you're getting. Or Starlink at this point. Or in my case, I still predict that 5G is going to end up taking over the entire thing, just like how cellular took over the phone companies back in the late 90s, early 2000s. I foresee that happening with 5G taking over these smaller internet companies in these rural areas.
Maybe.
That'll probably turn some frogs gay.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
It's just, I mean, even on my phone right now, on my carrier, I can sit here in my house and I have gig fiber at my house, and I get higher throughput speeds on my phone just using the 5G. I guess what is it called? Ultra carrier, right? Ultra capacity 5G is what it is. I can sit here in my house and get 1,400 megs down.
Wow.
It's insane. Now, granted, I haven't gotten that in a while. Now I'm curious what I'm getting. I haven't checked in a while.
I got good old CenturyLink.
We just got
They were worst people ever, dude.
we just got visited by a guy. They've actually came back a couple times, and Marvin's talked with them about solar for the house.
Mhm.
And it basically takes away your electricity bill. So we're basically paying them $158 a month, and then which is less than our electricity bill right now. And then we pay $13 a month to our actual electric company that we basically would almost be firing. We only pay them at $13 a month because we have a meter. So, and then every year, we do this for 25 years, but and then it's ours. But every year, it goes up by almost 3%, 2.99, which would still be less than what your electricity bill at this point is going to go up, because Jesus, I mean, I can't believe how much they're going up. Anyways, so we had never really thought hard and considered solar. Well, now we are, because, I mean, it would be less than electricity.
I make an argument that if we would shift back to DC power, we would be better off, because you lose the majority of your power from solar and wind because you're taking it direct current and then converting it to AC. That inversion process, or the inverters, that's where you lose a lot of your efficiency. So if we were all DC, just like we used to be when we started with Edison, we'd be in a much better place than we are now.
Why is
So
that?
like with my RV.
Right.
Hmm.
Yeah, if we ran like 24 or 48 volt DC power, then you can just hook up whatever power source you want to into your home directly, and just feed your house without. And then I guess you can bring in the grid as a subsidy, kind of to offset whatever power consumption you need during peak hour. But you wouldn't have these inverters in your basement and on your home, and you wouldn't have the need for all these batteries. Well, I guess if you were just doing solar or wind, you'd probably need to store some power, but You know, we have the technology now that they didn't have in the late 1800s for DC power. The reason why AC took over is because you can transmit AC further down the lines. Now they have high voltage DC that gets transmitted. That's a thing now. So, I mean, converting to DC, if our homes weren't already wired and all the electronics we have already set for DC, like your refrigerators and your ovens and your this and your that's, you know, it would be a no-brainer to switch everything back to DC. But, you know, that'll never happen.
What about these little gadgets they're building that sucks like energy like from the earth that turns it into usable electric power?
Are you talking about the same stuff that Tesla was working on with the wireless energy?
Yeah, I think that was something similar to that. Some guy got, you know how they do on the ads. This guy got mad about his electric bill and built his own electric supply. It's so easy, you and a 10-year-old could put it together.
So what they don't tell you in that stuff, and I'm not saying there's nothing to it, because there is certainly something to this, but I don't think it generates enough power to make a difference. But some of those folks that you see that are lighting light bulbs up out of thin air, well, what they don't tell you is right above their house is like high transmission lines, and they're taking induction from those lines. Of course, you can light a light bulb. Is if you wind copper up tight enough and stick it in the air, you can absolutely draw power from those power lines, those high voltage lines right above you, bring it into a power source and light up a light. That's absolutely possible. It's induction power.
Well, I ain't no electrician, so I'm doomed to be a sheep and pay.
I mean, I am too, but I'm with gutters. Like my power bill has exponentially increased since I've lived here.
Oh yeah.
And it's not getting cheaper; it's getting worse. And I know why they're doing it. It's because of the wildfire mitigation. Once PGE got sued in California for the wildfire that started there, that opened the case for everybody in the country to be sued as a power utility. So they have to dump millions and millions and billions of dollars into their infrastructure to get wildfire mitigation so that for insurance purposes they're covered. And what that means is that there's going to be more blackouts for people that live out in the country. Because if there is a chance for wildfire, guess what? Boom, you're shutting your power off. See ya.
Yeah. Screw doing all the simple stuff like clearing the brush and spending time and money on stuff like that. You know, we'll just leave that go. And, you know, such a joke.
Christy said Uncle Fester lit light bulbs with his mouth.
Oh, that is true. That is true. God, that movie was so old. Do you know? Have you guys looked at? Well, every now and then on my YouTube feed, I guess where the casts are now, and like half the people on that show is dead.
Well, shit.
Well, yeah. I mean, it was a fucking.
They were like 50 years old back in '62.
Well, somehow Uncle Fester's still alive though.
Is he really?
Yeah, because I was played by what's his face, the scientist from Back to the Future.
Yeah, the one that looked dead back then is still alive.
Right. He's still kicking, and he was in now. He was in that. What was the latest movie he was in? He just was in another movie. Nobody. He was in Nobody, and now he's in Nobody too. Like he's still acting.
Oh, you're talking about. I thought we were talking about the TV show. I was like, well, yeah, they're all dead.
No, I'm talking about the movie from like 1992.
My bad.
Whatever it came out or whatever.
Oh yeah, I forgot they made a movie.
I mean, it wasn't really good.
No,
I think they're trying to play off the Beetlejuice thing.
I don't know.
I feel like they both kind of came around the same time.
There's only one at Uncle Fester, like there was only one Curly. You know what I mean?
Yes, but there wasn't only one Knight Rider. I'm still advocating for a Geo Metro to be the next kit.
Geo Metro.
1994 Geo Metro.
Who's going to be David Hasselhoff?
Oh, that's simple. David Hasselhoff.
You don't age.
Never ages.
Yeah, I remember that. That video was so funny of him laying on the floor without a shirt on, drunk as hell,
drunk.
Eating Wendy's. That's was funny.
That shit was fucking funny. Well, his cringy music. Oh God.
There's
What was it, fools that subjected us to that crap?
probably.
That's what I want to hear somebody do on open mic night here on the internet next. Do a David Hasselhoff song.
Oh no.
He was like freaking Elvis in Germany. He would sell out 30,000 person arenas.
Well, didn't he do a Neil Diamond song? Is that the one I'm thinking of? He
Yeah.
did Sweet Caroline, right?
Yeah.
Oh
I think that's the one Fools played, was that one.
God, I still have nightmares about that crap. Yeah, you ever want to clear out a campsite, Gutters? Just play David Hasselhoff's version of Neil Diamond and just keep blasting it. People will leave.
Had to keep predators away. Mhm. What about them catching AOC? She always hollering she's a Bronx girl. She came from a little rich neighborhood a little way down the line.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I don't care if she's still hot.
Yeah.
She's on the cusp. She's on the cusp. The downhill side is coming soon.
Yeah, you know what? Right now it's not there. So
You better go get it.
I'm going to try. I'm going to throw all my best moves.
And since, they just passed that bill about, kicking out naturalized citizens and stuff like that, Omar's got some more explaining to do about how come she married her brother, to get into the U.S. Yes.
Well, we would understand if she was a representative out of Arkansas. Nobody would even question that.
Right. I find it funny when people freak out, like the guy who just beat Cuomo, the socialist Muslim guy.
Yeah.
And you see people in like Arkansas and Florida, like, I can't believe this. This must be stopped. Like, you don't fucking live in New York City. Why do you care?
Yeah. He kind of, I think he's going to be shipped out personally.
Who?
Shipped out? What do you mean?
The guy running against Como, the
Well,
Muslim,
lost. You're talking about the quote communist?
Yeah, communist, because he was spouting he was a communist way before. There's actually a clause in being a naturalized citizen, not be part of a communist party of no kind.
Well, he's still got to beat Eric Adams.
Yeah, who going as an independent.
Well, good for him. I you know what? I actually applaud people that decide, you know what, I don't belong to either of these parties, and he runs. I applaud that.
Yeah, hell yeah. When he dropped the Democratic Party, he said, "You people are just too stupid now. Y'all going way too far." And that's when he started standing up. And of course, they found ways to get rid of him. So it's pretty cool. You ask me. I think Como should be in jail.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you on that one.
I think prison should never open the door for him ever again. Once he's in there. Him and them other 5 governors that sent old people or people that were sick into old folks' homes.
How embarrassing is it that you get removed as a governor in New York and then you lose an election to a communist in New York City as a mayor?
Operation Warp Speed was fun. The whole thing was fun. Remember they had the ventilator wars?
Oh yeah.
Cuomo and Trump, the ventilator. They said it 500 times a day. They brought ships out with ventilators, filled with ventilators.
They brought that. They did bring that Red Cross ship to come help and dock in the harbor. And New York said, "Yeah, we don't want you. We're gonna let people die before we send anybody to you."
Well, it turns out the whole time you're not supposed to put people on ventilators for that.
Exactly.
So, it was the whole thing was It's just such a retarded time to be alive.
It's what
You
killed
know-
the Barb.
Every now and then I get memories pop up in my phone. It's like, like your phone does like a recap of over the years. And every now and then I'll see like pictures of me with a stupid mask on at the stupid fucking airport. I'm like, oh God, what a shit show that was.
And
I mean,
this,
they made you afraid to do anything.
you just got to remember the dinner tables are the safe spot.
Yeah, man. Wash your apple with a Clorox wipe. Totally makes sense.
Oh, totally. The only good thing that came out of that whole 2020 thing is the fact that I already don't like being around people. So I was good.
Right. And a little bit of an introvert am I. But I wasn't at the time because I still had my Barb. And I don't even want to talk about it. I'll tear up. So. But they killed my wife with them ventilators. Seen them do it. Allegedly. But
I
yeah.
don't really know what to say to that. I'm sorry, Duggar.
It's so that's I have no trust in me no more, man, and no F's to give, but I don't want to blow other people's show up talking about stuff like that.
Well, I completely understand, my friend.
Yeah, but if you're right there, Bacon. If you reach the center of the room in a restaurant, you could take your mask off.
Mhm.
Although the last people that were there, if they were carriers, they had their hands all over the place. Or they,
Did you
I
ever
guess
get the
they-
urge? Did you ever get the urge at like grocery stores to run behind people and I'm 5 feet behind you? I'm 5 feet behind you.
I mean,
Don't-
your face.
Now, don't, just because Travels is up here now, please, for the love of God, do not play David Hasselhoff.
He probably brought it with him.
He probably did. That's why he's here.
Well, I heard you dissing on the Hoffman, so I had to jump up here. I mean, he is like my spirit animal.
Yeah. What kind of animal is that again?
Spirit animal. Yeah,
Okay.
the Hoffman.
Describe what spirit?
He's
Alcohol.
he's so cheesy.
Alcohol has something to do with that spirit. Is that
Right.
Has
Exactly. Yeah.
Gigi left? I'm going to kick her off the stage.
No, I'm here, bitch.
Oh.
head? Damn.
Well, he's trying to kick me out.
Well, you wouldn't let us
Welcome,
talk
Traveler.
about football on his show.
Well, that's what I came up to talk about was college football. I invited,
No.
Jackson Johnson and all those
No.
people over here. So
No.
come up here and tell Gutters all about college football.
No.
Well, I'm going to go grab a water. Can you tell her all about the Miami Hurricanes this year? I'll be right back.
No.
Yeah, did
What have
bring
you
your
been
schedule?
doing, fools?
Do what now? Good. I'm sorry.
What have you been doing?
What do you think I'm doing?
Writing trivia questions.
100%.
Hey, fools! On a side note, can we link up later? Those cables are going to be in tomorrow.
Oh, cool. Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
What do you mean,
Well,
like
yeah.
tomorrow or something like that? Or
Yeah.
okay, when you said later,
I
I
didn't-
didn't know.
Well, I just didn't know if you're busy writing more trivia tomorrow. I don't know when your trivia days are.
Every
Yeah, it's endless.
Oh boy. Okay, well the cables will be here tomorrow, so if you got time, we can try it.
Yeah, we'll try something out. Hopefully that'll work. That'd be cool if it does.
I bought like $50 worth of different adapters. By God, I'm going to make it work.
You gotta have a damn spider web looking thing on top of your soundboard.
I bought some cables that mirrors what you have. I want to see if I can get it working on my setup like what you have. So then I can tell you what I did to make it work because it should work on yours then.
Oh, cool. Yeah, that'll be cool if we can actually take phone calls.
there will be what it looks like.
No, I'm a little bit more OCD than that. My
Mhm.
stuff's clean and neat.
Yeah, I could imagine Baker's all has those little wraps around them and stuff like that.
I do, thank you. I have Velcro. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I knew you did. I knew
That
you did.
sounded a bit gay. I'm just gonna say.
That's fine. I don't care. As long as my cables look good.
My cable.
Hey,
Because-
Gutters, you know where the Liberty Bell is located?
Gosh, you'd think I'd know that. I don't know. St.
Cool.
Louis. I don't know. Why'd
No.
they say that?
No, Philadelphia.
Oh, duh. I hate it when I'm stupid.
You
Yeah.
have too much camping on your mind. It's okay. I forgive you.
Right? And I'm searching for pictures right now.
When are you leaving to go camping?
I think we're going Thursday.
So have you got this thing working? You got like
Yes,
the sliders are all
Everything
working.
worked.
What
Oh
was
my
wrong?
God. A relay.
Oh well, that shouldn't have been hard to find. Just a simple tester.
Well, you actually had to go look for it.
No
The
one
only
her
reason-
camper is probably a special voltage.
The only reason, I mean, he found it because he was literally going through everything in it, like top and bottom, like searching for it.
Well, at least you
That's-
figured it out.
Yes, thank God. And we didn't have to take it to a shop to do it.
Yeah, so it just works good now. I mean, it just everything
Oh,
works
it
right.
works great.
Did you lube it up?
It's lubed.
Well, good. Got to make sure you
Exactly.
got to make sure you lube them up. You know.
That's right.
Did you check the air in the tires?
That has been done.
Every
And the
time
propane's been filled.
every time I come back,
Every time.
she's talking about that damn RV.
I was asked questions, sir.
I did ask her a question about it.
All
so.
right. Proceed.
Yeah, I did.
Proceed.
Well, we're done talking. We were just waiting for you to get back so we could talk
Oh
about.
no,
college
now
football.
we're going to talk about it more.
Okay. So the new quarterback, what do you think?
Oh, you suck.
For which team?
Miami.
Anything.
I think he's going to do good. I think he's going to throw for probably 4,000
Lord.
yards.
I'm going to sing.
117-0 for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Oh Lord, it's hard.
Hey, we're killing it on the recruiting, though. Everybody's getting pissed off at us. So
Us too.
You do know she's going to shank both of y'all, right?
no, she's not.
So what about you, Traveling Fools? I was asking them anything they saw on the news that they found interesting or funny. What say you?
Not really. I haven't really looked at too much of what was going on. Let me see something. I did see something on here that I thought was kind of interesting. If I could find, I don't know if I bookmarked it or not. I meant to. Let me see. Oh yeah, did you see? This is the story. Did you see where the little girl fell off the Disney cruise line?
No.
Yeah, I guess she climbed up on the rail and fell off.
Did they retrieve her? Did they get her out of the water?
5-year-old and her dad, I guess, saw her climbing and fell, and her dad jumped up there and dove in, dove off the side. 5-year-old girl, so he dove in and got her, and treaded water and held her there. You know, blah blah blah. And yeah, they did manage to
All
get the
right.
boat. You
Good.
know, and they sent like a little rescue. Like I can pull it up here.
Little rescue dinghy.
Oh my gosh.
That's just wow.
Thank God. I can't. I couldn't have imagined.
I mean, I do exactly what that dad did. I jump right in. Like I
Mhm.
see it. I'm going with it.
Yep.
As soon as
Hell,
I'm either going to save her or die trying.
for
Right.
sure. Not even my daughter. Not even a second of hesitation.
Yeah, so I guess they got the boat, the cruise ship turned around, which isn't easy. And then imagine trying to find the people, you know. But they did, I guess. Shouldn't hit the wrong button. Yeah, it's like
No, I think that they had a life jacket. It's all orange.
so I guess you can see. Yeah, I guess you know there they are. Right? So I guess they finally spot them here.
Praise Jesus.
I wonder if they go through exercises like this, like part of their safety training.
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm
Yeah, I would
sure. I
imagine.
mean, they look like they're pretty prepared. You know what I mean? Like they've got
Yeah.
this boat to.
Hmm.
I mean, that's insane.
6 years old though, man. Let me tell you what.
5 years old.
5 years old.
Yeah, that's
You know-
a great ending to the story, but man, does that make me nauseous.
Mhm.
Yeah, it makes me sick too. Just
Yeah,
thinking about it.
Well,
I'm
I think
surprised-
there's definitely some conversations to have with. I would hope that would go. I'm sure they didn't think, oh, she's gonna climb up there. So I would think that'd be some conversations I'd want to make sure to have with. I think I'd go over it. That'd be the new rule on the boat.
Yeah,
All right.
it's kind of like a little bit of bad parenting. Yeah, a little bit too, like to just oh, little well, Susie is climbing on the rails again. It's like
and they wonder why little Susie needs a leash.
Mm.
I'm surprised she wasn't pulled under by the props falling off that close to the boat as it was moving, because it definitely sucks water in to give propulsion. I'm surprised she wasn't hit by the damn rudder. I mean, pulled in, really.
yeah, it could have happened. I think the dude like immediately, saw it happening, and immediately dove in.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he would have had to have, because otherwise, I mean, with the those ships are moving at a pretty decent rate. I mean, even 20 seconds, it would be hard to find in the water.
So scary.
Well,
You
Right.
especially with the the water being kicked up, the wake of the cruise ship and all that jazz. 'Cause when you get in the water, I mean, you can't see, with the waves and everything, it would be hard to spot.
And there are
hard to
current-
track it.
there are currents in you wouldn't believe some of the currents in some of that water too. Especially if they're still in the Gulf of America. I mean, that has a current that it's crazy when you get in there.
Yeah, crazy story though. Yeah, that was the only thing I saw, I think, that I bookmarked.
I'm glad that was a happy ending.
Yeah, that kind of cheered me up, man.
When I saw the story, I started reading it. It was like, 5-year-old girl falls on, and I'm like, oh God, that's horrible. And then it was like, oh, the dad saved her. I'm like, holy shit.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to leave on that note. I've got a hard stop. I gotta get to bed soon. So
Yeah, you told me that, Baker. I appreciate you starting the show with me, buddy. I really
yeah,
do.
no problem, man. You know me. I got you back. Duggar, I absolutely love it when you're here, man. Love you, guy.
Thank you. Dave.
Gutters, I hope if we don't talk, I hope you enjoy your camping.
Thank you.
Fools, we'll talk later, and L-Dub, we'll see you.
Yeah, just holler at me tomorrow, Baker. Holler,
I shall.
We'll see
You guys take care. We'll see you.
All right, cool, buddy.
Thanks, man.
Wow.
Oh man.
I don't know. I don't know what to say. He's a great dad or a dumbass for letting his kid jump off the side of a freaking, fall off the side of
Right, it kind of goes both ways. You look at it and say,
5 years old.
right.
You got to watch them little shits.
Yeah, that's pretty scary. Pretty scary stuff.
Oh my goodness.
The Butt Files. What's up, the Butt Files?
You know who that is.
Nate.
Gotta be Nate the Great.
Yeah.
I don't know any Butt Files, so I'm going to say no. Denied. You've been denied a bank loan. Goddamn bacon. So yeah, we've
What
got
do Sorry, I was reading what you put up. Oh wow. And picture of yeah, that would be crazy. That would be crazy. So what else going on in here? I know I heard y'all talking about college football, so that's quite the plus there. Gunners, if you had to root for a college football team, who would it be?
None.
Oh, come on, pick one.
Don't make me. That'd be like saying, you know, what outfit would you pick from TJ Maxx? You don't give a shit. You know what I mean?
No, I really do care. I really do
You
care.
do not.
Her inner snob just busted loose right there.
Know it.
Now, Gigi, mostly whenever we hear you talk, it's all about stuff that you hate, mostly.
Okay.
So I have some questions for you. What's
I
your
love-
favorite movie? What's your favorite movie?
Dirty Dancing.
Of course.
All right. Oh, Lord.
What is your favorite song?
It'd be just almost any Tom Petty song. We've already gone
Well, I
over
figured it would be like, I had the time of my life. Isn't that one of the Dirty Dancing songs?
Right.
No,
Yeah,
no.
totally. Oh, man.
You know, I've never seen that movie.
You watch it. It's a pretty sucky movie.
Dirty
Yeah, I
Dancing.
I've never had a desire to watch it.
Oh, it's
never
such
seen
a good movie. And Patrick Swayze's so fucking hot.
Not anymore. Eat worm dirt.
Dang.
I
Damn.
don't have to think about it like that.
Yeah, Mr. Duggar.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say
You know,
something?
we all reach an age where we just have to close our eyes and remember.
Duggar was like, was.
And
Big Dog Ma, please do not encourage Gutters with that one. She can't be an Alabama fan.
Oh, well, now I feel like I need to be.
Don't make me play the Jeff Webster. What's up, Jimmy Boyles? Good to see you.
What's up, Jimmy?
Yeah, I put out a post earlier, so I don't know if people might see it and come over or something like that.
Well, I appreciate it. Yeah, we've got 19 people watching. Appreciate it, everybody.
Nice.
hello out there.
Yeah, always good. So that means we actually have to have something to talk about. So,
I know. I was just
back
about
to
to
college
say-
football. Back to college football.
I'm
Keep
sorry.
talking,
I'm
man.
so
I'm doing
out
my
of it.
best.
I was looking for something else that was. I knew there was something else, and I forgot to bookmark it. And I was like, God dang it! And I couldn't remember what it was.
We know you like BBC, but beat the BBB. Do you like the Big Beautiful Bill?
The Big Beautiful Bill. Oh man, and no, I do not like BBC. The Big Beautiful Bill.
Hey, I'm
I
just a
think
short
they-
black guy from Texas.
It's hard to know what all's in it. You know what I mean? Like you hear, of course, this side saying this and this side saying that. Yeah, you know what I mean? So it's, yeah, I'm not sure if I like it or not. Don't really want to speak on it because I don't really know.
Man, that's the most intelligent answer we've heard all night.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's hard to say because, I mean, you have, of course, the Democrats are going to say, everybody's going to die and grandma's going to die and, everything like that. And then Republicans are going to say, like, oh, but it's tax cut. Somewhere in the middle, there's a truth, and I don't know what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Is any of it really going to affect my life? No. You know what I mean? Like maybe a little bit in taxes. So if it lowers taxes for me, then I guess I like it better than not lowering taxes for me.
That's one way to look at it.
No,
The other way to look at
there,
it.
but-
Yeah, the other way to look at it is that the bill sucks.
Yeah, there is that. And like I said, I've been kind of not in the politics mind frame, so I haven't been
Right.
listening to much of it. I go through like phases, And after elections, usually it's about a year before I give a damn about it again. But I do have a shit ton of trivia questions already written up, so it should be good there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Living down there. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Living down there along the Florida coast when you were younger, did y'all ever find any pirate treasure?
No, I never have. Now my cousin did. He found a couple coins one time, diving there, off where was he? Somewhere in the Keys. he did find a couple of coins one time because there's a bunch of old, shipwreck, things like that.
Yeah.
And they tried to mark it to go back, but this was like before the GPS. And this has been a long time ago. And it was like before the GPS shit really worked, and all that jazz. And they could never find the spot again, because they were going to go back with scuba gear, because they were just free diving. And they were going to go back with scuba gear, but they couldn't find the spot. So, because where you find one, you're probably going to find more,
Yeah. I know a guy that found a couple pure gold coins, but he has a speech. After every storm, he goes out and metal detects it. I haven't talked to him in years, so I don't know if he's even alive, but he used to do that. But I almost got on that boat when they discovered them big, huge ships. And I went fishing instead because I didn't, I wanted to make some instant money, you know what I mean? Instead of having to sit out there for a month. But yeah, I wished I'd have went out there because he paid his crew a percentage of that money. And dude, they were finding chains of gold the size of a rope,
Yeah, see, that would be awesome.
and emeralds and all kinds of shit. So I was always curious about treasure from them, like the ones they have in Germany. They're still finding money and gold and paintings and shit hid out in Germany and stuff,
Yeah, I'd love to find that lost gold of the Confederacy. Now that would be the thing to find.
Yeah, there's a bunch of it out there still.
Yeah, that would be the thing to find. That, or I mean, it would be cool to find, some, because there's so many of those shipwrecks and Spanish galleons, right? Isn't that what they're called?
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's tons of them still in the water, so that would be cool to find that. But I've never found anything that great,
I was just looking here on Twitter, and not too long ago, Trump started up with Elon again. They're having a new spat.
Uh-oh, lovers quarrel.
Yeah, Elon hates the bill, says it goes against everything that Trump ran on. And then Trump tweeted out basically, without subsidies, basically your ass would be back in South Africa. They're going at it again. That's pretty good.
Watching them argue is pretty funny.
Hunting and stuff. What's up? Yeah. I think some of that staged too, to kind of keep the opposition on their
Oh Lord, here we go again.
And yeah, I do. And just like they did last time, they started blowing up, the fake news and everything started blowing up about their fight and stuff like that. And I think that was just a put on shit, I think, personally.
So you think Trump went to Elon or they got together and was like, hey,
Maybe
go on Twitter and accuse me of being a pedophile.
Right.
No, he didn't do that. Come on, man.
He did do that.
Yeah, he did. Kind of.
Well, I know. He said he's got some maybe in his closet, going that way, but I don't know. I
love
don't know.
Mr. Duggar.
He
It's
just said he was on the Epstein list.
Epstein.
Or whatever.
I just can't remember.
He said that's the reason, or something to this effect. That's the reason we're not going to see it. And then he posted a picture of Elon with Trump with Epstein. And the real reason, he says, when you find out the real reason, I mean, it was pretty obvious. Y'all are trying to find a technical way out because y'all think that Trump is
No,
Jesus Christ.
I really believe he did that so they'd start hollering for the Epstein so it would be released. Because they were really against releasing it, the Democrats.
Well,
And,
you'll never see it, so there's no reason to worry about it.
I ain't worried about it anyway. It ain't going to change my price of a steak.
It's not what you were saying before the election. We're going to see the piles.
Ain't
Hey,
never gonna see those smiles.
I don't know.
Never gonna see that shit. Never gonna happen.
Do you think Diddy's going to get off?
Again?
Yeah.
It's James Comey's daughter who's the prosecutor.
She's one of the One of
Yeah,
them.
yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't seem crooked at all.
And she was one, I think, Ghislaine Maxwell's. Where
Absolutely. It's a true
Oh.
story. And she looks like her dad too, man.
yeah, you're never going to see that shit. There's too many big people on it.
Yeah, it's like we said before when you're talking about Saudi Arabian princes and
Right.
British monarchs and yeah, you know, all this shit. No, I mean, I wish they would show it, just burn it all to the ground, but it's they never will.
You know, they were talking about earlier there's so much bullshit in this country. They were talking about, you know, other countries owning farmland and Bill Gates and all this stuff. There's a lot of shit with real estate too. If you look into that, you know, some of these Manhattan apartment buildings, you know, where it's like $10 to $30 million apartment buildings. Some of them, there's a whole lot of them that are almost all empty. They're all bought up by Russian oligarchs and
Mm-hmm.
Chinese people and stuff like this. Not even real people live there. They're empty. They're bought, but they're empty. There's no,
Like
there's
those
not a bunch
fake, those fake cities in China or fake
right.
apartments like all around, and you go to see them and like they're all empty, but from the airport it looks like, you know, oh, look at all this development.
Yeah, just empty.
Like North Korea, huh?
Yeah, same there, but no, for different reasons, obviously. But yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, they don't even have. I mean, most of the country doesn't have electricity. I'm correct on that, right?
Where?
In North Korea.
Oh, I would assume so. I mean, no way of knowing.
Because the satellite map, when it's nighttime over there, you know, South Korea's lit up like a Christmas tree. All these countries around, you know, and North Korea is dark. It's dark.
Yeah, I would assume that the standard of living is fairly low.
Yeah.
Let you part of the circle, huh?
Yeah, unless your last name is, what is it? Un or whatever.
Kim Jong-un.
His grandfather was born on the hill from an egg.
Like a twin-eyed chipmunk.
Fucking people believe this shit.
Yeah. His sister is a psychopath. I think it's really her that runs that shit. I think he's just a big fat retard who eats pizza and plays video games all day. She's a psychopath.
Yeah, probably. He's probably like the guy with the toy collection, you know, with a dinosaur in each hand, going back and forth, you know.
Yeah.
He walks in, he's sitting there in his boxer shorts and got damn pepperoni stuck to his stomach. Oh hell. Yeah, you know, I was thinking about this earlier, and I know since Gutters doesn't say anything, I can't talk about college football. But you know, it's only, I mean, it's almost like right around the corner. We gotta get a show put together for our college football. We gotta get that put together.
Oh my god! Can't you just
look? You don't say anything. You sit there, and then as soon as we start talking, you just complain.
I know. I said that earlier. The most talking she's done all night is about bitching about college football.
What are you doing, Gutters? Are you like crocheting or something? I mean,
No, I am putting together my notification for tomorrow night.
You take some fucking Adderall and let's go. Let's get this party started.
She's on her second bottle, boys. she ain't doing the box shit tonight.
I know.
All right. So she likes gay movies.
Yeah.
She likes Tom Petty. Okay, what's your second favorite movie? Can we do something normal?
What's normal?
Not Dirty Dancing. It's we're gonna learn about.
She's gonna say ghost. She's gonna say ghost.
She's gonna say ghost.
Right? I do like that one.
Her third favorite movie is gonna be fucking
Roadhouse.
Roadhouse. Yeah, I couldn't think of it.
All Patrick Swayze movies.
What was your favorite movie, LW?
Yeah.
Oh, I've got 3 in any order: The Good, the Bad, the Ugly, Apocalypse Now, and Goodfellas. Those are my 3 favorite.
Cool.
Lame.
That's hard for me to say. I love the movie The Man Who Would Be King. I love that movie. I love the movie True Romance too. That's one of the best movies ever made, I think.
Mhm.
Oh God, if I had to pick another one, it's hard. I love The Natural, the movie The Natural with Robert Redford. I love that movie.
Yeah, I liked that was it Lion movie.
Oh, Secondhand Lions.
Secondhand Lions.
That's a great movie.
Yeah, I dug that movie. It was pretty cool. And Clint Eastwood was the ultimate badass. You know, it led to Josie Well one was pretty good. Dirty Harry's was pretty good. You know, so
He's a
Charles-
great director. Great director.
Charles Bronson was a badass too, dude.
Charlie Bronson.
You know, a great movie Clint Eastwood directed. Anyway, he was in it. A Perfect World with Kevin Costner. That's a really good movie.
Yeah, I don't know if I've seen that.
That's a really good movie. It's got Laura Dern.
It's hard to imagine I wouldn't have seen it, but
Yeah.
Dances with Wolves was pretty cool too.
What about favorite comedy? Gutters, what's your favorite comedy movie? I'm trying to think of a Patrick Swayze comedy.
I have no idea. I don't do movies a lot. I just don't. Not a big movie buff.
What about you, Paul? All right, we'll skip.
No, sorry, I didn't realize I was muted. I was trying to think of a Patrick Swayze comedy movie as well. Oh, I don't know. A favorite comedy. Yeah. God, I don't know. I mean, Blazing Saddles is an all-time classic. I love Young Frankenstein too.
Cheech and Chong.
Yeah, those are just cheesy though. You know, as far as being really funny, Caddyshack's a great, funny movie.
Yeah, Dumb and Dumber.
Yeah, Dumb and Dumber. Even Happy Gilmore, hilarious movie.
What's it?
Mine is, I think the funniest movie I've ever seen is Raising Arizona.
Oh yeah, that too. I didn't know how. Didn't even think of that one. Yeah, that's hilarious too. I love John Goodman in that.
Oh yeah,
comes out of the mud. Roar.
Planes, Trains, and Automobiles.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, that one's a tearjerker as well.
A Fish Called Wanda.
Hangover.
Y'all ever seen The Fish Called Wanda?
Oh yeah, John Cleese. Yeah,
Yeah, that was hilarious.
Tommy Boy.
That's good too. What was the other one? It was Tommy Boy, and then what was the other Chris Farley one?
Many.
Yeah, the one with David Spade.
Black Sheep.
Black Sheep. That was pretty funny too. There was some good part. Wasn't that the one where who is this? Not Gary Busey's in it, or is it Nick Nolte? I always get them confused.
I know they're both equally crazy and kind of look alike.
Right,
Very
exactly.
crazy.
Remember, he's like living out there in the camper in the wood, or whatever, and they started getting that fight. And he's like, "I'm gonna go to your mom's house and start a fire in her panties," and they get a fight. He's out there. It's fucking hilarious. Yeah, those are good. It's hard to pick a favorite comedy, because they're comedies.
Yeah.
It's hard.
Yeah, there's so many. There's Bill Lebowski,
Big
the Big
Lebowski.
Lebowski. There's so many great ones. Even one of my favorite movies, The Royal Tenenbaums. That's a great.
God.
That shit is so good, so funny. Gene Hackman is the best.
Yeah, that's and I kind of forgot about that one, but that's probably one of my top. That's at least in my top 10. When you look at movies, there's like it's hard to narrow it down to one being your favorite, but you have like these 10 movies or something that are just great. Like another one, Along those lines, that movie Big Fish.
Mm-hmm.
Fish.
That's a great movie too. Big Fish.
Airplane.
And back in my day, the funniest ones were the Abbott and Costello movies, and
Or Laurel and Hardy. Those were funnier.
Laurel. No, come on, man.
Man, Laurel and Hardy way funnier than Abbott and Costello.
Oh,
30
come on, man.
30
You're
Rotten
Tommy.
Scoundrels.
Come on, man. Flying Deuces and Blockheads were both hilarious movies.
Yeah, they were. That I liked them, but
The war's been over for 20 years. He gets back. He says he's been eating beans for 20 years, living in that thing, doing it. The first thing he asks about food, he's like, any beans? He thinks his leg was blown off the whole time because he's sitting in that wheelchair.
you remember in Blazing Saddles where black guy he put a gun to himself and said, "Nobody move or I'll shoot the nigga," and the guy standing there with him was my boy David Huddleston. And then you talked about the Big Lebowski. So my boy was the old Lebowski in that one. So you named two of the movies he was in. So I just wanted to point that out. He was a funny guy.
Yeah, I love Steve Buscemi in that movie. He's just kind of in the background the whole movie, doesn't say anything. But every now and then, John Goodman says something, and he's like, what? And he just, shut the fuck up, Donnie.
Right, exactly. Every time he tries to talk.
Yeah.
Oh, man. I'll be right back. All this bottled water I drank before the show, that was not a good idea.
Oh my
I'll be right back.
God, he's worse than a pregnant woman.
Gigi, I swear to Christ, I'm going to come back and talk about college football.
I figured out what Gutter's favorite comedy movie is. It would be Tu Wong Fu.
Oh,
Yeah, there it is.
Two on.
Wesley Snipes and Patrick Swayze. Who is Beeban Kidron? I've never seen that movie either. Wow, she sure don't look the same now as she did then.
Oh
Or
man,
no, that's the director. Never mind.
I got some news. Did you see our girl, man? She cut off Trump's head again and a bunch of billionaires' heads now. Dude,
Who's that?
Kathy Griffin.
Did she do it again?
Yeah, but now she's got a whole wall full of them, and then she's got some kind of mask she put on. Could do without her makeup. That bitch, you can tell she was a demon.
Oh, she's horrible.
And keep having as many Duggars as possible. So it's going to be a Duggar America, everybody.
But dude, now she's like a walking corpse. And then she just put that out today. Now she looks like that, like she's back to her old self. So I don't know if she's wearing a mask or what, dude. That's scary. That makeup can do that. That's the biggest fake thing ever applied to mankind. And I quotation the man part is makeup, because they can fool you with that shit.
Oh yeah, I'm looking at this video here. Holy shit. She put it on TikTok.
Yeah. She's scary, huh?
I guess I can show this. I'll wait for LW, but yeah, it's not real. I mean,
Where they crocheted.
who the fuck did you get to make this? This is insanity. Yeah, she's a lunatic. I'll play this when LW gets back.
All right. Look at there. Don't put one in there. Positive.
Let me see. I'll go ahead and pull it up. Yeah, she's absolutely a lunatic. And it almost ruined, or it did ruin what career she had left when she did it last time, and now she's doing it again.
Yeah, she begged for forgiveness,
well, I think she's got like one foot in the grave. She probably don't give a shit.
The Secret Service did a big investigation on her ass. So she's on the no-fly list, all kinds of shit. He was crying about it. They fucked up my life. No, they didn't. You did when you cut off President's head. picture of President Trump's head, blood on his neck, and oh, you dumb commie.
Yeah, it's not a good idea to do that. I mean, she's just obviously mentally challenged. You back, LW?
Yeah, we were talking about movies. Now we're talking about commies.
Well, we're talking about Kathy Griffin. She did another one of those things.
Oh no,
with the heads.
I've seen it.
Look at this.
There he goes.
I love people who are confident in their stupidity. I fucking love it.
Dude, but you don't understand. They got other pictures of her what she looks like now, and then that picture of her just then. That's two separate people, man. Or she's got some kind of mask on. That
Here it is.
Oh, jeez. Whew.
But and then
fucking, that's some Tales from the Crypt type shit.
yeah, that's some zombie action there, bro.
That's the opposite of what Viagra does.
And they got one now where she cut off her hair. Most of her hair is it's scary. She looks like a lizard person, dude. I swear.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. Yeah, here's another one. Like, how is that the same person?
Oh, it is a mixture of Andy Dick and Carrot Top, isn't it?
I mean, that's absolutely horrible. She looks like, one of those blow up dolls or something, like you got hit in the mouth with a doorknob.
Somebody gonna pop them lips.
Oh, she's what you call a three-bagger. One for you, one for her, and one for God forbid they're looking in the window.
One for your dog. You want your dog to respect you, don't you? Damn.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
You're so ugly.
Oh my God! Here's another picture of her.
This one with the short hair.
No, this is just. I mean, that's absolutely atrocious.
Oh, like I said, it looks like she's just damn near dead.
Like she got the cancers.
Yeah, there's something wrong with her.
Hey, what?
Oilers and Multi. Thanks for showing up. Appreciate
What's up, boys?
Friction.
Darling.
Yep, she's scary.
Let's go. Yeah, man, that's Scary Mary. She should have to wear a sign saying "Beware, Scary Mary."
Now here's a nightmare for you.
Oh my God. Oh man.
Notice the evil bitches.
Hi.
Well, if you're evil, you can be as pretty as you want to be, but you can be ugly on the inside. Usually your outside catches up to you being ugly all over. Is an old wives' tale I always heard.
I think that would be Traveling Fool's version of hell, is being stuck on a never-ending bus for eternity with those two listening to Queen.
Yeah, that sounds like hell. Definitely Dante's ninth level.
He's right in the middle of them while they talk about politics.
Right.
For eternity.
Like somebody posted this talking about Kathy Griffin. Oh, geez.
Friction. Yeah. Oh my God. Ugh. Yeah, that's Scary Mary.
Well, I'm going to open up the panel or drop the link, I should say. See if anybody wants to come up, talk about their love of Kathy Griffin or their favorite movie or whatever.
Here you go.
If you talk about food or RVs, you're immediately kicked off panel.
Yeah,
no, you can talk about RVs.
Duggar, here's your new fishing companion for you got to be stuck on a boat like this.
Don't
I mean,
let
how
Oprah-
is her head shaped like that? Her head's shaped like a goddamn bowling pin. Like, why the long face, Kathy?
What fucking does it?
I mean, Jesus Christ. It's like her. How is that possible that your head it's like Roger from fucking Family Guy or whatever?
She does look like a bowling pin. Pretty good.
I mean, how does your face
We're
get that?
all gonna burn in hell.
They're going to hell, hell, hell. Watch out, Oilers watching CNN, y'all.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Nate the Great. Show yourself, fool. No, he's not showing himself.
Cam up, Nate.
2 seconds of camming up. Nate.
You can do it, Nate. You're in the dark.
Well, you can sit in the basement and
Till you figure it out.
so you
boy.
think so you can think about it.
That's right. Think about what a nice little boy you've been.
You got
There.
one job to do, Nate.
All right.
There he is.
All right, Nate.
Yeah.
Nate the Great. What's your favorite movie, bud?
Any genre, like comedy, anything, or just favorite? Okay.
I didn't want this to be complicated.
Too late.
I would say Miracle, which is Miracle on Ice. So, about the college kids go to selected for the 1980 Winter Olympics for hockey and stuff. But
That's a movie?
yeah,
Yeah.
based on a true story.
Oh.
And who did they beat to win it? The Russians.
The Russians or the Soviet Union at the time.
And do you think we went to the moon?
I don't fucking care.
Fuck do I care? Sounds like he's from Goodfellas. Fuck you asking me for?
Yeah, like, what the fuck do I know? I'm not a scientist. But yeah, also I just got back from, well, not just got back, but I got back, say, from Michigan from a family cousin's graduation party, and it was a lot of fun, not gonna lie, because we were on a lake. It's a natural lake, so it's not man-made, so that's good. I went fishing. I caught the first fish, for the first time I went fishing at Michigan, and after that I caught nothing. Well, maybe a little tiny perch. That's about it.
You're bass fishing?
They had bass fishing, but I didn't get any luck for bass though. How you doing, Oilers?
Good. Hello, LW. Hello, TF, Mr. Duggars, and
What's up, Oilers?
and of course Gutters. But you have a messy desk.
I do.
Well, Oilers, I want to ask you, why in the world are you watching CNN?
I turned it off.
Better stop that. It's going to start bleeding
Well,
into your
actually-
brain.
Well, it's a lot better than Canada's new broadcasters. They're trying to
That's
push
true.
us to take the vaccine. All right.
Oh,
God's sakes.
Lord.
So I mean,
Already? Wow.
yeah.
Did they
and
not
ju-
learn the last time?
Oh, don't get me started. But I just want to say to everyone in Canada, happy Canada Day in about an hour. Here, it'll be Canada Day.
And
So what are
does
y'all gonna do? Ride some moose and
that-
Well, I was kind of looking for a date, you know.
he was trying to moose up.
Moose.
So what is like Canada Day celebrations, and what are you celebrating? Like the independence, Canada's independence, or something, or like what's Canada?
I don't know. It's I don't know how many years. It's 100 and something, too far past my brain.
Oh,
I just go and
What do
see
you do that.
activities
Like fireworks
entertainment.
and the same shit.
Oh, that's at night, yeah. But
Well,
you guys go all out for your independence. You see, it's in Canada. It's not really that big. It isn't, but it's something. It's better than a kick in the pants.
Well, because you're kind of not independent.
That is true. You're owned by England.
No, China actually.
Oh, okay, that's true.
China.
So what's what do Canadians? What kind of movies do they watch? Just all reruns of like John Candy and Jim Carrey.
I don't know. I have no idea. Yeah, poutine for sure. They have cupcakes.
Cupcakes. Canada has
Yeah.
cupcakes.
We
Since
do,
when?
yes.
they're filled with molasses
Make-a-leave.
or maple syrup.
No,
I
I
thought-
wish. I wish.
I thought they had the edible cocky pucks.
Oh, cannabis? No.
Oh, okay. I don't want to. It wouldn't.
Not
it wouldn't be
cannabis.
obvious. Yeah.
Yeah, interesting.
Yes. Well, like I said, it's where I live, it's they have entertainment until about 6 o'clock, and then people usually go get something to eat, and then fireworks, and that's about it.
That's a good eating schedule.
Poutine
Oh.
cakes.
Man, yeah, there's
Poutine
poutine's
cake.
like popular up there, I think.
Is it just fries and gravy or something?
Cheese,
Yeah.
lots of cheese, right? Or something like that.
Well, yeah, curds.
Are they spelling poontang wrong?
Oh.
No.
Oh my
Fine.
goodness. Oh, be careful. YouTube will shut you down, man.
I ain't
Ooh.
scared. We're not in Canada. We're okay.
Blame
Yeah.
Canada.
Or China. China.
China.
That's what I call it.
Yeah, we've been shut down for
And
what?
they hate it. They hate it when I call it
Just-
that. I say, "Welcome to China."
That's a pretty good name.
But I want to say those pictures that you were showing, LW. One of them looked like Kamala Harris since she lost the election.
Damn.
I can't remember which one, but yeah, since she lost the election,
They
she
all
started-
look,
she went to crack.
I miss Kamala.
they all look like Reba.
No,
Miss-
no, no.
Miss her.
Reba's much better looking than that. All right. Come on now. Don't
All
say
right.
that she's not. I mean, she's a Republican. Okay.
Oh, Reba
She's-
or her?
Yeah.
Reba?
Reba
I mean, she
McEntire.
is Tennessee.
Die hard. Yeah.
I
She
think-
is diehard Republican, and she was
Alright.
all for Trump. All for Trump. She told Tennessee, if you don't vote for Trump, you're stupid.
Can you? I don't know, Jesse. I don't think so either.
Is
Canada is real. We just have a fake prime minister. You can have him if you want.
Yeah, it's Australia that's fake.
Yeah. Australia is basically the Nebraska of countries.
This is
really
the
not
week
fake,
of
it's just-
4th of July,
I'm saying.
so we're not talking about Canada.
Right, yeah.
Canada's
And I
over.
just,
Canada.
Blame LW.
hey, let me ask you this, there, Oilers. You're running for a council position for your city,
Yeah,
and your city is located in Canada,
it is.
and you don't know what Canada Day is?
Yeah, I do. It is. Canada Day is to celebrate, but we don't have a lot of celebrations. Like, it's not as big as Independence. You guys go all out. Like
They-
on your Independence, you guys are like break
But
the
what-
bank.
But what are they celebrating though? Just being Canadian.
Well, not independence, but it's I think being our own country.
Oh.
I think they celebrate it because they're like, well, shit. The U.S. has 4th of July. We probably should do something. So that's what they do. Canada Day. Canada Day.
So what you're saying is like they're the tab to America's Coke.
There you go. Yeah, not Coke.
Pepsi.
What?
Oshkosh.
Pepsi. Good boy. Good job, Nate.
No,
I
I
don't-
like
I don't-
I like Coke. I like
Yuck.
Coke.
I don't have that side, not gonna lie. I'm like
I
a
do.
neutral.
I have a side for both of us, Nate. It's Pepsi.
I like
Coke.
both.
I
No.
like a Coke
That
Zero.
sounds like communism.
What, me?
Sounds like white trash.
Hey,
Coke or
I'm
Pepsi?
telling you, Will.
I'd rather have an
white
I'd rather
trash.
have an RC cola than a Pepsi.
Yeah,
Oh,
there you
RC
go.
no.
Cola-
I agree. I
RC Cola's
agree.
underrated.
With a
Pepsi.
bag of peanuts in it. Oh yeah.
Oh
R-
yes.
RC cola and a
do
moon
not
pie.
stick a peanut
Take
in
me
my-
out to the ball game. Baseball.
I'll beat you.
RC Cola is so underrated; it doesn't get made anymore, even though it's sometimes in stores.
No, Liquidation World has it.
Who?
Liquidation World.
Yeah, that's a. Oh, do you guys not have them down in the states? So is
No.
that like hang on
Big
here. What's that
Lots?
one?
We have water.
Well, so do we. Nate.
Big Lots?
Um,
No?
Is somebody
oh, and the
making a
ABC
Pepsi?
store. ABC stores have them in Vegas. I know they did when I went down
They-
in September.
They still make RC Cola.
Who's peeing?
I was just saying, is
Yeah.
somebody making a Pepsi? Like, what is that?
No, that's me getting making iced tea because it's like 34 degrees. So
I got.
what
I got-
you can still hear it. You can still hear it.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
weird how microphones work.
Well, I do have a wireless one, so I'm in the kitchen.
Oh, that's
but,
good. That's good.
yeah,
I have
so I
wireless
can.
too.
Yes, that's right.
So the mystery continues. We don't know what Canada Day is.
Yeah, so nobody knows what Canada Day is.
I asked ChatGPT if
Then-
Canada's real.
No, you should ask AI if Canada is real.
That's what I said. ChatGPT, AI, same thing.
It's-
And what does it say?
Canada
That's-
Day is
what are
celebrated
you
on
talking about?
July 1st to commemorate the anniversary of the Confederation in 1867, when the British North American Act united 3 separate British colonies into the Dominion of Canada. It's a national holiday where Canadians celebrate or not their
Hey.
country's history, culture, and achievements.
And you said Dominium.
Dominion.
Dominion.
Typical Americans would say Dominion.
Dominion.
Oh no,
I love bugging you gutters. Come on, you got to know that.
1776 sounds so much cooler.
Oh,
Or
but
is so much
what
cooler.
used to be called Dominion Day, but
Dominion
then in let's see, 1982 they changed it to Canada Day because we couldn't. Nobody could say Dominion. So
Why?
they went with
Gutter says aluminium as well.
I don't. I know. I wish you wouldn't say it like that because probably I will eventually if you keep going.
It's fine. I mean, she likes Pepsi and is a little illiterate.
Ugh.
Come on, I like Coke. Coke's better. Coke is better.
Coke is disgusting.
Even
tastes like
cocaine is
And rusty nail.
Okay, so that Dylan McVaney guy does some stuff for Pepsi.
What?
I don't give
is
a
this good?
shit. I was drinking Pepsi long before that guy didn't want a Peter.
What came first, Coke or Pepsi? I'm just asking.
Coke.
Coke.
Okay, I thought it was RC Cola. But
No,
anyways.
Pepsi came first.
And no, it did
No.
not.
No,
It
Coke.
did.
All right, let me ask ChatGPT to settle this debate. I guess.
Fine.
There's no debating that Gutters is wrong.
Well, we'll see
Gutters is always wrong.
if I can spell it right.
I love bugging you, Gutters. I love bugging you.
You better knock it off.
What came first?
RC is
The
owned.
chicken
by
or the
Dr.
egg.
Pepper.
Ow.
Fucking AI don't know shit.
Okay, Coke was invented in 1886 by Dr. John Pemberton, while Pepsi, originally called Brad's
say
Drink, was
doctor.
invented in 1893. So yes,
Okay.
Coke came first.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's because it had to be perfected, and so Pepsi is the perfected one.
Oh,
No,
That doesn't
Yeah.
mean it that
Yeah.
doesn't mean it tastes better.
It does.
No,
Like
it doesn't.
100 times better.
Okay, well then about
I'll
McDonald's,
die of thirst for a drink.
Old
That.
the world
McDonald's.
famous French fries.
What's the question?
Well, okay, so it's like saying about McDonald's, they had the best French fries.
Well, they used to before they screwed everything
Yeah.
up.
Okay, so they just went back to what is that oil that they use for French
Tallow?
fry? No, not
Beef
No.
tallow. Yes, sir.
no. They just switched just recently, just within the past April, and they went back to you mention this all the time about how healthy it is. Some kind of olive oil.
And beef fat now. Beef tallow.
Not at McDonald's.
Yes.
No, they go to olive oil.
Olive
No.
oil.
No, you don't fry anything in olive oil.
Also,
Yes.
Well, you don't do it. in beef
McDonald's French
tallow.
fries are the nastiest French fries ever made.
No,
My
they are
opinion.
not. They're
Yes,
the
they are.
best.
Burger Kings are better.
So they used to be fried in beef
Burger
tallow.
King.
Hey, hold on,
Burger
hold
King?
on, hold on. Let other
Yeah.
people talk. Oilers.
They used to be fried in beef tallow. And then they switched to vegetable oil in the 90s due to the health concerns, which now we realize, vegetable oil isn't it.
right, it's actually worse.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why they used to be so good back then.
So now they use canola blended oil, which is vegetable oil.
Not here in Canada. We just switched again. You're right, but they switched again to a healthier one. You mentioned this on your show.
Okay, let me see.
Well, in Canada, maybe.
Yes, in Canada. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Well, I think we already determined Canada isn't real.
Yeah, this is a whole different country. This is America. This is abortion with guns. This is a whole different thing.
Oh, that's hard.
Abortion with guns?
Yeah.
Just
It's
don't-
kind of trippy because it says that McDonald's Canada fries are made with russet Burbank, russet Ranger, and Umatilla russet. Oh, and Shepherdie potatoes. But I think that the Umatilla is right down the road here, and I'm sure the russet Burbank is obviously in California. I don't know where the other ones are from, but I think that's ironic. They're from Canada, or they're Canada, and they're made right here. They're grown right here.
Well, I like when RFK Jr. went there, and he was like, "We want to take the dyes out of Skittles and M&Ms and all this stuff like that," and they're all like, "Oh yeah, we can change that within a year." Like, so you could have done this this whole time.
Yep.
Known carcinogens, you could have not done it for the
Yeah,
last
exactly.
25 years.
So it looks like they flash freeze them, and then in the restaurants, they're cooked in a blend of vegetable oils and seasoned with salt. That's all it says for Canada.
No, they recently changed it, so it's not updated yet.
Good
I'm
try
sure.
there, Oilers.
I know some places have done it, like Popeyes. I think they're switching back to like beef tallow. There are some places that are
They are.
trying to change back.
Man, I love me some Popeyes.
Yeah.
I think it's funny, like if you go to, a McDonald's or a Wendy's or whatever, like in Asia, and you order a burger, everybody looks at you weird, and it takes like 10 minutes to get it.
I know.
Like nobody even orders that on the menu over there. They're like, "What? You want a burger?" Because the menus are all like rice and all these weird things that we don't have. But then they do have like the Big Mac,
Yeah.
and you order it, and they're like, They have to like bring somebody special out to make it because they don't even know how.
Isn't it called the Royale there?
That's in France.
Oh, is that in France? The Royale.
Well, Gutters eats McDonald's every day.
I doubt it.
No.
Maybe her grandson gets it once in a while, you know, but I bet she doesn't even eat it.
Not from, yeah. And he don't get it from me. I don't, I used
Yeah.
to take my grandkids to it, but nope.
I take it every now and then, you know, but
Let them get a toy and play in the
That's
park.
like saying, hey kids, why don't we go down on Skid Row? We'll see if they got any heroin out there for you.
it's not like that at all. It's not like that at all.
It is. If you think about it, do you know what in that shit? It's nasty.
Healthy stuff, but you lose
Not
weight
healthy.
quickly.
You know, it's a little kangaroo action. Come on.
It's well,
Wasn't that
I'm
what,
more
what,
worried
what-
about the health issues. Like it's not so much about even maggots ain't gonna kill you, but it's other shit that they're putting in there. That's what I would worry.
I know, but listen, my daughter takes vitamins, and not the cheap bottle shit like the drops that are expensive. And she's never had a drink of soda. She's had a drink of soda one time she's 8, about a year ago. She finally I never let her have anything other than water. And
no Kool-Aid, man? Come on.
no.
Tea?
Pure sugar. You don't drink sugar. That's
Tea?
Come on, make her into a
Oh.
tea granny.
Well, she tried Sprite like a year ago, and she's like, "That's disgusting." Like, she made a face like it was like the worst thing she's ever tasted because she's spent 8 years not drinking it.
Yeah, if you don't give your kid sugar, and then once they get to, a few years old, 3 or 4 years old, the taste of sugar, it'll about gag them.
I mean, she eats sugar, she'll have a cookie and some ice cream and stuff, but drinking like as a drinking sodas, that's no good. No good at all.
Even Orange Crush?
Yeah. That's like drinking 3 candy bars.
That's horrible. You know what we use now, and I actually like it better, is, because I like coffee. I like a teaspoon of sugar on my coffee or something, But we use that coconut sugar, the organic coconut sugar.
Mm-hmm.
And
The heck is that?
it actually tastes better
I don't.
in the coffee. No, I mean, I'm just saying I like it better than just the regular sugar.
My cousin does too.
Do you ever use coconut milk in it?
No, just but the coconut sugar doesn't taste like coconut. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's like, man, coconut milk and some rice is incredible.
I need to just stop putting creamer in it and just drink the
Oh,
shit flat.
you talk about shit that's bad for you. Go read the back of those creamer bottles.
Creamer, actually, no. Go look at it. Those, if you use the carnation ones, I'm telling you, they don't really have all that much shit in. There is sugar in it though, which is the worst thing.
Right. We don't use that either. We use the whole milk.
Just a minute, I'm gonna go get one.
And just put a tiny splash of whole milk in my coffee with a teaspoon of coconut sugar, and that's it. But we buy good coffee, so.
I'm not a big coffee drinker, but I'll drink it sometimes in the wintertime when it's really cold. But I just put like natural honey in it, just like a spoonful. That's good to me.
My grandparents got me addicted to hot tea with some evaporated milk and some honey in it. I was addicted to that shit. I didn't drink coffee, but that's because my parents drink Folgers. Ugh. And then I found out what good coffee is. I love good coffee. I like a good French roast or dark roast coffee.
I like Tim Hortons or McDonald's coffee.
I don't
It's
like other
It's
coffee.
everything in moderation too, it's okay. I mean, eat fried chicken every now and then, but it's probably not good to eat fried chicken 3 days a week.
I just like the skin.
Right.
Like if you could go through KFC, Like pull to the KFC drive-thru and say, "There's like, give me a bucket of skin, 2 of those biscuits,
Yeah, exactly.
some, and a extra gravy and some, extra gravy because you got to be able to dip the skin in the gravy."
I'd
Just
rather
mix it all up.
instead of KFC, I'd rather have Popeyes though.
Well, yeah, I was being facetious.
Oh yes.
We don't
Popeyes
have
is good.
we don't have a Popeyes. We got one in
Oh.
Albuquerque. You got to go to Albuquerque to eat it. It's not the
So-
same thing. Louisiana Popeyes are the best.
So my sweet cream, the Natural Bliss Coffee Mate.
Well, you're buying the natural one. Well, that's different.
Natural Bliss. It only has skim milk, cream, sugar, and that natural flavors is what gets me. It's like, oh sure, what's the natural flavors?
Yeah, what is that exactly?
Mhm.
Expand on that.
Mhm.
Is that camel spit? What is it?
Exactly, right? Red Beetles.
It's like the cereal, like Kellogg's. It's all made here in America, and they ship it out to other countries. And here they use, for us, they use like the Fruit Loops or whatever. They use the dyes, all the shit that causes cancer in
Mhm.
rats. And they use like natural beet juice and natural fruit colors, like from actual fruit, to color the cereal, because they were the only country that allows this bullshit.
Yeah. And so ours are nice, bright colored, but it'll
Yeah.
kill you.
So the same factory, they make shitty ones for Americans,
Yep.
healthy ones for other countries. It's wild.
Not to mention Mountain Dew. Oh my God.
Oh.
I love Mountain Dew, but that's probably the most hideous drink you could drink.
Mhm.
The coloring and all that, all outlawed. Even China outlawed them things. You can't get
Yeah. You can't go buy a Mountain Dew in most other countries. Look at you like you're crazy.
LW, I have to ask you something. So I have a fan blowing on me. Can you hear it?
No.
Okay. That's good. Because I don't want you to hear the.
I thought it was 34 degrees.
It is. It hasn't changed. It hasn't gone down. It's just starting to go down. Oh no.
Oh, you're talking about Celsius, right?
Yeah.
Oh, see, that's where you're wrong in the first place.
Right. Everything should be gauged off of 0.
Yeah.
Well, I don't make the rules. All right. I just go by what's I'm told.
Celsius. What a concept. I think we're like one of the only 2 that goes with the ones we go with. 2 other countries actually that don't
What?
use Celsius.
Liberia, that's one of them. United States, Liberia, and then what's the other one? There's one other country. I can't think of what it is.
Really? I only thought it was 2.
No, there's 3, I think.
Nate, to the chat GPT.
I'll look it up. Hang on.
No, he's busy unplugging his toilet.
Let's not give him any encouragement on toilet.
I'm here. I'm just-
Jared, if I had a fan blowing on me, I wouldn't tell my wife.
All right, Gigi,
Yo.
you're in charge.
Oh, God.
My dog is scratching at the gate. That means she has to go to the bathroom. So I got to go walk this lady.
All right, so real quick, so I can go on. It's U.S., Myanmar. I always hate trying to say that. Myanmar and Liberia.
Wow.
They use the Fahrenheit scale.
Yeah, well, they use. Yeah, I mean, it's the imperial system.
Yeah. Well, see, they're only one of 3 countries. There's only 3 countries that only really know what it is. The other ones are playing pretend. We're right, aren't we?
Well, I don't know about that, Mr. Duggars.
Uh-oh.
I
There's
mean,
that
you
comment
guys,
talk.
you guys are talking actually about following and joining, so getting rid of the Fahrenheit and going with Celsius.
No, that was a big flop. They tried to do it, and the people revolted. We'll not have Celsius.
Because it's funny when the Americans they come here, they say we could tell what the weather is no problem. They said, well, we have a hard time figuring out our own. And I said, well, you guys are on Fahrenheit, and I said we're on Celsius. They said, yeah, we prefer to be on Celsius.
Obviously, they were Oregon people.
Yeah, those are not real
They're
Americans.
from, they're
Those
from
Actually, from
Portland.
Washington, it's just Washington.
Right, that's what I'm saying. They're not from, the South. I guarantee that.
Or anywhere
And
near.
you're muted. You're muted there, Nate. Can't hear a word.
I prefer Fahrenheit.
There, it's final. Nate said.
Sorry,
Fahrenheit.
Nate, your vote doesn't count.
Says the guy who doesn't even know what Canadian Day is.
Oh, poor Nate. Nate, how you doing? What's new with you? How many days till college football season, Nate?
You gotta ask Baylorman on that. I have no idea. But I'll probably predict it's probably less than 60.
Yeah, I think if I had to guess, because I looked the other day, but I don't remember how many days ago. I think it's like 56.
Ask ChatGPT.
There's Dave Brown. Okay.
Hola. Oh, you doing,
Yeah.
you old drunk?
But yeah, TF, I've been doing good. I just, like I said, I just got back from Michigan from a family graduation trip, or my cousin's graduation ceremony, or just party.
Did you find you a girl while you was there?
No, there was some hotties in Michigan.
He does have a girlfriend, I believe.
No, we broke up.
Ah.
You broke that one from a while back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Dave.
I mean, I still like her, not in a way that for a relationship. It's just, yeah, it didn't work out. But
She said no.
no, I
ain't doing that, Nate.
I said no mainly because not trying to be mean or anything, but she was a little woohoo.
I was gonna say, well, you must have showed her too much of your the toilet plunging, and she probably got scared.
I didn't do
Ran
that.
out.
No, all I did is just I respect her as a man. I am that I'm supposed to be to a,
Wait, did you say you respect her as a man?
a gentleman.
Ah.
A gentleman. Yes, that's what I was trying to say. But that's all I was just trying to do. Be a pure
He's
gentleman.
not a gentleman.
You're being the gentleman, not her being the gentleman, right?
No, I was being the gentleman to her, and she
Oh.
was.
Glad you cleared that up, Nate. But
Yeah.
Well, I
That's
thought
like-
you were dating some LGBTQ person.
Also, Douglas, that's like one in a lifetime me clarifying stuff.
you did good, bro.
Thank you. But no. Also, I have like 6 remaining vacations. Yeah, 6 remaining, upcoming. I think
6?
one. Yeah, I mean the last one was Michigan. So that's. Who's that? Andrew Gillis or whoever it is.
Yeah.
But anyways, yeah. Next one is.
Spit it out.
Augusta, seeing Uncle Lou at his house to watch. I said,
No, are you flying back down to Lou's house?
Yeah, in Augusta, yes. And the sad thing part of that is I got to go through for a layover in Atlanta.
And where?
Atlanta.
Oh, that's not bad.
Okay. But second one, it will be Colorado with family, and another for Thanksgiving will be with family in San Antonio. I have family down there too, and also the guy's Vegas trip in January, and then
You gonna do that? You gonna go there for that?
yeah, with my dad, yeah.
Oh,
And-
that'll be fun.
And last but not least, the Salt Olympics.
You said Vegas when?
January,
When? Middle? Beginning?
mid to late, like the 24th to 28th.
Oh shoot, I won't be able to. Because I would have gone down and met you in Vegas.
But that's about it.
Darn.
What do you got pulled up here, LW?
The best Trump impersonator,
All right.
Shane Gillis.
Oh,
That was my favorite Trump quote recently.
What was it?
He's like, I called her Kimbala. I was just joking around, but they're acting like I mispronounced it. We like that nickname, Kimbala.
It is. It is.
Anyway, the Comrade Harris is a disaster. Like he'll be reading a speech. He does that when he's reading.
He does it.
And then he breaks from the teleprompter and talks shit. So he's like, Kambala, they thought I was saying it wrong when I said Kambala. I was not. Anyway, Comrade Harris is a complete disaster. Just right back to his speech. I've watched a lot. I know. Yeah, you can tell when he freestyles
When he
because
was
he'll
giving-
read the line. He'll read the last line of the teleprompter and repeat it. He'll be like, and the economy is a disaster, and it is a disaster. and then he'll go.
That's funny.
Yeah, that's pretty good there.
Well, guys, I'm gonna bounce. I just wanted to come up and let you know I'm still alive, still kicking, and I'm gonna go and celebrate Canada Day tomorrow.
Yeah,
night
happy
in the morning.
Canada Day to you. Make sure you eat a bunch of maple syrup and whatever those what is it? Poutine?
Yes, poutine.
Poontang.
Poontang. Make sure you eat some poontang and maple syrup.
McDonald's fries with
Sure.
gravy on it.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, McDonald's! I'm craving McDonald's.
Just dip it in ranch.
Welcome to McDonald's. Can I take your order? That's Gutters. Don't serve them. Don't serve them. I can just picture Gutters.
Well, good talking to you,
Random.
Others. Appreciate it.
Okay. Hey, good seeing
See you
LW.
later.
TF, Mr.
Later on,
Duggars,
buddy.
the handsome fat man, and Nate the Great. Bye, everyone. And LW, thank you so much for having me up. Goodbye.
No problem, brother.
Good night.
Have a good one.
Tyler.
It's so good to be home. Not gonna lie.
Nate's going through a jet lag over here. Or did you drive?
Oh, I didn't drive. No.
Well, not you, but I mean your family.
Yeah, mom and dad did. Dad did the most of driving, and then once he got tired of driving through Chicago mainly, and he was wanting to take a nap, so my mom had to take over. Both are really good drivers.
Well, that's a good thing. It's a good thing when people are good drivers and not bad drivers.
I'm just hoping I'll be one of them too.
Wow. So what else? Gutters, you still here?
Yeah.
LW, you back with us?
Yeah, I'm here. I was just looking at Twitter. Sorry.
I wish we could play like crazy fight videos because I've been coming across a bunch of those.
Let's do it.
You go to school at the University of North
YouTube.
Georgia.
Are there black?
Do what?
YouTube gets mad if you play fights on there
Oh,
for some
man.
reason.
We just play like Gotti Ward 1, but they're probably
No, I mean like street fights.
Oh, yeah.
You go to school at the University of North Georgia.
Are there black people around there?
Not a lot at the school, but there are some.
President Trump, I noticed you grabbed your
Say
microphone.
it. Say it. Whatever you're thinking, say it. What a great institution.
You go to school at the University of North Georgia.
Are there black people around there?
Not a lot at the school, but there are some.
President Trump, I noticed you grabbed your
Say
microphone.
it. Say it. Whatever you're thinking, say it. What a great institution.
University of North Georgia.
He is the clone of Trump. Well, if he was dressed like and speaking like him.
Oh, those are the best. Those Kill Tonys with him as Trump and the other guy's Biden.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty funny stuff.
I think Bigfoot's funny.
Do you? It's the
Yeah.
least funny thing ever.
No,
opinion.
Bigfoot's funny on TikTok.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah.
All those videos.
Yeah. You know what's weird about that is that's all AI video. Like it's made from AI. What the?
I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah, you never know what you're going to find on there. I like that guy's impressions, though. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got him down. Because he does do he studies like how he talks instead of like. Have you ever seen Alec Baldwin's impersonation? It's horrible.
Yeah, those are just absolutely horrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, this guy's got like his mannerisms down and stuff.
Yeah, he will repeat stuff though. It's pretty funny.
It's like exactly like Trump that would do.
It's like I
Trump's
walk into this
definitely a
room.
good speaker.
Yeah, he's like I walk into this room and there's all these idiots there, and I said to myself, "Man, look at all these idiots!" Like he does that all the time. I said to myself,
You know what's funny, Trifles, about Shane Gillis? He's from Notre Dame.
Uh-oh, he's a Notre Dame fan. Now, who's going to win that game to start off the season, Miami or Notre Dame, Nate?
"Where is it?"
Miami. That's neutral, I think. It was already Miami. I don't know.
I don't know where. I mean, look that up.
But if it's at Miami, I don't know. I think Miami has a shot to win against Notre Dame.
It's at Hard Rock.
Okay. Basically neutral.
I think Cam Ward is 10 times better than the new quarterback. So
Who
I don't
they
know.
got? Miami.
Carson Beck.
Oh. You know what he looks like? He looks like Sid the Sloth. No offense. Carson Beck does.
I mean, we just have to have our defense has to, when I say improve, like you don't need Cam Ward. You don't need to put up 50 points a game. You just need to not have 49 scored against you.
Right, exactly.
You know what I mean? I mean, that's
Yeah. What kind of scheme of defense do you think Miami needs? Like a scheme? What type of scheme do they need to be successful?
I have no idea, but one that stops the other team.
I mean, that's true.
Because we did not have that last year.
Oh, I was out. It was maybe sometime tomorrow. I know TF likes to watch my baseball videos.
No, I just like watching you strike out.
That is true. That's the only time you like me playing baseball. But yeah, I actually pick a pitcher this time, TF, for career mode.
Nice. Now, Nate, what is that on your shirt?
Oh, Life is Good shirt.
Oh, okay.
One of those shirts. Now these it's probably runny nose snot.
Okay, so yeah, I was talking about the life is good, not the snot, but yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. At least we know what the stains are too. So
yeah.
Nate, did you know that Gigi and I are doing a college football show about a week before the season starts?
I heard of it, yeah.
Yeah. Gigi and I.
Yeah.
Good luck, Gigi.
Should be the bomb.
She's going to break down the 4-2-5 defense for us.
Yeah, I am. I certainly am.
Just go 4-2-5. That's all you gotta say.
Yeah.
All right.
She's going to look into it, and
Nate, I'll just have you call me, and you'll be in my ear telling me everything I need to.
Yeah, I'll give you
yeah.
the science.
Yeah, perfect. That works.
I saw all the science.
You know, I used to keep stats for football, for high school
You did?
football.
Oh.
Yeah.
I played high school football.
You know why I did it?
Why?
Because I knew I wouldn't pay attention if I didn't do something that was a little more involved than just sit on the sideline. So,
Yeah, that is kind of boring to sit on silence, but still.
you used to keep the stats.
yeah.
Like what? I'm pushing back.
Like,
against this.
so the head coach would stand on the sidelines and he'd tell me everything that I needed to write down. And he gave me basically, he'd tell me whatever it was. I can't even remember. It was so long ago, but he'd give me what I need to write down, and I'd write it on his little pad that he had, and it was all lined out. I mean, I'm sure you guys have seen all that stuff before.
Hey, can I just say real fast? Can I just tell Esso to zip it? Technically, are all Miami games neutral sites? Yeah, whatever, Esso.
Hi, Dave.
Oh, sorry.
Howdy, howdy. What is it, about 15, 20 miles from the campus to the stadium?
Yeah, it's probably about 20 miles, I think.
Yeah, it
15,
is
20 miles.
unusual,
Yeah, it's about, but it's not that far. I mean, it's really not that far. But yeah, I miss the Orange Bowl. I miss it a lot. I think we should have kept it or redone it. I mean, it was falling apart, but I miss the Orange Bowl.
Yeah, the Orange Bowl is awesome, in my opinion. I think that was mainly Miami's Hurricanes field, mainly, but
Well, yes, it was 100% Miami's field.
But
I mean, the Dolphins borrowed it from them, but yeah.
Yeah.
I do remember the day when the good old Miami Hurricanes were the Alabama of the time.
For a little while.
No, we're back, man. We're back. We at least have another 6 weeks of being back.
You sound like a Nebraska fan. You say you're back, but you get disappointment.
So what's up with Dave Brown? What are you up to, brother?
Well, I had to go get my hat real quick. Speaking of the Orange Bowl.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
I kind of miss it too.
Yeah, it was cool. I mean, remember that place would just get rocking in there. I mean, the whole thing would start shaking. It was like, oh my god, it was so cool.
What does hold for capacity? Like 8,000 or whatever?
The Orange Bowl?
Yeah.
It was way more than that.
I don't know. I can look it up.
Yeah.
Probably like
on Facebook. I see a group that's like memories of the Orange Bowl or something, and they're always putting up a story about games from the past.
Those are some great matchups, man. Miami versus Nebraska.
The Orange Bowl had a capacity of 80,000.
So I was, damn, okay.
Yeah, it held a lot of people and it got loud.
Oh yeah, because of the upper decks, lower, like mid decks.
Mhm.
It's like trying to capture the sound. That's what I think. That's what should. I think that's what all Power 4 teams, or most Power 4 teams, need to be like that. Like sections that capture the sound of the fans. That's just me. But
Yeah, it was cool. It was a cool place. Once upon a time.
They were great.
In the
Jim Kelly, Jim Kelly, Vinny Testaverde, just so many great quarterbacks.
Who was Jim Kelly's coach?
Wasn't that Schlottenberger?
Who?
Who? The late great Howard Schnellenberger.
Yeah,
See, Dave's
for who? Dave Brown.
Yeah, Howard's from Louisville. Well, he was born in St. Manred, Indiana.
Well, what famous coach did he coach for?
I'm sorry?
What famous coach did he coach for?
God, tough one. I know he coached with The guy from Miami. No, but did he coach underneath Bear Bryant?
Yeah, yeah, Bear.
He played for Bear at UK.
Yeah.
And then they went to the Colts. Seems like I'm having a brain fart. You know that's why I say that coach from Miami, Don Shula. Didn't they coach together? But somewhere, I don't know. I get lost in all that history from the '60s and stuff.
My only
But,
point
yeah.
was that everything starts with Alabama. That was my only point. Uh-oh.
Jeez.
But he's the reason I'm a partial Miami fan because of Howard.
Yeah, Dave's a closet Miami fan.
No, I've come out of the closet.
I am
I
too.
can see that.
It's like the reason Fools likes the Astros. Like, I never really gave a shit about Miami. Now when they play, I'm like, well, I hope they win so this fucking guy can live his glory days again.
Hey, it would be nice. You've got to do being an Alabama fan. You've been spoiled for the past, 10, 12 years, if not longer.
17
years.
So the 18th national title then is not real. You're saying
The what, Nate?
the 18th you know how fans say they have 18 national titles. I'm just saying when LW says 17 of those last 18 years of Bama dominance in football, I was just asking if the 18th national championship or natty for Bama didn't count.
Well, there's some truth to that, but most of it is kind of overblown.
Okay.
The NCAA recognizes 16 for Alabama. Alabama claims 18. And it was like some year where like some magazine said that they were, when all these college football magazines had all this power. So one would say, oh, Alabama's a national championship. So they would say, okay, we won the natty. But they have 16. But they have 16.
Also, kind of like the situation with Central Florida, almost.
Kind of.
Okay.
But then there was a small period of time to where they crowned the national champion. And I think this has only happened or Alabama only has like one of these, but where they crowned the national championship when the regular season was over.
Yes.
And the bowl game was an exhibition.
Now we're going back to the 50s, I think.
Yeah.
40s.
Was that the co-ed title or whatever?
No, we're not talking about Texas A&M.
No. The co-ed national title where teams share a title, like for example, Michigan, Nebraska, '97, which is I don't know.
That's co-champions.
Yes, that's what I meant. Yeah. Yes.
I'm not going to say I'm not going to say what I said while I was muted to you there, Fools. But I just categorize it and file it away.
Duggar, you have.
Shut up, Nate.
Okay.
So how's Louisville looking, Dave?
I like to tell everybody, fuck football until August. Excuse my language. I'm sorry. F football till August.
Right.
Everybody's talking about it. I got another good team. They're probably going to be at least 9-4, like we were last year, basically. Joey and I were going to, do a prediction show last year. We never got around to it, and I was kind of scared. I wanted to see my team go up at least 9-4, and that's all they did was they did hit 9 victories. You never know how things are going to go. We're fairly predictable, that's why I say we'll probably be 9-4 again this year. Losing to possibly Miami. I don't think we played Notre Dame this year, but Clemson.
I think Miami and Louisville, isn't that a Friday night game in Miami this year?
I believe it is.
That scares me. That does scare me, a Friday night game.
And our quarterback this year is one of those 1-year transfer deals, and he's the guy that kicked our ass from Southern Cal in the bowl game a couple of years ago. So now he's on our side, but I like that because he knows he's got our number. And hopefully he does that number on somebody else all year long. Moss, I think it was Moss. So all around, we got good recruits, a good coach, good players. But,
I think you'll do. I think you'll have a pretty good season. I think you'll have a
Yeah.
surprisingly good season.
crossing our fingers.
Yeah.
But I just hate to predict. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to get egg on my face when
Well,
I'm
we'll have
wrong.
to bring you on. Every year I've done a show right before, usually like 2 weeks before the season starts or something. And I'm trying to put together a pretty good, I got to start reaching out to people now because I want to usually do it in August, the beginning of August. But to bring different people on, for 10 minutes a piece or, something like that and just get their, kind of predictions, okay, we'll have like 5 questions. Everybody has the same 5 questions.
It was so much easier when there was only 4 teams in the playoff. So everybody could call and be like, these are my 4. Now there's 14 or whatever.
Right.
Or 12.
Because I'd like to have, just come up with like 5 questions for, everybody and have, your season prediction, your blah, 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 blah. And I want to put together, I want to get quite a few people to come on and then we can look back at, it's just fun to, see if anybody's right, anybody's not. So I'll have to keep in touch. What is the best way to get in touch with you? Email? That email I have for you? Dave?
Oh, me? Yes. Well,
Right.
I don't.
Yeah, Dave's the only person in the world without a cell phone,
Right.
which
and
I'm very jealous of. Mind you, I am very jealous of the fact that you don't have a cell phone.
I've got some, but they haven't been active for 13 years.
All his burners.
Burners in my line of work.
These fucking CIA.
Call it work.
I do want to point out that on last year's college football show, I believe I picked Washington as my sleeper team to make the Final Four, and they went to the national championship. I just want to throw that out there.
Damn.
That I might know a thing or two. But anyway, Gutters, what do you think?
I think football sucks.
The football floozy.
Well, not last year. That was 2 years ago. My bad. All right, Dave. We got to get off football now.
No, we don't have to.
Oh, you so suck. I'll knock you out.
The torture. It was fun.
Yeah, Gunners loves talking about football.
I do.
She's very knowledgeable on the topic too.
I am.
She kept. I think what she was doing for that coach was just getting his like Arby's order for after the game. I don't think she was really doing anything. She was just writing down extra Arby's sauce.
Morrissey sauce.
So is there anything in the news with you, Dave Brown, that you've seen that you think is interesting or funny?
Well, I came here from listening to a few videos. I got up kind of late, obviously, about an hour ago. But yeah, down in Florida, and that's why I was about the free speech thing. And I don't have to get into too much detail, but in Florida, they seem to be having a problem with the police and people expressing their First Amendment rights to free speech at farmers markets. So I don't know if you guys have heard of Caitlin Bennett. Adam,
Oh yeah, Caitlin Bennett. Yeah.
But I've been following that the last month or so, and it's just really great to see that people are effing around and effing out. And find out. But that you can be there. They tried to trespass this woman, Caitlin, and you can't do that. So it's nice to see people coming to their senses, if you will. And I've been studying the companies that run these security companies, for the event staff. And just interesting. They need to be taught a thing or two about free speech.
I saw your show when you were covering that. You were playing the video where they were telling her to get the hell out of there. Yeah, it was pretty wild.
And everybody's backtracking. The lawyers didn't even have to get involved this past week, and there was enough of a public outcry about what they did that they rescinded the trespass order.
What city was that in?
Well, the first one was Lakeland, so this last one was Winter Garden.
Winter Garden.
And they're all around
And
Orlando.
they wouldn't
basically.
even listen to her at all.
Yeah, Orlando's a pretty a lot of liberals in that area of Orlando. you know,
She got kicked out of a pride festival as well. It was in a public park. But
yeah, I
it's
saw
just,
that.
I don't like seeing people
This is a
overexert their authority. That upset me. And using the police as their weapon when they don't have a right to do that.
Yeah.
And so I just
Yeah,
I
and
believe
then
in
a
free
month
speech.
from now they'll be protesting the police, saying to defund them. You know, the
And
same
these are
people
from
that are
like farmers markets on public streets. It's not like it's in, a private area or just a public street.
Well,
That
Dave,
the one lady wants to move it to private property to get around this problem. Instead of admitting the truth, I made a mistake. She's welcome to be there. Blah 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 blah. They said, well, let's just move it to a
Go
private
ahead.
venue.
now, Dave, you have a wrench in here, but is do you know this Dave Brown, or is this what is
I'm
that?
sorry. Oh, that's which Dave Brown? The one in chat? Oh, yeah, that's the one with the nose. That's not the Bourbon Hunter channel. Yeah.
I got you.
a
Okay,
couple.
gotcha.
My bad. The man with the nose.
I like the nose.
Well, the ladies were really, anyway. Can I say that? the ultimate brown.
Yeah,
nose,
yeah, women don't mind you getting nosy like that,
I love Dave's facial expressions. They're classic.
Yeah,
No
it's funny though.
charge.
It's
No
funny
charge.
though when you talk about that the free speech. Both sides, they only like free speech when they want to say something. Both sides do this all the time. Just like now with anybody questioning Israel or or their involvement with Iran and all that stuff. What does everybody on the right say? Oh, you're an anti-Semite. You hate Jews. It's the same thing.
No, I say, oh, I don't care. I don't want to hear about either one. I hate them all.
Right. But both sides do it. They do it all the time.
Yeah, they got people going to prison and shit in the UK for speaking their minds.
Mm-hmm.
Literally, it's like the brown shirts all over again, but in Britain this time.
I've seen those videos. They knock on the door. We're here about your Facebook post. What?
I saw that in Canada. That happened in Canada, didn't it? Where's Oilers when you need them? I saw something like that a year ago. They came to their door, and what?
Oh,
Get
England
off
is
my
pretty.
porch! Get off my porch!
Yeah. It's pretty wild in England, man. They will show up if you post something that is off limits. They will come to your house and talk to you about it.
Yeah, that's insane. I mean, I couldn't imagine somebody knocking at my door and being like, the FBI standing there and being like, well, we just wanted to talk to you about this post you made on Facebook. And I'm like, what? Get the fuck out of here.
MI6.
Mm-hmm.
They all scare me.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter which side you're on, left, right, or there's just certain topics that are just off limits you cannot speak about.
Yeah, not really I have trouble controlling my free speech, Sometimes I get a little too free with it, but yeah.
I get a little I get a little too wordy.
Right.
My filters have holes in them.
Tongue-tied and twisted.
Yeah, I just sometimes I can't help it. Just when you call somebody stupid because they're being stupid, it's not a slur at them. They're actually an idiot. And I think you ought to be able to point that out. That's one of my greatest powers is I can see idiots.
So Dave, now that you're here, Dave,
speaking of,
I want to bring up college football again just to make Gutters leave. But
yes, please bring it up. The football flu, you can deal with it.
I'm kidding, Gutters. I'm kidding.
I believe you.
We've been doing some questions all night. Okay, what do you think about the big beautiful bill? What do you think about it? Is it big and is it beautiful?
All I can say is that it's a bill.
Yeah, agreed.
And, I'd like to think that it's big and beautiful, but I might be dreaming. I don't know.
And what's your favorite movie?
10
10?
with Bo Derek.
I like it.
Yeah, that's why I laugh.
And did we land on the moon?
Oh, absolutely. Neil Armstrong, baby.
There we go. We have it.
Oh, yeah, I saw it live.
I seen it live.
I think I did.
Oh Lord, they're
Yes,
pregnant.
on the moon, Bo Derek, and it's Bill. I like it.
Dancing with wolves.
Hey, I said that a while ago too.
with no pants on. That's dangerous. But
Hey.
you can't make this stuff up. Well, maybe you can.
Now, do you like Patrick Swayze as much as Gutters?
A Ghost, absolutely. Roadhouse.
See?
All right.
What was that one? What was that End of the World one or whatever they did when he was younger? Not End of the World.
Oh, jeez, why can't I think of it?
Wait,
a bunch of teenagers. They got invaded by some foreign force or something.
No, yeah, the Chinese, the Russian.
Oh, Red Dawn. Is it Red Dawn?
Yep, exactly. Exactly what it.
My memory's not so good.
LW, I had to walk away for a second, but did you ask Dave the our favorite question?
Yes.
Okay, and what was the response?
Yes.
We did land on the moon.
I asked him what he thought about the Big Beautiful Bill. What was his favorite movie? And if we landed on the moon, and he said yes. He saw it on TV.
Wolverine.
Did I pass?
All but the moon part.
Damn it.
We were down with Bo Derek and It's a Bill. We were down with that. You were 2 for 3. It's okay.
I have to watch more of y'all's conspiracy theory programs.
Yeah, you definitely should. We have a lot of fun doing those. Something different. Something different.
I've heard about you.
You what now?
I said I've heard about you.
About me.
The 3-finger thing.
Uh-oh, I'm lost.
He's been drinking bourbon. Leave him alone.
Oh, it's actually been 2 days. It's just been 2 days.
Really?
I'm out. Damn it.
It's good
I'm
to get
very picky. I just can't go stop and get any old bottle. It's got to be
right.
Special.
It's good to give the old liver a couple days off too. I did that the other day. No beer, sleep, drink water, be good.
I like the way you said I did that the other day.
Right. Not today.
There was this recent day, where I did that. Yeah.
I didn't do it today.
That one time at band camp,
Oh God, you took my thing. I was gonna say that. I swear, one time at band camp when I didn't drink.
What about? No, go ahead, fools.
Oh, I was just gonna say I got about a Boone's Farm here. I could pop open for you, Dave. And
strawberry wine.
Of course, Strawberry Hill. Of course, isn't that the only flavor worth drinking? But the bottle, it's like 9 years old. I've just had it sitting here in this thing, so yeah, I don't know that necessarily that I would drink it. So.
Those were some mature grapes.
Now, Dave, is there any conspiracy that you do believe that you're find interesting?
Well, I only believe in facts.
That sounds like a conspiracy.
Yes, very conspiratorial.
It's a rumor.
It's the fact that you don't know the facts, like I don't know the facts, with all this political crap and screening going on. They're protecting their asses. Some of them are old favors because they got some pictures of them fucking a goat. Something's going on. Let's have it out. We're the missing kids. Okay, what'd you do with the 300,000 kids?
I don't know what just happened right there.
Me neither.
What did you say, Mr. Tiger? I got lost.
No, I just rambled, did some rambling. I just don't trust them. There is no real stuff out there, bro. I mean,
How about JFK? How about JFK, Mr. Dave? Do you think it was just Lee Harvey by himself? No. All right. I like this guy already.
The grassy knoll.
Yeah, so he's not buying into all of them.
So I guess I am a conspiracy theorist then, huh?
Yeah, see, there's one. Wasn't the term conspiracy theorist invented because of that, LW?
It
And
was
so
by the CIA.
Lee Harvey, the CIA, the mafia, you know. But, yeah, oh, that was a conspiracy right there.
One of them shot him from a sewer gate or something too, supposedly.
A manhole cover popped
Yeah.
up. And
Yeah, that was the Teenage Mutant Ninja. What was his name? Splinter from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles popped up.
Yeah, I stood right there at that sewer. I stood right there with my grandparents.
You know, talking about that comment, like Boone's Farm and talking about that, you know, Mad Dog 2020?
Ooh.
Yeah.
You know, it's never really been called Mad Dog. Did you know that?
MD.
It's MD, yeah.
Right. And it really stands for like, hell, I don't even know what it is. But it's never been called Mad Dog.
That was the effects of it. That's what it turned.
Right. It was a nickname given to it. And I never realized that. It's like, you know, Moors and Dumar or something. Yeah, you know, I forget what it is.
So what's that? What do you say about like, oh, we thought it was this forever, but now we find out all.
Well,
what do
that's
they
not a
call it?
Mandela effect. That's just the, you know, being drunk and drinking cheap wine.
Oh,
But
It's funny you say,
Mandela-
that because I've called it Mad Dog, hanging out on YouTube on all these streams and stuff like that. But now that I think about it, when I was a kid, we never called it that. We called it MD20. We called it MD 2020.
So you never called it Mad Dog. Maybe that's a
Not
Southeast
until
or something.
yeah, not
Is
until
that from the makers? Morgan David? Is that
Morgan David. Yes. Yes. That's what it stood for. Morgan David 2020. That's what it was.
Mogan. There's no
Morgan. Yeah. Okay. Whatever.
Mogan. I'm sorry.
Yeah. But yeah, it was Mogan David or whatever 2020.
Sorry.
But everybody just called it Mad. I always thought it was really Mad Dog. I never thought about it.
Wow. It's nasty. I know
I
that.
only tried it. I tried it one time, and that was
Ooh.
enough.
Fucking horrible.
Rubbing alcohol, man.
It's like drinking aftershave or some Aquavella
Yeah.
or something like that.
Ugh. I try to forget the 70s, you know. Yeah. Boone's
I
Farm
had-
is good. Reuniti on Ice. There you go. Reuniti. Anybody? Reuniti.
Yeah, what's
Of
the
course.
other one?
Cella Lambrusco.
Oh, yeah.
Aldo, if anybody remembers Cella wines. They only were popular for 10 years or less.
Well, that was the mushroom years, you know. So
Well, late 70s. Yeah. For me.
yeah.
I'm assuming you're talking about Portobello's, right?
Absolutely, of course.
Of course. What are you singing, Gutters?
This thumbnail's pissing me off.
College football fight song.
Yeah, I think that was the sign of the Oregon Beavers.
I knew she loved Beaver.
Mhm. We're just gonna make Gutters a Beaver fan.
Better than a Duck fan.
I agree.
Are you close to Eugene? Where is
Mhm.
Eugene?
Couple hours south of me.
Couple
Hell, you could be going to all the games.
Or I couldn't.
You could cover them for your channel.
You could be my
You could be
you could
radar.
you could be our Oregon correspondent.
No.
You could be going, do you believe I'm here? Oh my
You let
God.
Marvin be your Oregon correspondent.
We could think of a catchy name like Football Floozy live from Oregon.
I gotta write that down so I don't forget it. I'm gonna change her name. One day we should when she's not paying attention, like Jeff Webster, Crimson Brave used to do to Jeff Webster.
Have you not noticed it said that for like the past 45 minutes? Her things said
No.
flizzy.
No, I don't have my glasses on. I can barely read.
You didn't see that?
No.
Yeah, I changed that like 40 minutes ago.
He's on it.
Instead of GF.
Dick.
That's kind of funny.
Gutter ball. We could call her
Exactly. First thing.
Gutter ball.
Gutter ball.
That's what I saw. Gutter football. It's like gutter ball.
It's
She
gutter
doesn't
ball.
She doesn't watch movies. She hates sports. What kind of dates did Marv take you on?
She is the boringest woman in the world.
I fucking hate all music except Tom Petty. I hate movies. No sports. Man.
No, I like lots of movies. I
Yeah, and
like
she's like,
lots
don't
of
do me
music.
like that.
Don't do me like that.
She hates all movies.
I don't hate all movies.
She ridicules you for talking about
I like
sport.
lots of conspiracy movies.
Like what?
Like that one, oh, there's one that I always forget the name of it, but it's like one of my faves. What the hell is it called? They go to California,
Oh.
and it's a whole group of friends that end up going to California, and they find out that they are the ones that actually ended civilization as they knew it because they screwed up I don't know, they put in some weird
It sounds like your favorite movie of all time.
Yeah, this
I
is
know
yeah,
what's
she's
the name of
just
it.
half of it.
End of the world. I have to look. Marvin always has to tell me what the name it is. See, that's how much I care about.
Are you the type of woman that like asks questions the whole movie, like while you're watching it? You know?
No.
Okay.
I love it. My favorite movie is this. What's it about? I don't know. I can't really remember.
What's the name? I don't know.
It had something to do with California, but it's totally my favorite.
No, she's that one in the movies that's going, you can punch a hole in the bottom of it. Nobody will know. They think I'm reaching for popcorn.
Right, extra butter.
Oh man.
Oh no, you put the powdered cheese. Ow.
Dave, can you translate Gutter's talk for us and tell us what her favorite conspiracy movie is?
Oh, let me look
So,
it up. Just
the
a
state.
minute.
Okay, here's your hints. The state of California and people went there. Can you figure it out?
Going to California.
And mankind. Yeah, it's chat Dave. Like chat. What is it in chat?
Oh, I think I know what it is. The third kind.
No.
They were all going there. There were people going there. It was a pretty good guess, huh? They all got visions to go to this mountain.
Let's see.
Yeah, I don't know this
So-
one. And I'm usually pretty good with movies, but I'm not sure.
12 Monkeys. That was
It's a bunch of friends, and they meet at this
Movie.
California. I think it's Northern California where they end up meeting.
Movie about people going to California. Let's see what pulls up.
It's like the end of the world, basically.
No.
Does anybody ever really go to California? I think they just leave in California.
And I remember Mrs. Fools wanted to go there, so anyway, and she's always wanted to go and see the Hollywood and see all that kind of stuff. And I kept telling her like, "You're going to be disappointed. You're going to be disappointed." Oh, wait, so
Goodbye World. I think. Wait. Let me double check. Yep.
when she went there, she was
called
like,
Goodbye World.
she was like, "You're right." She was like scared the whole time we were there at night. Like,
What was it, Gutterball? The
Goodbye.
Goodbye World.
I don't think I've ever seen that. Let me type it in.
From 2013.
Goodbye World. Yeah, you're right.
It's actually really good.
I don't think I've ever seen it. Who's in it? Adrian.
Grenier.
Yeah, a bunch of people I've never heard of.
Yeah,
It's
Ken
very-
McKenzie, Gabby Hoffman.
I don't know. This Carrie Bish and Remy Nozick are pretty hot though. Gabby Hoffman looks like a dude.
They're all friends that have known each other since like high school or whatever. And
Okay, Gutters, I'm going to watch this movie. I'm writing it down right now.
Yeah.
I'm going
Yeah,
to
just
watch
save
this movie and see what Gutters' favorite conspiracy movie is here. I'll take it out of her.
What was the name of the movie again?
Goodbye World. And I'm going to have to watch. I'm going to have to write underneath it because I'm writing this on my pad of paper here. I'm going to have to write movie to watch because otherwise I could be Mrs. Fool writing Goodbye World, on my pad of paper, in front of my computer, sitting here, going to be like, oh my God, he's Goodbye World. Like you're writing a damn goodbye note,
laugh at.
Right. I thought about that. I wrote it down and looked at it and went, oh, I got to add to that movie to watch. Not Suicide Note.
I'm gonna watch it too. I got to see Gutters' taste in movie outside of fucking Dirty Dancing.
Oh, I have lots of others, but I just don't remember their names because I'm not a movie buff.
Oh, good Lord.
No wonder. Jared McCoy says the Obamas produced that movie. No wonder Gutters loves it.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, no wonder Gutters likes it. Makes sense now.
Who knows?
Uh-oh.
It's all making sense now, Gutters.
I think you better check that for correctness there, Gutters.
It was I'm telling you, he's probably absolutely right because in the movie I think he plays the president.
Everyone was trans.
Right, everybody was trans. Big Mike was like the Goodbye World, film directed, co-written, and co-produced by Dennis Hennelly. So it was co-written and co-produced. Looking to see where it has something with Obama, but I don't see anything. Not to say that. Let's type in Goodbye World.
Let's just watch it.
Yeah, we could on LW's channel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is where you got to burn things down. This is what we
The
do.
roof, the roof, the
If
roof
you-
is on fire.
We can watch it on
Water
Discord.
let that motherfucker.
If you've got racist videos, play them here. If you've got anti-Semitic videos, play them here. You got just play it, whatever you got.
You can watch it on Discord.
We're gonna go out on an Eagles song, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. That'll definitely do it. That and Queen. We'll do a Queen matchup.
See, that's why you don't like them. Because they copy.
I just don't like the Eagles. Their music's whiny.
You lie.
It's the same sound over and over again.
Shut
There's
up.
a new
You
kid
never
in
said that.
town.
You
I
never
don't want to
said
hear
that.
it.
You fuckers.
Yeah, well, do you like the Eagles, Dave?
Of course.
Good man, Dave.
Anything that Joe Walsh puts his fingerprints on.
I like Joe Walsh and I love his solo stuff. I love all that stuff. I like all the all their solo stuff. I liked it. I just didn't like them together. It was like it was all whiny.
I love Glenn Fry.
Yeah, I do too, but it was all went together. It was all whiny music. I
On
don't
the
like whiny
darkest
music.
highway.
Yeah. Oh my God. Like if I never hear that song again, I'll be happy.
Search for the Legion.
It's
You
just
gotta-
like it's like in some fucking music, like it's like in some weird purgatory.
Dude,
It's,
that was
like it's not blues. There's no blues to it. There's no like rock to it. It's just like in the middle. This middle. I don't know if that makes sense, but
Middle of the road.
Oh, nothing.
Easy listening.
True story. True story. The first piece of audio recordings from any band or anything I ever wrote, I bought a Eagles live tape. And it wasn't no cassette tape. It was an 8-track, baby. And I had it in a 61 Rambler. Come on. It was fun. It was fun. So I like the Eagles.
Here we go.
And I think
Dave
anybody
busting
don't
out
like
look at Dave busting out the Led Zeppelin 8-track. Look at that.
Zeppelin,
yeah.
best band ever. There is no question about it.
You know, Dave, and Duggar, you'll probably find this interesting as well. I've got this record player, one of those big, floor model, record player things, and I bought
console.
Right, a console. And the thing's awesome. It's got, it's totally, 70s, the wood, blah, blah, blah. But one of the coolest things it has an 8-track player in it as well, but it gives you the option to record the records onto the 8-track.
No shit.
Which is pretty cool. A pretty cool feature that it has. So you could actually play the record, put an blank 8-track in there and record your mixtapes onto it's pretty cool. I don't have any blank 8-tracks, so I've never tested.
I've never seen one. Never heard of it. I didn't know that.
I mean, they must have made them. I've never really thought about it, but blank 8-tracks. Let me type that in.
Wow.
I never heard of it.
Oh, see, and we're old. I am. Sorry, speak for myself.
Yeah, look at this. Like, you can buy them still, like right here. A lot of 24 blank sealed 8-tracks. You can still buy them. So you could make your own mixtapes from your record player, which is pretty cool. I mean, I don't have any blank 8-tracks, but
now when they came out with cassette, I thought that was the best thing ever, man.
What was the worst feeling ever when you were driving down the road and you're jamming out to your cassette and you hear,
yeah,
you
it got 8.
You fucking got 8 in the thing, and you got to pull that out and
rewind it with
pencil.
a pencil.
Yeah,
That's not what you're usually dangling in front of us, Dave.
What is that, Dave?
It's from my first cassette recorder. It's the microphone.
Oh wow!
Oh.
That's awesome.
It's different, and it's like made in America, I think.
Surprised it still works.
We have my
well, back then we
daughter's-
made good stuff.
We have
Yeah,
my
after-
daughter's first ghetto blaster in the garage.
A boom box.
Mm-hmm.
One of those things you'd have to put like 16 D batteries in them, and shit.
We had another name for him, but I can't say it on here.
Yeah, exactly. Hell no,
Yeah,
what that is, gutters.
We just rigged ours up with a square 9-volt.
Yeah, those damn things. Like, could you imagine now, as expensive as batteries are, it'd cost you $50 just to power
Walk down
those
the
things
street
anymore.
back.
Right, exactly. Just to, listen to it. Damn things are expensive as hell.
It'd be cheaper to buy a car.
Me and my brother Dennis got a set of earmuff radios one Christmas. They first come out in, like white and blue colors and stuff. And we thought we were the shit, man, because we could listen to music just by putting it on your head,
Mhm.
Go to sleep. You be in there listening to music after your bedtime,
You remember those old Walkman, and they had those like cheesy tiny little metal frames that went around, and those tiny little microphones that stuck in your ears on the Walkmans, or not microphones, but speakers that stuck in your ears on the Walkmans. Those were great. And the original ones, it didn't even have a tape. It was just tuning into the radio, and you could just walk around and listen to your local radio station through the little headphones with the cord running up. Yeah, those were awesome.
And people don't even know what pagers were.
I used to sell pager covers and
wow,
like smoke pipes and all kinds of crazy shit at a kiosk in a mall in the 90s.
I was going to ask, was that at a kiosk?
Yeah, it was at a kiosk.
That's awesome.
That's all I did was get numbers from chicks all day. That's all I
was
really
going to
did.
say, hopefully it was next to the food court.
Yeah.
Or right outside of, Fredericks, Hollywood.
Adam and Eve.
Adam and Eve. Dave goes straight there to Adam and Eve. I don't think they ever had those in malls.
Yeah, it was. It was right by the food court.
Mhm.
It was by
It
a Brothers Pizza, which Dave Portnoy. They moved out of the mall because most of the malls closed here, except the big ones like you went to. But
Right.
Dave Portnoy did a pizza review at Brothers Pizza. I know the owners and all that stuff. It's pretty cool. But yeah, we sold all that stuff. Beeper covers.
Marv wouldn't let me go in that Adam and Eve store.
He wouldn't let you go in there?
Mm-mm.
Why?
He said we got the magazine at home. We didn't need to go in there.
You know, that's one of the scariest things because like the one time that your mail gets delivered to the neighbor's house, it'll be then.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like the one time that the mail gets messed up, it's going to be that package from Adam and Eve, or something like that. You'd be like, God damn it. You're like, oh, I accidentally opened your package, like awkwardly handing it to
As
you.
they're smiling at you.
Right. And you're like, ah.
Your Hustler edition goes there.
Gutters.
What?
I forget what the fuck
It came in a brown paper wrapped. The brown.
Yes.
that thing I sent you a long time. I'd say you for a long time. It's like the Jack Off 3000 or whatever that was.
Yes.
I can't remember what it was.
I do remember that.
My favorite football movie was Debbie Does Dallas.
Oh,
Football movie. The Devil and Miss Jones.
Oh,
behind the green door.
Remember that scene in The Devil and Miss
Deep
Jones with the
Throat.
saran wrap at the end, and the whole thing. And hell, yeah, that was pretty crazy.
Why do we even know those names? Did anyone see all them movies, Dave? He still has them in his collection, I bet.
on the original, VHS tape or whatever.
Betamax just looks better.
Actually, no, never mind. We had reel to reel.
We found it's funny because we were doing estate sales. Sometimes we'll go in and buy stuff, and go through it, and we were at the estate sale. And we ended up getting a bunch of old reel to reels out of this guy's garage, and the husband had died, and the wife was selling. I got tons of tools, tons of stuff, and there was a bunch of reels in a toolbox, out there in the thing, and we have a couple of reel to reel players. We just happened to have them, so it was like, oh, cool. Let's see what these are. We brought them back there. It was all like 1950s porn. That's what it all was. We were laughing our asses off.
Black and white. Black and white.
Oh yeah, it was horrible. It was fucking horrible. I mean, yeah. There was a whole lot of hair in it.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it was funny as hell. We were laughing. My dad and my brother and I, we were like dying laughing, putting this on. I'm like, oh my God, this is fucking insane. Because this guy had this shit like hidden from his wife in his garage.
How horrible. Your grandkids go in there to like clean out your shit, and there's like a ball gag and
Right.
a gimp suit.
Of course, Wendy, we always want to know a story.
Hey, Wendy.
Yeah, it makes you wonder when you got to get your shit in order. You know what I mean? What you leave behind. You're like, ah.
Oh, the kids.
Yeah, I can only imagine what's going to happen, Gutters, one day when they got to clean out your shit. Like,
Oh my God.
Mom.
Yeah. I told Marvin we probably should go through some stuff and make sure.
Yeah, please clean that shit out before your kids have to go through it. Please.
Right?
Exactly. They were like, ooh, no, the top drawer is yours. They're like drawing straws. Who has to go to the top drawer?
Sean won't. He'll be like, fuck that. We're burning the whole house right here. Strike a match with this
Right.
shit.
Good God.
He won't. I'm telling you. No way.
I believe the fifth.
Beer says I don't porn.
Me either.
Oh, Marv didn't have to hide him. You made him hide him, Wendy?
That was probably a long time ago. Everything's out in the open now, you know. I mean,
Yeah. Penthouse. I hope some of them were penthouses and you could fulfill his dream. That was a classy one. I like Playboy.
Marv probably would have found mine first.
Again, I plead the fifth.
I liked Hustler for the cartoons, okay? Only the cartoons.
No, I like Playboy for the cartoons.
Because there were so many cartoons in Hustler.
Vargas. The Vargas.
And
girls.
Playboy, yeah. Oh, Granny.
But yeah, and Hustler was what was that? Chester the molester.
Yeah.
Wow. Again, I plead the fifth.
It cracked me up how nobody ever had but one porn video. They only needed one.
And he still ain't. He's had it 2 years. And he got over 30
never made
minutes
it
of
through the intro.
It's 2.5 hours long. It's never got past like 17 minutes.
Oh, we're talking about it. We're talking about the movie.
How it ended.
Right. Yeah, with the people who have like the collection, you're like, I only got one and I've had it for 20 years.
I don't know.
Still only an hour into it.
It's so bad. Look at Dave. He's like, God, you guys are so right. But
I'm having flashbacks, okay? The real, it was John Holmes. It was John Holmes, if y'all heard with Johnny Wide. And but the title was just so fitting. Away, 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 too long. like
Too buku.
A double entendre there, you know. Yeah.
Too buku, man.
Too buku.
Way too long. That was amazing.
I love the names that they come up with for some of those when they like spin them off of movie titles. It's funny.
Mm-hmm.
Nailing with Palin. Sarah Palin.
Hey, I
She was
just
hot,
learned that
actually.
Sarah Palin.
I did
She
not
was
watch that
cool
movie
in
3 times.
Idaho.
I didn't, I promise.
She's hot, dude.
I watched it from Russia.
That's really funny, actually. That's really funny.
I have my moment.
She watched it from Russia. Oh, look.
She washed it from Russia.
She washed it.
All right. So I guess she knows about porn. This Wendy in the chat. She's naming names.
This the hardest porn we ever got was, yeah, Luke. Her name's Lucille. Ain't a girl with a figure like that gotta be named Lucille.
Oh yeah, my boy Luke.
Hey.
Now that's another. We were talking about movies. That's another top 10 movie right there.
Cool Hand Luke.
That's
Oh,
just unbelievably
absolutely.
good. You know, a movie that's really underrated that and not a lot of people saw. I think it might have been Paul Newman's last movie. It's called Nobody's Fool. Now there's another movie called Nobody's Fool that's like some chick flick or something like that. But it's Nobody's Fool. It's got Paul Newman. Oh fuck, what's his name? Oh my god, I can't think of his name. The same guy that was in Empire Falls that Paul Newman was in as well. And it's got Bruce Willis is in it as well. But it's called Nobody's Fool. And it's, make sure you look at the one with Paul Newman, not the chick flick. Don't be like, what the? Yep, Jessica Tandy.
Jessica
Yeah,
Tandy.
just looked it up. Melanie Griffith.
Yep. Philip Seymour Hoffman.
Yep, Philip Seymour Hoffman. I think it was his last movie as well. Possibly, maybe not. He might have done the other one. But Nobody's Fool is a phenomenal movie.
What was your favorite movie that he did?
Paul Newman?
Yeah.
Oh man.
I probably have to
Probably
say Cool Hand Luke.
Yeah, probably Cool Hand Luke, but Nobody's Fool was really good though, and he was in that HBO or whatever that series too with the Empire Falls. Pretty sure he was in that. Maybe I'm confusing that, but that was great too. It was like a 2-part series. Empire Falls. That was really good too.
Fast
Philip
Eddie.
Seymour Hoffman.
Fast Eddie Felson.
The Verdict.
So you're
The
going with
Hustler.
you're
The
going with the
Hustler.
Hustler.
Yeah.
Who was that? Was that Jackie Gleason?
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
Minnesota Pats.
Yeah.
Mhm. Great movie too.
Yeah. The real one too. The real Minnesota Pat.
And they redid it with The Color of Money.
Yeah. I'm back, baby.
Just not the same.
No.
I mean, I'll give it to Tom Cruise doing all his own stunts still, and not aging somehow. And, all that. He has had a few good movies, but man, he was pretty damn cheesy in the 80s.
Yeah. I mean, he's the Mission Impossible, Top Gun. He's like a movie star. Like, he makes good action, like, blockbuster.
And he does a lot of those stunts himself. Yeah. I mean, that's pretty fascinating, especially, how old is he?
He's like in his like upper
4 years
60s.
younger than me. 4 years younger than me. He was a freshman right after I graduated, so I missed him by 3 months.
So he's 87?
62, 61 or 2, 62 really.
Dave, you don't have to take after them young whippersnappers.
I love Dave.
Oh, yeah. Dave's awesome, man. He's one of my favorite people on YouTube.
I've met some characters in my life. I enjoy the people I hang out with now.
Yeah, likewise.
Right. Ditto.
Oh, shit.
But yeah,
Tom Cruise.
Brad Pitt, he was asked about, you're friends with Tom Cruise. How come y'all haven't done a movie before? He's like, I'm not doing all that crazy shit, jumping out of planes. Like all that.
And he's like, we got CGI for this shit.
Right.
Yeah, Tom Cruise, he's still out there jumping motorcycles off of fucking cliffs and fucking parachuting out of planes and stuff. He was like,
And one of his parachutes catches on fire, and he has to pull a backup parachute.
And he still don't look too bad.
well, he's still, I don't know what the hell, whose blood he's drinking, but yeah. He's still all right.
Dude, I was going to say it was
Why?
a conspiracy. It was
That's
young people's blood.
Yeah, he's got that Scientology shit going on. Sell your soul and just be 40 forever.
39 forever.
Yeah.
All right. What
The gutter.
90s movies did you like?
Do what?
What 90s movie did you guys like?
True Romance. Wasn't that 90s? Or was that
Yeah.
80s?
True Romance is good. See, Pulp Fiction, Reservoir Dogs, Swingers. There's a lot of great fucking movies.
Wild at Heart.
Yeah, Wild at Heart. Oh, the David Lynch, The Man.
Mm-hmm. Great movie. Nicolas Cage in that. Sailor Ripley. Remember they go to Big Tuna, Texas. You got Bobby Peru down there in Big Tuna, Texas, played by Willem Dafoe. One of the most horrible roles.
Defoe was
So nasty in that movie.
Pretty Woman.
Oh, God. Here we go.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Backdraft. Armageddon.
Backdraft. Armageddon.
Independence Day.
great movie.
I named off all these like award-winning.
Right, exactly. Empire of the Sun.
I did disaster ones.
It's like Armageddon and
Mars Attacks.
Free Willy.
Free Willy. Oh man.
Schindler's List.
The Sandlot.
Sandlot is probably one of the greatest
Unforgiven.
movies ever.
Unforgiven was a good movie. Unforgiven was a good movie.
Casino. The Shawshank
Showgirls.
Redemption.
Great movie.
Goodfellas.
Better movie.
The Thin Red Line.
That's how good Shawshank was. It did nothing at the box office, but it became one of the most famous movies of all time.
Huh.
Nobody went to go see that in the movies.
Really?
Dances with Wolves.
Good movie.
My
Favorite
daughter sat through
favorite
that.
scene in Dances with Wolves when they used his book for toilet paper.
My daughter sat through that whole movie and never moved.
All right, here's a fun one. What was the first movie you ever remember seeing in a theater?
Ooh,
In
a theater.
Mine was Bambi.
Yeah.
Oh,
mine's
geez,
so
that's
mine.
mine too.
Mine.
That's mine too. Because I remember my sister and I cried. We were like super little. We cried on the way home.
It's like the first you remember, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Mine
the first I
was,
remember is Bambi. Yeah.
Yeah, mine was, I remember falling asleep in the floor of the movie theater during Chariots of Fire with my mom and dad and brother and some friends of theirs, you know. It's like the first thing I ever remember seeing. Then I remember the second one I can ever remember seeing was probably, hell, I don't even know what it would have been, but I remember going and watching, my mom took us to Sunnyland Theater there in Miami, and watching Raiders of the Lost Ark. My brother and I remember it was so she like took us out of the theater, you know, like because the scary place she was trying to. And I remember when they were opening the ark, she's like covering my eyes and I'm like peeling her fingers off of my eyes to see. I mean, I'll just never forget that. I'm like, I want to see what's going on. I mean, what year did that movie come out?
I do remember the first the Batman with Michael Keaton. I was like 14 or 15. I remember we went into the theater. My mom took us. There was 4 of us, but only like 2 seats available, and we were just all sitting on each other, watching Batman and Jack Nicholson.
Yeah, Raiders of the Lost Ark came out in '81, so I would have been 5 years old.
When did Hush Hush Sweet Charlotte come out?
Speaking of 14 years old, LW, I threw a picture back there. I just moved as fast as I could. Tom Cruise when he was 14.
Let's see here.
With his University of Kentucky shirt on, of all things.
Oh, wow.
That's him at 14?
Yeah, maybe 15. He moved from here to Cincinnati right then. He only went 1 year to my high school.
He looks older in that picture than he does now.
Mapother. His real name is Mapother.
Maypother. That's his family name. That's his full name is Thomas Cruise Maypother the fourth. The fourth. His grandfather and his uncle had a law firm here in town
Wow.
for years. But yeah, he's a local boy. He wasn't born here, but his mother lived down the street. He lived down the street about 8 blocks from me when he was here in Louisville for about 3 or 4 years in grade school and 1 year high school. But he's born in Syracuse, New York. His parents met up there. They were both from Louisville originally, but they went to college up in Syracuse.
Huh.
But yeah, all his grandparents. His grandparents lived up the street. 2 of them here, and then 2 of them about 5 miles farther east from me. I knew his other grandparents that lived a little farther away, the Maypothers. His cousin was a Maypother. He's also an actor, and I can't think of the movies he was in. Not as popular as Tom, of course. And I'll throw that out there. Sorry.
That girl's got to be like kicking herself in the ass now for having her arm around Ralph Macchio's leg instead of Tom Cruise.
Right.
She picked the wrong one.
Yeah.
Oops. Funny stuff. I was trying to find his yearbook picture. They showed it on here a week or so ago.
Wendy, it was Maypother. T-H-E-R.
Maypopper.
There you go. There's your trivia question there. Ooh.
Right?
What's his real name?
Yeah. Tom Cruise.
I like to think. I like to think that he saw me acting in a play at his older sister's high school. It was a girls' school, and I was in a play they had. And I like to think that he was inspired by my work.
There you go, Dave. He goes back. What inspired you to become an actor? And he's like, well, there was this guy. I think his name was Dave Brown.
Right.
He was such an inspiration.
He played Puck so well in Midsummer Night's Dream that he danced around in the fig leaves.
Bells are ringing. Bells are ringing.
Okay. It wasn't Midsummer Night's Dream.
It was
Okay.
a musical. It was a musical.
That one too. I remember.
That's a movie though, with Dean Martin. Bells are ringing.
Mm-hmm.
And Judy Holliday, I believe. I played Larry Hastings. Anyway.
Do you remember before? What was it? I guess it was. Jesus, why can't I remember his name right now? This is embarrassing. The Godfather.
Yeah.
On the waterfront. Why can I not remember?
Oh, Marlon Brando.
No, Marlon Brando. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sitting here naming all his movies on the waterfront.
contender.
Yeah.
Could have been a contender.
But before he started like the method acting, like how horrible some of those old movies were back in the day, where they had that weird accent, like this weird overacting. It was terrible. I saw a clip of that the other day of like all these old movies.
See, that reminds me of Paul Newman again. Cat on a Hot Tin Roof, was it?
Yeah.
Wouldn't it Apocalypse Now that he was the the general took over? I think that was his greatest.
Oh yeah, that was Marlon Brando.
I love the smell of napalm in the morning.
Remember Dennis Hopper in that? He's a god, man. He's a god. Playing like the stoned out dude. I love that movie. And who else was in that?
Martin Sheen. Martin Sheen.
Yeah, well, yeah, Martin Sheen, but Harrison Ford. Harrison Ford was in that.
Robert Duvall.
Yeah, obviously Robert Duvall. God, who else was in that? There was some other people that turned out with big names, I think. Yeah, Jared McCoy, I see that comment. Why can't he see Wendy's? Jared, maybe either you accidentally blocked her or hit live chat instead of top chat. That could be a possibility. See at the top above your chat, it says top chat, and you can click that thing and hit live chat. Otherwise, because I see everybody else sees Wendy, she says she sees you, which obviously you wouldn't see if you can't see her. But yeah.
Who's the tat? Hey.
Who's the what?
The football bluesy done changed her portrait. Her avatar.
Yeah, I think I see Bigfoot in that thing too.
Yeah, I thought I was looking at one right there. I love the Bigfoot little shorts that's out now. They're pretty funny.
Yeah, some of those are hilarious.
When he first meets the Yeti, that was pretty cool. He's a down dude, man.
See if I can find any funny ones.
He's like, I'm going to donate these pizzas. Well, here, let us buy them for you. I can't believe they fell for that.
Yeah, some of those are good. He did just send me a couple that were funny a while back.
So do you believe in Bigfoot, Dave?
You're muted, Dave. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I had to use some discretion. Yeah, Bigfoot.
Got bones in it. Got bones in it.
Actually, my last day of the 8th grade, we cut school and we went to 2 movies. And one of them was The Legend of Boggy Creek.
Oh, nice.
wow.
Everybody remembers somebody. The same day we saw, what was it, Live and Let Die? Something. This was back in 73. Yeah. Legend of Boggy Creek that was kind of a Bigfoot thing, I think. It's hard to remember.
Yeah, that's definitely a Bigfoot thing.
Now, John Holmes,
Back to John Holmes.
Back to John Holmes.
Now bringing it back to John Holmes.
You said Bigfoot. Come on.
Yeah, we have come full circle. We have come full circle here.
I think it was a foot, actually. You know?
Oh, it was a big foot. Yeah.
Oh, God.
Wow, wow.
Good Lord. It took all the class out of the show, though, I think. All right, man. Next, for the order of deciding, what would you rather die from?
No, I'd rather get eaten by
Alligator or shark?
Shark.
What? Oh, shark. Ooh.
Shark or
Yeah,
an
'cause you-
alligator?
You probably drown, so that'll be good in the ocean. Alligator, you're probably not going to drown. You're going to.
You can
I mean,
step in a
you
hole.
can just run away from a fucking dumbass alligator. But
Shit, you ever seen how fast they run?
They run 30 mile an hour in a sprint.
yeah, but they have like a short, like they burn out pretty quick. You just got to outrun them for like 20 yards and they'll quit.
Yeah, only.
I can see Mr. Duggar trying to outrun an alligator for
Ain't
30
no
miles.
way.
Mr. Duggar's dead for sure.
Mr. Duggar definitely has a firearm. Is not afraid to have.
You don't have to be able to outrun the gator. You just have to be able to outrun Mr. Duggar.
Right.
He's tripping him.
And if that's an alligator on my ass, I don't know if you can. Because I'll pop your ass and then get some easy beat. Oh, man. No, me, I'd be a shark. I don't want to be eaten by no lizard.
I can run faster than I swim.
You can swim if you want to try to outrun an alligator underwater.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to be stupid to be eaten by an alligator. I mean, shark makes sense.
That's not true. You can walk by a bank and they can just reach up and snatch you before you even know they're coming out of the water.
Dude, one of the scaredest I've ever been. So we were water skiing down the Peace River, and we're going, and there's gators in there, and of course the people in the boat, everybody's drinking, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, and we were hauling ass, water skiing at like 50 miles an hour and going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And I hit this thing and I wiped out, like going across in a wave really fast. Well, everybody on the boat, nobody was paying attention, the spotter didn't. And man, I fucking sitting there floating, and I look over to the right, and I see this gator go boom, and get into the water, and I'm like, motherfucker. And I'm sitting there, nothing but the boat just keeps going, and I'm like, motherfucker. That's like the scaredest I think I've ever been in my life, because I've seen sharks in the water, I've seen everything, and you know what's going on, but not in this river, and just seeing this gator come off the shore and go and disappear into the water. I'm like, fuck, and thank God they saw me, and I'm like, get me out of this motherfucker. That was like the scaredest I've ever been, I think.
Yeah, we sitting on
That
the
would have
side.
been my last trip.
We were sitting on the side of the bank by Columbia Lake, and we cut the light off. We were catfishing. We cut the light off to keep the mosquitoes down, and the bugs. And because you're right there in deep South Texas, there's going to be some bugs and some mosquitoes. So, yeah, we heard one of the bells on one of the rods kind of tinkle just a bit. So I flipped on my headlight, and when I looked down, dude, there was a monster gator. He had eyeballs bigger than a ping pong ball. You hear me? Or golf ball. They were two big red eyes, right? And they were about a foot apart. That just, I dug a trench backing up off that bank. I ain't shitting you. I ain't ashamed to say it. And I've caught them on trout lines and in nets. And that big old alligator, he'll just put it in reverse and pull off a hook. He don't care. But nets catches them and drowns them. So we had to be real careful, because that was big money back in alligator hunting.
Sandy toes.
Aw, I hadn't seen sandy toes in a long time. I had candy toes.
my favorite kind of toes. Toes in the sand.
Damn. Oh, W, what happened?
Sandy Toes. I haven't seen her in forever. I like Sandy Toes.
Who doesn't?
Well,
Hi, baby girl.
What's crazy?
She,
to me,
she
I saw a
loves it
video
from
that-
Duggar. That's what it is.
Yeah, I've had some fun conversations with Sandy. She's fun on some late YouTube shows. But Australia, I saw somebody at the beach. There's a saltwater crocodile and a shark. He's just holding his daughter. I'm like, who would go in those waters? It's crazy. This guy's just holding his daughter, looking at a shark and a crocodile.
Ooh. They really scare me. Saltwater crocs down there at the tip of Florida. Dude, there's some massive ones in there. Back in the Everglades and stuff. They're not alligators. They're real crocodilian crocodiles.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You can avoid alligators. I mean, if you're walking near a body of water in Louisiana or Southeast Texas, you're an idiot.
Well, you better be paying attention. True.
Yeah, it's 50-50 shot that there's going to be a gator in there.
What the hell?
Flashback. Flashback. I actually learned to drive amongst the gators. Seriously, it was in a nature preserve, and they had a real slow speed limit. So my dad decided that's where he was going to take me to teach me to drive. I was dodging alligators at 15 miles an hour or less. 5, 10, whatever. You know.
No alligators were harmed in the learning of this man's driving.
You ever drive down like Alligator Alley in Florida? You know, going through the Everglades there and all that. And I mean, you'll see those dead alligators on the side of the road. But I mean, you'll see huge ones sometimes. I remember going down there to the one time when I was with a friend of mine, and we're just hauling ass down through there and fucking A, man. We're what kind of car? It was a little, shit, I don't remember. It was like a Honda Accord or a Toyota, you know, one of these little cars, you know, and hauling ass down through there. And there's fucking huge alligator right in the middle of the road. We hit that thing. It was like we launched through the air. It fucked that car up so bad. It was funny as hell.
Yeah.
You mean you got stuck in the middle of the Everglades?
No, we drove on. It ripped. It ripped the whole
with a bent wheel.
Yeah, well, yeah, it was 100%. Yeah, we you couldn't go over at that point. You couldn't go over like 50, or everything was off balance. It ripped like the front spoiler and the whole. Yeah, it just, I mean, trashed.
There ain't no stopping in the Everglades.
No.
I mean,
And this was not that I don't even know if you would have cell phone service there anyway, but I mean, this is before cell phones. This is before anything, you know, and it was like 1 o'clock at night and blah, blah, blah. We drove on, you know, it was like, you're going over 50 miles an hour. The whole car was shaking.
oh my, that's my worst night. Oh God.
What was that, LW? Sorry, man.
Do y'all have y'all ever eaten gator? Do y'all eat it a lot?
Yeah, I've eaten it.
I've tried it. I've eaten it, and I just don't like eating reptiles.
When it's
You gotta get a super Cajun fucking Louisiana person to make it. It's great.
You got to tenderize it, not cook it.
Yeah,
right.
they know how to do it.
Tenderized.
Yeah, you gotta beat your meat, babe.
Beat your meat and cook it
I
slow.
was thinking of the little
Right now, you fry it crispy. Shit, yeah.
Hope it's dead already.
Oh yeah. I don't know. And like y'all act like y'all ain't ever ate a muskrat.
Yeah, I just don't like the whole reptile eating thing. Frog legs, alligator, snake. It's weird to eat a reptile to me. I don't know. It just creeps me out. I have eaten it, but I just don't like it.
Love frog legs. I always get frog legs with oysters. You know, if they make good frog legs. Well, I've said everything I'm going to eat tonight, so.
Rattlesnake beer and back ribs. I ate rattlesnake one time. I didn't know that I was eating it. And a friend of mine was giving it to me and it actually tasted good. But after the second thing, and he gave it to me, I almost puked. I'm like, oh my God. Yeah, it actually did taste good. You know, you can make anything taste good with enough seasoning. But yeah, it was like smoked on a thing. We were going to a barbecue and they were smoking all kinds of pig and all this stuff. My buddy's like, here, try this. And, you know, just handing me something. I'm like, oh, man, hey, here, Jay, want another piece? And I'm filling it in my mouth. He's like, yeah, I ran that over this morning. Well, so I figured I'd put it on hand. I'm like, Jesus Christ. And then I looked at the grill and there's this big fucking snake laid out on the thing. I'm like, oh.
Yeah, if you were hungry, you'd be going, that's a mighty fine steak right there. I was going to have to cook that snake up. You were hungry. Yeah, that's how I'd have to eat steak again. I've tried it one time. It was all right, but I just knew I was eating a snake.
Yeah, exactly. And that's no different to me to frog. It's a reptile. It's just a reptile thing. It just bothers me.
I love fried frog legs. So.
Do you like sushi?
No.
Love sushi.
Because I was about to get pissed off at you if you said you like sushi.
Oh, he gonna get pissed off at me because you can get pissed off. I love some sushi.
I don't like sushi either.
How did you get tricked into that? How did you get tricked into that? Some guy gets some fucking bland ass rice with no seasoning, slaps some raw fish on it with no seasoning, and hands it to you and charges you $87 for it.
No, he just had Korean lady.
Have you seen those bougie things now that they have, you know, where these people sit and there's like a carousel going around and they like just pull the sushi off or pull the thing off and they're all sitting at these tables. There's like this carousel of food floating around. Have you seen that?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's ridiculous. No.
Crazy.
No, thank you.
I ate sushi one time and somebody took me to a fancy fucking sushi place in Houston. And I mean, it was crazy expensive. And I was just flabbergasted that they had the gall to charge me that amount of money for some fucking rice and a raw piece of fish.
Yeah, they don't even have to cook it. It's like what a thing, you stupid American. You go over here, you know, and they sit there. We don't have to cook it. We just cut it up and feed it to you.
Well, that's the joke. That's Japan's revenge for us dropping the 2 bombs. Was convincing us to buy $100 raw fish.
You never had some good wahoo or yellow jack, you know, that kind of. I love shrimp, raw shrimp too. They're good, delicious, you know.
Oh, it's disgusting. Yeah, beer and back ribs, I agree. It says God made fire for a reason. I 100% agree. And to Sandy Toes, my wife's from Indonesia, but she loves jellyfish. So she'll, you know, make jellyfish, you know, all the time. She'll get it at the Asian market and stuff, and she's sitting there eating jellyfish. And I'm just like, no, I'm not eating that.
Have you ever tried it?
No, and I'm not going to. I'll pop me I'll go to the pizza joint or something.
I would at least try it. Asian food, man, it's good. I love it.
Well, I love it too, some of it, but you know, I like, you know, General Tso's chicken or whatever.
What'd you say, football floozy?
Nasty. I don't do sushi or none of that shit.
It better be a steak or bratwurst.
That's right. Steak.
You like curry?
Oh, I don't even want that shit near my coat.
I love curry.
I like curry. You have to get a really nice.
Yeah.
You have to get a really nice Indian restaurant.
I love Indian food, man. I love it.
Disgusting. Sometimes I'll come in the house and Mrs. Fools will be sitting there eating or like cooking food, you know, and like with curry, and I'll walk in. I'm like, what? And she's like, got the windows open because she knows I'm gonna be like, what the, you know? And she's laughing. I'm like, God Almighty.
That's as bad as smelling liver when you walk through the door.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
You don't like calf's liver and onion and gravy?
I don't like liver and onions at all.
No, it's disgusting.
I don't like any
I ain't
chicken.
no filter of anything. First of all,
I mean, shrimp are kind of like
is
that.
a
Shrimp are kind
filter.
of like that. Shrimp are like the cockroach of the sea, you know.
Oh yeah,
but they're good.
Yeah, I
You
don't
have
mind
to-
shrimp.
You have to make sure you fucking cook those things properly.
Yeah.
All they do
Over-
is eat parasites. Like eels will open their mouth. Eels will open their mouth. They have like a mutual, like fucking.
That's a certain shrimp. That's,
Yeah, but they'll go in there and they eat all the parasites out of them. Like they're gross.
You're-
When you
okay.
really think about
Gonna
it.
gross me out, and I ain't even gonna eat those. When we go to a seafood place, I have limited options because I'm all worried about.
the shrimp you eat, do not go do that. Okay, he's talking about a specialized little shrimp. That's how he makes his living, by cleaning fish and rays and all kinds of shit.
Crayfish.
Mud bugs.
I don't do a lot of shellfish. I don't do crab.
Oh, I love crab.
Um,
I love mud bugs. Hell yeah.
Ugh.
Good.
I get it.
Good, Wendy. I'm glad I ruined it for you.
Now I do love shrimp. I don't like cocktail shrimp. I don't like the cold shrimp, but I like shrimp. Like if you get a steak with like the skewer of grilled shrimp, like blackened with some, pepper on it too, like making it spicy grilled shrimp. That's so good.
Yeah.
But Mrs. Full, she eats the shell and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Protein.
Yeah, and apparently
The eggs too.
Roughage.
No, she does not eat eggshells.
I'm just curious. I mean, there's something else she eats with shells. What is it?
Peanuts.
No, not peanuts. I don't think so. Just shrimp, I think.
Just shrimp?
Armadillos.
Armadillos. No, that's the Haitians.
Is it the crab?
No.
That's possum on the half shell there.
Turtle.
Love
Well, it's
turtle.
like the same thing with sushi, with shellfish. How did we get tricked into paying so much for lobster? That used to be what people fed the poor people, the poors, as Gutters likes to call them.
Gutters and
Marine lobster.
They're so easy to come by if you protect the population. It's easy to catch them, and all the poor people they used to give the poor people that shit. Rich people back in the day used to look down on it. I'm not eating fucking lobster sea roaches. What are you talking about?
Then one of them dipped it in some butter and go, "Oh my god!"
Some
Well,
garlic.
You can dip anything in butter and it'll be good.
But, oh my god!
Especially bacon.
Lobster wrapped in bacon, dipped in butter. Hell yeah, I'm in.
Oh.
Or jalapeno.
Now, what do you like better? Like the Maine lobster or like the spiny lobster?
I don't like none of it.
I have to say I love the spiny lobster. It's really tasty, but a real Maine caught lobster, I think, beats it a little bit for sweetness. But the best crab's a blue crab, but you can't convince me otherwise. Except maybe
You
dungeon.
don't eat those land. You don't eat those land crabs.
If they get close enough to me, I'll throw a few in a pot, try them. They're crab. I don't give a damn. I'll eat that.
I've had crabs before.
I bet you have, Dave.
I heard he used diesel to get rid of them.
The galloping dandruff.
Ew.
Okay, so here's a horrible story. So a buddy, I'll just say a buddy of mine, I might actually be related to this person, but somebody they worked with ended up getting this horrible eye infection. Okay. And it went back and they couldn't figure it out. And it was like conjunctivitis. I mean, they damn near went blind. Okay. And they ended up going, like having to go to the hospital and then like dermatology, like blah, 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 all this shit. And it had turned out they got it like a day and a half after they'd been to a strip club. And a fucking crab had gotten into their eye, in their eyeball, behind their eyeball, and gave like this horrible. I mean, they almost lost their eye from this. And yeah, it was one of, and they all teased him, blah blah blah. It was funny as hell. But yeah, that really happened.
Wow. So if you got an itchy eye,
well, that'll kill your appetite. Talking about all this good.
Every time
food.
somebody's eye itches, they're gonna be like, "Fuck."
Somehow we ended back up on food and getting crabs in the back of your eyeballs from a strip club.
Oh my God.
We have come for full circle.
In Florida.
Hell yeah.
Oh, that's horrible. God.
Oh, what?
We could talk about my RV some more.
I'd rather die.
Somebody shoot me now.
Back to college football.
Live here on the LW.
I'd rather get crabs in the back of my eyeballs than talk about your RV. But I will show up tomorrow and talk about your RV on your show.
Yeah, and speaking of tomorrow, oh shit, Gutters, muter. Speaking of tomorrow, I'm gonna have to bounce. I gotta get up. But LW, I do thank you for having me on. I'm gonna bounce and go to bed.
What
We
the
got a lot
hell?
to do tomorrow.
I appreciate it, brother.
Oh, sure. Mhm.
Yep. All right, cool. Well, y'all have a good night. Duggar,
Take care,
LW.
fools. Peace, little brother.
Yeah, Dave Brown, always good to see you, brother. And Gutters. Yeah, nice to see you too. All right. We'll see you guys later on. Everybody out there in chat, have a great night. We'll see y'all later.
Traveling fools.
Good night.
And I'm gonna ride his coattails because, well, I gotta go. It's almost 4:20 in my part of the world, and I'm
Time to smoke some weed.
details. But LW, Duggars, Gutters, and everybody in chat, love y'all. Thank you for having me.
Dave, take care of your little bitty self.
I hope I'm a little tastier next time.
Good night, Dave.
Thanks for showing up, Dave. I appreciate
Take
it.
care, guys. We love you. See you soon.
Good night, Dave. Love ya. All right, fine. I guess that means that you're ready.
I guess we all gotta rage quit now, huh?
Dude, you've been going for 5 hours.
I know. It went way longer than I anticipated. I have to
That's
wake up
what
in
she
like
said.
4 hours.
Sorry.
Can you scream louder? It sounds really good in my headphones.
Oh, I'm sorry. I hereby apologize immediately. My condolences for your ears.
Well, there's 17 people still watching. 18. I appreciate everyone watching. Everybody in the chat, Sandy Toes, Hunting and Stuff, Wendy, Southern Southern Grown. Subscribe to all of those people. We are going to get out of here. Thanks for showing up. We'll see you next Monday. Possibly. Maybe sooner. Who knows?
See you tomorrow night.
Good night.
Good night.
Oh,
Good night,
Gutters, your show.
Yes, tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night, 9 o'clock Central, 10 o'clock Eastern.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I finally got it right.
Yes.
Nice. All right.
It's
Good night.
8 o'clock now.